Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was raised by Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen? Harry's heel hit the edge of the rooftop and he did not fall. The space behind him felt like a drop. Tokyo lights blinked down there, too far and too sharp, and the wind cut straight through his shirt like it had a personal problem. His lungs stung from sprinting. His palms were slick. The thing in front of him did not care. It was human-shaped if you squinted, but only in the same way a bad drawing was human-shaped. Its arms were too long. Its head was wrong. Its mouth was a vertical line that kept widening as it leaned closer, like it was trying to swallow the air. Harry held his hands up anyway. His fingers shook. "Breathe," Gojo said. Like this was a normal afternoon. Like there was not a curse 3 steps away, drooling black sludge onto the concrete. "You're holding it in your throat again." Harry sucked a breath through his nose. Tasted like rain and metal and something burnt. The curse lunged. Harry did not move. He did not step back. He did not flinch, even though his skin wanted to crawl off his bones. The curse hit an invisible wall. Its clawed hands stopped a finger width from Harry's face, trembling in midair, like the world had decided no further. The curse snarled and pushed harder. The air warped. The concrete under its feet cracked. Harry's jaw clenched. His arms started to ache as if he was physically holding the space in place. He could feel the pressure. He could feel the ugly weight of it. And he could feel something else, too. The familiar clean hum in his skull. Like his eyes were doing math the rest of him could not understand. "Good," Gojo said, pleased. "That's infinity. That's you deciding the distance is never going to finish." Harry swallowed. His throat was dry. The curse tried to jerk one arm back and punch again, like it could trick the barrier by changing tactics. It did not matter. It never reached him. Harry's stomach rolled anyway, because being close to curses still felt like being watched by something that hated him personally. "Now," Gojo said. He sounded cheerful. He sounded bored. "Blue." Harry forced his right hand out, palm open. His fingers wanted to curl. His wrist wanted to collapse. He pushed anyway. The air snapped. Not loud. Not dramatic. It was a sharp, small sound, like a rubber band breaking close to your ear. The space in front of the curse folded. The curse's body lurched forward, dragged by something invisible and hungry, and its face slammed into the barrier it could not pass. Its mouth lines stretched into a scream, clawed at empty air. Harry's shoulder burned. His teeth grit hard enough to hurt. The curse's legs kicked. One foot slid. Tried to pull away and could not. "Okay," Gojo said lightly, like he was giving notes on homework. "That's a pull. You can feel it, yeah? Don't overdo it. You're not trying to rip the building off its foundation." "I'm not," Harry said. His voice came out rough. "It's heavy. It's ugly," Gojo corrected. "Heavy is your shopping bag when you insist you can carry it in one go." Harry shot him a look. "I can." Gojo grinned. He was leaning against the roof door like he was waiting for a train. Hands in his pockets. Blindfold on. White hair bright in the city glow. He looked like he belonged nowhere and everywhere at once. "You always can," Gojo said, fond and irritating. "That's the problem. Relax your jaw." Harry realized he was clenching and forced his teeth apart. His mouth tasted of copper. The curse's scream turned wet. A second mouth opened under the first and vomited something black. Harry's stomach flipped. "Ew," Gojo said. "All right, that's enough. Stop playing with it." "I'm not playing," Harry snapped. Gojo's grin did not change, but his voice did. "Harry." Harry went still. Gojo's tone did not sound angry. It sounded like a line. It sounded like warning. Harry swallowed again. The trembling in his hands got worse, and he hated that the curse could see it. Hated that Gojo could see it even with the blindfold because Gojo always saw. "Finish it," Gojo said. Harry breathed in. He felt the air fill his chest. He felt his heart banging too hard. He let the cursed energy move. It was not like magic. Magic, when he touched it, felt like a thread waiting to be pulled. It felt like the world had rules and he could cheat them if he knew the right words. Cursed energy was different. It lived in the ugly parts. It lived in fear and anger and all the feelings you were supposed to swallow down and pretend you did not have. Harry hated that. He hated that it worked. He twisted his hand and the pull snapped tighter. The curse folded inward, like someone crumpled paper with one hand. The scream cut off. Its body collapsed into itself and then it was gone, broken down into nothing that mattered. Harry's arm dropped. His knees wobbled. For a second he thought he was going to be sick off the side of the roof. Gojo's hand landed on the back of his neck, warm through the fabric of his shirt. It grounded him. It annoyed him. It helped. "Hey," Gojo said. "Look at me." Harry's eyes jerked up. Gojo's blindfold was still on. It was stupid that Gojo could say that and it still worked. "Breathe," Gojo said again. "In through your nose. Out through your mouth. You're not dying. Stop acting like you're dying." Harry huffed out a breath. It shook. "I'm fine," he lied. Gojo's hand squeezed his neck. "Not hard. Just there." "Sure you are." Harry swallowed. His stomach was still turning. Down below, the city kept moving. Cars, trains, people. Nobody looked up. Nobody knew. Tokyo was always like that. Monsters on the rooftops. And the streets still sold takoyaki like nothing had changed. Harry rubbed his palm on his trousers and realized it was trembling. "I hate that it feels like that," he said quiet. Gojo did not pretend he did not know what he meant. "Yeah," he said soft. "I know." Harry's jaw tightened again. Gojo clicked his tongue. "Relax. I'm trying. You always look like you're about to bite someone." Harry glared. "Maybe I am." Gojo laughed, bright and shameless. "That's my boy." Harry made a noise that was not quite a groan, not quite a laugh. His chest still hurt from running. His eyes felt hot. He blinked hard and forced it down. Gojo's hand lifted off his neck and ruffled his hair. Harry hated that too. "All right," Gojo said. "Time to go home. We've got big day prep. You want ramen or curry?" "Ramen," Harry said automatically. "Good choice. You have taste." Harry turned toward the roof door, then paused. He looked back at the spot where the curse had been. The concrete was cracked. Black streaks stained it, already fading like they were embarrassed to exist. Gojo followed his gaze. "It's gone." "I know." "Then stop staring at it like it owes you money." Harry's mouth twitched. "It does." Gojo laughed again, then leaned closer, voice dropping like a secret. "Also, your Hogwarts letter came this morning." Harry froze. The wind hit harder. The city noise seemed to dull for a second, like his body had decided to focus on the one thing that mattered. "Hogwarts," Harry repeated. "Yep," Gojo said. "Big old British castle. Wizards. Cloaks. Stupid hats. You'll fit right in." Harry stared at him. "You opened it." Gojo held up both hands like he was innocent. "I had to. It was addressed to my kid. I'm responsible. Also it was sealed with owl spit." "That's gross." Harry's throat tightened. Hogwarts. The word sat in his chest like something heavy and sharp. He had known this was coming. Gojo had told him about it, piece by piece, over years of late nights and bad instant noodles and training until Harry's arms shook. "You're going with me," Harry said. Not a question. Gojo's smile went lazy. "Obviously. You can't," Harry said anyway. "Wards. Anti-apparition. They'll kick you out." Gojo shrugged. "They can try." Harry's stomach flipped again, but this time it was not nausea. It was nerves. It was a weird tight excitement he did not want to admit to. "What if they don't let me in?" Harry said. His voice came out smaller than he wanted. Gojo's smile faded a fraction. "Harry," he said, and the way he said his name made Harry's spine straighten. "You got a letter. They invited you. You're going." Harry's nails dug into his palm. "They don't know what I am." Gojo hummed, like he was thinking about dinner. "They're about to." Harry's face went hot. "That's not helping." Gojo's grin snapped back. "That's the point. You're going to walk in and everyone's going to have a moment. You're going to let them. You're not going to apologize for breathing. Harry swallowed. His throat felt like sand. Gojo tapped his forehead lightly. You're not alone. You've never been alone. Not anymore. Harry's chest squeezed. He looked away quickly, because he hated that his face wanted to do something stupid like soften. Gojo clapped his hands once. Sharp. All right. Home. Pack. Eat. Sleep. Tomorrow we go scare some British people. Harry muttered. You're always scaring someone. Gojo pointed at him like that was a compliment. And you're going to be excellent at it. They left the rooftop, the city swallowing them. Harry kept his hands in his pockets so Gojo would not see them shake. It did not work. Gojo saw everything. Later, in their small apartment that smelled like detergent and Gojo's expensive shampoo and last night's ramen broth, Harry sat on the floor with an open suitcase. He stared at it like it was a trap. Gojo leaned against the kitchen counter, eating a piece of mochi like he had all the time in the world. Harry picked up a t-shirt, then put it down again. Pack clothes, Gojo said around the mochi. Not your angst. Harry glared. I'm thinking, you're spiraling. I'm not. You are. Harry grabbed the t-shirt again and shoved it into the suitcase harder than necessary. Gojo hummed, amused. There you go. That's progress. Harry's stomach felt tight. He kept seeing the Great Hall in his head, even though he had never seen it. He kept imagining eyes on him. He kept imagining voices saying his name like it was something they owned. What if they try to take me? Harry blurted. Gojo's chewing stopped. The room went quiet in a way Harry did not like. The fridge hummed. A car horn sounded far below. Gojo set the mochi down. He walked over and crouched in front of Harry, close enough that Harry could smell his clean soap. Gojo's blindfold was off. His eyes were bright, too bright, like the sky had been trapped in them. Harry's throat tightened again. He hated that his body always betrayed him first. They won't, Gojo said. You don't know that. Gojo's gaze did not move. I do. Harry swallowed. They're wizards. They have rules. They have a headmaster. They have a government. Gojo's mouth twitched. Cute. Harry's face heated. I'm serious. I know, Gojo said. His voice went softer. Listen to me. If anyone tries to take you from me, I will make it their last bad decision. Harry's breath caught. Gojo did not smile. He did not joke. He looked calm, and that calm was more frightening than anger. Harry looked down at his hands. His fingers were twisting the edge of his sleeve. You're not a thing to be moved around, Gojo said. You're a kid, my kid, and you're going to school. That's it. That's the whole plan. Harry forced a breath out. Gojo flicked his forehead, gentle. Also, you're going to make friends. Harry's head snapped up. I don't need friends. Gojo's grin returned like a switch flipped. Sure you don't. That's why you hover around the convenience store lady when she talks to you. She gives me extra dumplings. Friendship, Gojo said proudly. You're already doing it. Harry shoved him. Gojo barely moved. You're annoying. I'm your dad, Gojo said smug. You're not my dad, Harry said automatically. And it came out sharp, defensive, too fast. Gojo's grin did not falter. Sure, he said like he could wait, like he was not threatened by the words. Harry's chest tightened again, and he hated it. So he shoved another shirt into the suitcase and ignored the sting behind his eyes. Gojo stood up. Okay, serious packing. Wand? No wand? British people love their sticks. I don't need one, Harry said. Gojo nodded like he expected that. Good, but you might want a fake one anyway. Blend in. People get weird when you're better than them. Harry snorted. You're always better than them. Gojo beamed. Exactly. Harry rolled his eyes, but he kept packing. By morning, Harry's suitcase was zipped. His stomach was a knot. He ate 3 bites of toast and then could not swallow any more. Gojo drank coffee like it was oxygen. All right, Gojo said, bright and casual. Showtime. Harry stood in the living room. His clothes felt too tight. His skin felt too loud. Gojo adjusted his blindfold and then held up a folded piece of parchment. Ticket, he said. Platform 9 3/4. Harry stared at it. That's stupid. Gojo's grin widened. British people are stupid. It's charming. Harry took the ticket. The paper felt old. Real. He swallowed. How do we get there? Gojo tilted his head. We could do the normal way, he said like he was considering. Plane, train, wall. Or, Harry's stomach dropped. Or, Gojo's grin went sharp. Or we go straight to the castle. Harry's heart jumped into his throat. The wards, Harry said quickly. They'll stop you. Gojo shrugged. Maybe. That's not comforting. Gojo tapped Harry's forehead again. You worry too much. Harry slapped his hand away. Because you don't worry at all. Gojo's grin was pure menace. Exactly. Harry's skin prickled. Gojo's hand lifted, fingers loose. The air in the room changed. It got heavy, like the world was holding its breath. Hold on to me, Gojo said. Harry grabbed his sleeve with a death grip. Gojo laughed under his breath. Cute. All right. The apartment disappeared. It was not like teleporting in the movies. There was no flash, no pop, just a shift like the world blinked and forgot to put them back in the same place. Harry's stomach lurched. His ears popped. He tasted iron. Then his feet hit stone. A roar of voices hit him like a wave. Heat, light, the smell of roast meat and candle wax and old wood. Hundreds of people. Hundreds of eyes. Harry's hand tightened on Gojo's sleeve hard enough that his knuckles hurt. They were standing in the middle of a massive hall. The ceiling was black and filled with stars. The room stretched out with long tables, packed with kids in robes. Candles floated in the air like it was normal. A staff table sat at the front, lined with adults who had all just turned their heads at the exact same time. And in the center there was a space like a stage, where Harry and Gojo had just appeared. Silence dropped. It was not complete, because there were still breaths and shifting benches. But it was close enough that Harry could hear his own heartbeat, fast and loud. Someone dropped a fork. Clattered. A woman with square glasses at the staff table stood so fast her chair scraped. Her face went hard. Professor McGonagall, Harry thought, because Gojo had told him her name. Because Gojo had described her like you described a storm. What is the meaning of this? She said, voice sharp enough to cut. Gojo waved. Hi, he said cheerfully. We're late. Harry's mouth went dry. A ripple of whispers started like insects. Who is that? Did they just appear? Is that a muggle? Look at his hair. Is he wearing a blindfold? The man at the center of the staff table rose slowly. He looked old. Kind maybe. His eyes were bright behind half-moon glasses. His beard was long, white, tucked into his robes. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt Gojo's sleeve move as Gojo shifted his stance. Casual but ready. Dumbledore's gaze landed on Harry. It held. For a second, Harry felt something like pressure, like someone was trying to look inside him without permission. His skin crawled. He did not flinch. Gojo's voice stayed light. Albus, he said, friendly. Nice place. Bit drafty. McGonagall's face went red. This is the sorting feast, she snapped. You cannot simply appear inside Hogwarts. Gojo tilted his head. Really? Seems like I can. A few students made choked noises. Someone at the Gryffindor table whispered, Blimey, loud enough to carry. Harry's eyes flicked automatically. A red-haired boy with freckles was staring at them with his mouth half open. He looked like he had forgotten how to breathe. Next to him, a bushy-haired girl was gripping the edge of the table like she was trying not to stand up and lecture someone. Her eyes were bright and hungry, like she was collecting facts faster than she could hold them. A skinny boy with black hair and round glasses sat near the front, staring at Harry like he had seen a ghost. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not know that boy. He had never seen him, but he knew that face. He had seen it in old newspaper clippings Gojo had shown him. The boy who lived. The famous one. Harry's chest went tight. Gojo leaned down a fraction, voice low. Eyes forward, he murmured. We'll deal with the clone later. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. At the staff table, Dumbledore's gaze moved from Gojo to Harry again. You must be Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, voice warm. Harry's jaw tightened. Gojo answered first. Yep, that's him. That's my kid. McGonagall's eyes widened. Your kid. Gojo nodded like he was proud. Raised him, taught him, kept him alive. You're welcome. A man with greasy black hair at the table sneered. His eyes were sharp, dark, unpleasant. Severus Snape. So, Snape drawled. You have been in possession of a wizarding child and chose to bring him here through our wards like a battering ram. Gojo looked genuinely curious. Are you always this rude, or is it a special occasion? Snape's lip curled. I am being polite. Gojo laughed. That's tragic. Harry's fingers loosened on Gojo's sleeve. He forced his shoulders down. He forced himself to breathe. Dumbledore raised a hand. Calm. Minerva, he said softly, and McGonagall's mouth snapped shut. Though her eyes stayed furious, Dumbledore looked at Gojo. You are not on our list of guardians. Gojo shrugged. Paperwork is overrated. Paperwork keeps children safe. McGonagall snapped, unable to help herself. Gojo nodded thoughtfully. Sure, paperwork. That's what keeps kids safe. The way he said it made Harry's stomach twist again. He remembered the Dursleys. He remembered cupboard darkness. He remembered hands that grabbed too hard. He kept his face blank. Dumbledore's eyes softened slightly, like he had heard the edge under Gojo's words. Nevertheless, Dumbledore said, this is Hogwarts. We have rules, and we have concerns. Gojo spread his hands. Ask. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry. Is this your choice, Harry? Harry swallowed. The hall felt too big. Too many eyes. Too much expectation. He looked at Gojo. Gojo did not nod. He did not push. He just stood there, steady. Harry faced Dumbledore again. Yes, he said. His voice came out firm. Surprised him. A fresh wave of whispers rolled through the hall. Dumbledore's gaze held. Then he nodded once, slow. Very well, Dumbledore said. The sorting must continue. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Headmaster. Dumbledore lifted his hand again. The castle has already been disturbed. We will not make it worse by panicking in front of the students. Gojo leaned in, stage whisper loud enough for half the hall. Good call. Panic is embarrassing. McGonagall looked like she wanted to throw him out a window. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, like he was trying not to smile. Minerva, he said. The hat. McGonagall's jaw clenched. She reached for the battered old hat on the stool by the front. Harry's stomach dropped. So that was it. The sorting hat. The thing that crawled into your mind and decided who you were. Gojo had told him about it. Harry had called it creepy. Gojo had called it hilarious. McGonagall carried it forward like she was carrying a bomb. She stopped in front of Harry and held the hat out. Her eyes met his. They were sharp but not cruel. Mr. Potter, she said quietly, so only he and Gojo could hear. Whatever you think you are, you will behave. Harry stared at her. He did not know why her words hit like that, but they did. Maybe because nobody had ever spoken to him like he mattered and also expected him to be decent. He nodded once. Gojo leaned closer. Be nice, he whispered. Or at least be funny. Harry shot him a look. McGonagall put the hat on Harry's head. It was heavier than it looked. Smelled like dust and old sweat. The world narrowed. A voice slid into his skull. Harry's body went rigid. The hat's voice sounded old. Worn. Curious. It poked at his thoughts like fingers in a drawer. Harry felt it try to pull something open. He shoved back instinctively. The hat froze. Then it screamed. Not words. Not a song. A raw sound, loud enough to punch through the hall. The hat on Harry's head trembled like it wanted to jump off and run away. Harry flinched. His hands shot up, ripping the hat off his own head. The hall erupted. Students shouted. Benches scraped. Someone at the Hufflepuff table yelped. A Ravenclaw girl stood on her bench like she wanted to see better. Snape's chair scraped as he half rose, face pale with fury. McGonagall's wand snapped up. Gojo's hand moved, lazy but ready. Harry stood there, hat clutched in both hands, heart hammering so hard he thought it might crack his ribs. What? Harry managed, voice rough. The hat was shaking in his hands. Spoke aloud now, voice cracking with panic. No, no, no. Wrong. Wrong in the head. Infinite space. Eyes that see too much. Hunger. Not hunger. Wait. Do not put that in a child. Harry's stomach twisted. Gojo's voice cut through. calm. Hey, he said. Hat, relax. He's not going to eat you. The hat's brim flapped like it wanted to bite him. Dumbledore's voice rang out, louder than before. Silence, he said. The hall quieted, but it was a nervous quiet now. A brittle quiet. Dumbledore stepped down from the staff table and walked toward Harry. His gaze was sharp now, not warm. He stopped a few paces away, careful. Harry, Dumbledore said, gentle again. Are you harmed? Harry swallowed. He felt the hat's fear still buzzing through his fingers. He shook his head once. No, he said. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the hat. Hat, he said softly. Do your duty. The hat trembled. Then it went silent for a long beat. Harry's fingers tightened around it. He could feel the hat still inside his mind, cautious now, like it had touched something hot. The hat's voice came again, quieter, forced. You have a mind like a blade. You have power like a storm. You have hunger and restraint. You have a boy who refuses to be owned. Harry's throat tightened. And you have ambition. You have cunning. You have the instinct to survive with your teeth out. Harry's jaw clenched. Slytherin, then, the hat said, sounding like it was making a decision to protect itself as much as him. Slytherin. The hat shouted it like it was trying to throw the word far away. The hall exploded again. Green and silver at one table cheered, some of them stunned, some of them delighted. The other tables reacted like someone had thrown a rock into their pond. Shock, confusion, whispering like a swarm. At the Gryffindor table, the red-haired boy looked like his brain had stopped working. The bushy-haired girl's mouth opened, then closed. She stared at Harry with a furious kind of interest, like she had just been given a mystery she could not ignore. The boy with glasses kept staring, pale now. Harry's stomach twisted harder. McGonagall snatched the hat back from Harry's hands like she did not trust it not to bite. Gojo clapped, loud. Nice, he said. Great choice. They've got the best snacks. Harry shot him a look. Do they? Gojo leaned in. Probably not. But they have drama. Harry's mouth twitched again, unwilling. McGonagall hissed, Sit down, Mr. Potter. Harry stepped toward the Slytherin table. It felt like walking into a room where everyone had already decided what you were. Faces turned. Some curious, some cold, some calculating. Near the front, a blond boy with a pointed face smirked like he owned the world. Draco Malfoy. Gojo had told Harry about him too. Not by name at first, just as a type. Rich, cruel, loud, used to being obeyed. Harry felt his shoulders tighten. Draco stood as Harry approached, like this was his stage. Well, Draco drawled, voice carrying. Looks like the hat finally made an interesting decision. Harry stopped at the edge of the table. He did not sit yet. Draco's gray eyes flicked over him, lingering on Harry's messy black hair, on the scar that cut over his eye, on the way Harry stood like he was ready to fight. Draco's gaze flicked to Gojo at the front, still standing with the staff. Draco's smirk wavered for a second, like he did not like not knowing what something was. Harry Potter, Draco said, mouth curling. I'm Draco Malfoy. You'll want to know who your friends are. Harry stared at him. Draco's tone made Harry's skin crawl. It was the same tone Dudley used when he decided someone was a toy. I don't, Harry said. A few Slytherins laughed, surprised. A few looked offended on Draco's behalf. Draco's smile tightened. Excuse me. Harry's voice stayed flat. I heard you. Draco stepped closer, too close. You may have a famous name, Draco said softly. But you're in Slytherin now. You'll learn how things work. Harry could smell Draco's expensive cologne. It made his stomach turn. Gojo's voice drifted from the front. Playful. Harry, he called. Try not to kill anyone in the first 10 minutes. It's a bad look. Snape's head snapped toward Gojo with murder in his eyes. Harry did not look away from Draco. How do things work? Harry asked. Draco's smile sharpened. You listen. Harry's jaw tightened. His heart thumped. He could feel it in his chest. The familiar pull of cursed energy, eager and ugly. He could also feel the clean hum in his eyes, telling him exactly where Draco's hand would move if Draco tried something. Draco's fingers twitched, like he was about to grab Harry's robe. Harry did not move. Draco reached. His hand stopped in midair, a finger width from Harry's sleeve. Draco blinked, confused, and pushed harder. His fingers did not touch cloth. They hovered, stuck, like they had hit glass. Draco's face went pale. He yanked his hand back, then shoved forward again with more force. Nothing. A few Slytherins nearby leaned in, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" a dark-haired girl whispered, half amused. Draco swallowed. His pride fought his fear. "Some sort of trick," Draco snapped, too loud. "Potter." Harry's voice stayed calm. "Don't touch me." Draco's eyes narrowed. His hand flicked toward his wand, fast under the table. Harry saw it. The movement, the intent, the spark of magic. He did not even need to think. His body moved on its own. Harry leaned forward slightly, just enough that Draco could see his eyes. Draco froze, because Harry's eyes were not just green in this light. They were sharp, too sharp, like Harry was seeing straight through him. And Draco felt it, even if he could not name it. The sense of being measured and found lacking. Draco's fingers tightened around his wand, then loosened. Harry did not smile. He did not threaten. He just held Draco's gaze and let the distance between them stay infinite. Draco stepped back, quickly, like his feet had decided on survival before his pride could stop them. A laugh came from further down the table. Not kind, not cruel, just amused. Harry's eyes flicked. A girl with dark blonde hair and pale eyes was watching him like she was studying a puzzle. She did not smile, but her gaze was steady. Daphne Greengrass. She tilted her head a fraction, as if acknowledging something. Not approval, not friendship, just recognition. Harry looked away and finally slid onto the bench. He sat with his back straight, hands on the table, pretending his heart was not racing. Draco sat down too, stiff and furious, and kept his hands very carefully to himself. Up front, the feast tried to restart. Food appeared on plates. The staff table settled back into their seats, though the air stayed tense. Gojo strolled toward the side of the hall like he belonged there. He looked at Dumbledore with casual interest, like Dumbledore was a new kind of curse. McGonagall spoke in a tight voice to the students. "We will continue," she said. "Eat. Welcome your new classmates. And you will not." Her eyes swept the hall like knives. "Cause a scene." Too late, Harry thought. At the Gryffindor table, the red-haired boy leaned toward the bushy-haired girl, whispering furiously. "Did you see that?" he hissed. He just stopped Draco's hand. Hermione's eyes were wide. "That's impossible," she whispered back. "Unless he cast a nonverbal barrier charm. But first years cannot, and he does not have a wand." Ron's voice cracked. "Maybe he's just mental." Hermione snapped. "Ronald, that is not an explanation." Ron muttered. "It is, though." The boy with glasses, the famous Harry, kept staring at the Slytherin table like he wanted to stand up and walk over. His hands were clenched. His face was pale. Hermione noticed and grabbed his sleeve. "Harry," she whispered, alarmed. "Sit down. You can't just go over there." He shook his head slightly, still staring. "That's not me," he whispered. Ron swallowed. "No kidding." At the staff table, Snape's eyes were locked on Harry, like he wanted to carve answers out of him. Professor Flitwick, small and bright, leaned forward, eyes sparkling. "Fascinating," he murmured, more to himself than anyone. Professor Sprout looked worried. "He's just a child," she whispered. McGonagall's jaw was tight enough to crack. Dumbledore sat very still, gaze on Harry in Slytherin like he was watching a storm sit down at the dinner table. Harry forced himself to eat. The food tasted like nothing. His stomach was still tied in a knot. Daphne's voice drifted from 2 seats away, low and calm. "If Malfoy touches you again, he will try to do it where teachers cannot see." Harry's eyes flicked to her. "Why are you telling me?" Daphne shrugged one shoulder. Her posture was perfect, controlled. "Because he will make it everyone's problem." Harry stared at her. "And that bothers you?" "It bores me," Daphne said. Her eyes slid to Draco, who was pretending to eat while glaring at his plate. "He is loud." Harry's mouth twitched. Yeah, Daphne's gaze returned to him. You are louder, she said, matter of fact. Harry blinked. I haven't said much. Daphne's eyes flicked to his face, to the scar, to his gaze that did not look away. You do not need to, she said. Harry's throat tightened. He looked down at his plate, stabbed a potato with his fork. I didn't mean to show up like that. Daphne's tone stayed flat. You did. Harry let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. Does everyone here always talk like they're in a play? Daphne's mouth almost curved. Almost. Yes, she said. You will hate it. Harry huffed a quiet laugh. Across the hall, Gojo was talking to Dumbledore now. Not at the staff table. Standing close enough that everyone could see, but far enough that most could not hear. Harry's skin prickled again. Daphne followed his gaze. Your guardian, she said. Harry's jaw tightened. He's not, he started, then stopped. Gojo had said my kid in front of everyone. Without hesitation, Harry swallowed. Daphne's eyes were sharp. He seems, she said, pausing like she was searching for the right word. Confident. Harry snorted softly. That's one word. Daphne's gaze flicked to him. Is he dangerous? Harry's answer came fast. Yes. Daphne nodded once, like she respected honesty. Good. Harry blinked. Good. Daphne's mouth finally curved, small and quick. Better to know where danger is, she said. It keeps you alive. Harry stared at her for a beat, then looked away. He did not know what to do with that. The feast dragged on. The tension did not leave. It sat in the air like smoke. When the plates finally cleared and the candles dimmed, McGonagall stood again. Prefects, she called. Lead your houses to your dormitories. A tall Slytherin prefect stood, face smug, and called for first years to follow. Harry pushed up from the bench. Draco stood too, making sure he was near the front, chin high like he had not just been humiliated. Daphne slid off the bench without a sound and fell into step beside Harry without asking. Harry glanced at her. You're walking with me. Daphne's eyes flicked ahead. Yes. Harry's mouth opened, then closed. He did not know what to say. He settled for, all right. They moved through the hall with the rest of Slytherin, the stone corridors colder than the Great Hall. Torches flickered. Shadows jumped. The castle smelled old, damp, like history and dust. Harry's skin prickled again, not just from nerves. He felt something, not magic, not like the castle wards, something ugly, something that made the back of his neck crawl. He slowed slightly. Daphne noticed immediately. What? She asked quiet. Harry's eyes narrowed. Did you feel that? Daphne blinked. Feel what? Harry swallowed. Nothing. Daphne's gaze sharpened. That is a lie. Harry's jaw clenched. He did not answer. The prefect snapped, keep up, and Harry forced his feet to move again. They reached a wall of damp stone near the dungeons. The prefect whispered a password and the wall slid open, revealing a common room lit green by the lake outside. Water shadow moved across the ceiling. The room smelled like stone and lake water and perfume. Slytherins spilled in, talking in low, excited voices. Harry stepped inside and felt the lake press above him. Heavy. Draco moved immediately to a group of boys who looked ready to worship him. He leaned in, whispering, face tight, eyes flicking toward Harry like he wanted revenge. Daphne paused near a corner, watching everything like she was already bored of it. Harry stood near the entrance, scanning. He could feel eyes on him. He could feel people measuring him. The prefect started assigning dorms, names called out like a roll of ownership. When Harry's name came, a few whispers spiked. Harry moved toward the stairs without looking at anyone. He made it 2 steps up before a voice called from behind, loud enough to carry. Potter. Harry stopped. He turned. Snape stood at the entrance to the common room, robes like a shadow. His face was pale and tight. His eyes were black and sharp and furious. Every Slytherin went quiet like a switch flipped. Mr. Potter, Snape said, voice cold. You will come with me. Harry's stomach tightened. He looked past Snape down the corridor. Gojo was not there. Harry's fingers curled slightly, instinctive, ready. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry's hands, then back to his face. Now, he said, like he expected obedience. Harry held his gaze. Why? Harry asked. A ripple of shock ran through the room. Nobody questioned Snape like that. Not on their first night. Snape's lip curled. Because the headmaster wishes to speak with you, and I wish to discover what you are doing inside my house. Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne's voice drifted from the side, calm and clear. Professor, she said. Should he bring his trunk? Snape's eyes flicked to her. Miss Greengrass, he said, like her name tasted bitter. This does not concern you. Daphne's face did not change. If he is removed from the house on the first night, it becomes everyone's concern, she said. Snape's eyes narrowed. Harry took a breath. He forced his hands to relax. He could feel his heartbeat. He could feel his stomach turning. Fine, Harry said. He walked down the steps and toward Snape. Snape turned sharply and swept out, expecting Harry to follow. Harry did, keeping a careful distance. The corridor outside was colder. The torches hissed softly. Snape's voice cut back without him turning. Do you have a wand? No, Harry said. Snape's mouth tightened. Of course you do not. Harry did not respond. They moved through corridors that twisted and narrowed, stairs shifting underfoot. Harry kept his eyes up. He kept his breathing steady. He tracked every turn. Snape finally stopped at a stone gargoyle and said a password. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase. Snape gestured. Harry walked up first. The air grew warmer as they climbed. The smell changed too, from damp stone to something like lemon and old books. Harry reached the top. A door stood open. He stepped into the headmaster's office. It was bigger than Harry expected, cluttered with strange instruments. Portraits lined the walls, their subjects pretending to sleep while clearly listening. A phoenix perched on a stand, eyes bright and watchful. Dumbledore stood near his desk. McGonagall stood beside him, posture rigid. Snape moved to the side like a shadow claiming its corner. Gojo stood by the window, hands in his pockets, looking out at the lake like he was judging it. Harry's chest loosened a fraction. Gojo glanced over his shoulder. His grin flashed. There he is, he said. You guys kidnapping kids on day one. Bold. McGonagall's face went red again. Mr. Gojo, she snapped. This is not a kidnapping. Gojo looked innocent. Could have fooled me. Dumbledore held up a hand. Harry, he said, warm. Please sit. Harry did not sit immediately. He stood near the door, shoulders tense. Gojo's voice went soft, only for Harry. It's fine, he murmured. Stay standing if you want. Harry's jaw unclenched slightly. Dumbledore watched that exchange carefully. His gaze moved from Gojo to Harry. I apologize for the abruptness, Dumbledore said. Tonight has been unusual. Gojo snorted. Understatement. Dumbledore ignored him politely. The Sorting Hat reacted strongly to you, Dumbledore said to Harry. Harry's throat tightened. It screamed. McGonagall's jaw clenched. It has never done that, she said sharply. Gojo leaned back against the window frame. First time for everything. Snape's eyes flashed. Do you find this amusing? Gojo looked at Snape like Snape was a bug on his shoe. I find you amusing, he said. Different. Snape's face went darker. Harry's stomach turned again. He hated being watched like this. Hated being talked around like he was a thing. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Harry, he said, you have been raised outside our world. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes, and you possess abilities that are not. Dumbledore paused, choosing his words. Recognizable to our magic. Harry's fingers curled. Yes, Dumbledore's gaze held. What are they? Harry's throat went tight. He looked at Gojo. Gojo did not speak immediately. He let Harry choose. Harry swallowed. It's cursed energy, he said. McGonagall blinked. Cursed. Gojo waved a hand. Yeah, the name is bad, he said. It's just energy. Comes from negative emotions. Humans make it whether they like it or not. Most people leak it and it turns into curses. McGonagall's face tightened. Curses? She repeated, like the word offended her. Snape's eyes narrowed. Dark magic. Gojo's grin was sharp. Not your dark magic, he said. Different flavor. Yours needs wands and words. Ours is internal. Messier. More honest. Harry's stomach flipped at that word. Honest. Like his fear was fuel. Like his anger fed something. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. And you can control it. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes, enough to disturb Hogwarts wards. McGonagall snapped. Gojo shrugged. That's on me, he said casual. I brought him in. Your wards didn't like me. They squealed. McGonagall's eyes flashed. They were damaged. Gojo's grin faded. His voice stayed light, but there was a line under it. They're not broken, he said. They're just stressed. They'll recover. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You bypassed protections designed to keep this school safe. Gojo looked at him. And yet you've got a giant three-headed dog somewhere in the building, he said, like he was making small talk. McGonagall stiffened. Snape's eyes went sharp. Dumbledore's smile did not move, but something in his eyes did. Harry blinked. Three-headed dog. Gojo had told him Hogwarts was full of nonsense, but that sounded ridiculous even for Hogwarts. Gojo looked at Harry. See, he said, cheerful again. I told you. British people are wild. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on that, then returned to Gojo. You have done your research, Dumbledore said. Gojo shrugged. I like to know what I'm walking into. And you intend to remain here, Dumbledore said. Gojo's grin returned. Yeah, McGonagall snapped. Absolutely not. Gojo looked at her. Why? He asked, genuinely curious. Because you are not a wizard, McGonagall said, voice tight. You are not staff. You are not vetted. You are a stranger who forced his way into the heart of this castle. Gojo nodded slowly. True, he said. Counterpoint. Your world hid this kid in a cupboard and called it protection. The room went cold. Harry's stomach dropped. McGonagall's face went pale. What? She whispered. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Not kind now. Harry, he said soft. Is that true? Harry's throat tightened. His eyes burned. He hated that his body wanted to react. He hated that the word cupboard sat in his chest like a bruise. He forced his voice flat. Yes, he said. McGonagall's hand lifted to her mouth like she might be sick. Oh, Merlin, she breathed. Snape's face tightened, but his eyes flicked away like he did not want to see it. Dumbledore's gaze held on Harry heavy. I did not know, he said. Gojo's laugh was sharp and humorless. Convenient. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Gojo. I placed him with family, he said carefully. For protection. Gojo shrugged. And it was a disaster, he said. So I fixed it. McGonagall's voice shook. How? She whispered to Harry. How did you leave? Harry's jaw clenched. He did not want to talk about it. He did not want to be looked at with pity. Gojo answered, voice light. I visited, he said. I took him. McGonagall's eyes flashed. You stole him. Gojo's grin was gone now. I rescued him, he corrected. Harry's chest tightened. He wanted to say something. He did not know what. His throat felt closed. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, but Harry could hear the steel. And you did not inform the ministry, Dumbledore said. Gojo looked bored. No, Snape sneered. Kidnapper. Gojo's eyes flicked to Snape. His smile returned, bright and dangerous. Say it again, he said pleasantly. The air in the room changed. Harry felt it like pressure on his skin, like the space itself had become heavier. The instruments on Dumbledore's desk rattled slightly. Snape's face tightened. His hand hovered near his wand. McGonagall snapped. Enough. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Mr. Gojo, he said, calm but firm. This is a school. Gojo's smile stayed. Then stop acting like a prison, he said. Harry swallowed. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. His gaze softened a fraction. Harry, he said, you are welcome here. That is not in question. But your presence introduces unknown risks. Gojo snorted. Risk is your whole curriculum. McGonagall shot him a look that could kill. Dumbledore ignored him again, impressively. We must understand what you are capable of, Dumbledore said to Harry. For your safety and for the safety of others. Harry's jaw clenched. So you can control it. Dumbledore's gaze held. He did not deny it. So we can protect, he said. Gojo's voice turned flat. No, he said. McGonagall stiffened. Excuse me. Gojo's smile was gone again. You're not putting him on a leash, he said. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to him. That is not my intention. Gojo's laugh was quiet. Sure. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated being talked about like he was not there. He stepped forward a fraction. Everyone's gaze snapped to him. Harry forced his voice steady. I'm not hurting anyone, he said. Snape's lip curled. You nearly tore the wards apart. I didn't mean to, Harry said. And he hated that it sounded like an apology. Gojo's voice cut in. He did nothing, he said. That was me. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. Do you understand what occurred? He asked. Harry swallowed. He could still feel the moment. The shift. The way the castle had pushed back against Gojo's technique like a living thing. It didn't like him, Harry said, pointing his chin at Gojo. Gojo beamed. The castle has taste. McGonagall snapped. The castle has protections. Gojo shrugged. Same thing. Dumbledore's gaze did not move. And your abilities, he said to Harry. The hat described them as infinite. Harry's throat tightened. He did not want to hear the hat's words again. Gojo answered casual. Limitless, he said. Infinity. 6 eyes. It's complicated. McGonagall's face tightened. You are speaking as if these are hereditary gifts. Gojo shrugged. They are. Snape's eyes sharpened. Potter bloodline, he sneered. Always something. Harry's jaw tightened. It's not from them, he snapped. Snape's eyes flicked to him. No, Snape said softly. Of course not. Your savior gave it to you. Gojo's smile was sweet. Don't talk to my kid like that, he said. Snape sneered. Or what? Gojo's voice stayed light. Or you'll have a bad night, he said. The phoenix on its stand ruffled its feathers. Uneasy. Dumbledore's voice cut through. Severus, he said, and Snape's mouth shut, though his eyes stayed venomous. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Harry, he said gently. What do you want? Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. He looked at Gojo, then at McGonagall, then at Dumbledore. He saw the lines on Dumbledore's face. He saw the worry in McGonagall's eyes. He saw the hatred in Snape's. He felt the castle around him, old and watching. He forced his shoulders down. I want to go to school, Harry said. McGonagall blinked. Dumbledore's gaze softened. Genuine. That is good, he said. I want to learn, Harry added. I want to stop things that hurt people. Gojo's gaze flicked to him. Sharp now, proud and wary at once. Harry's throat tightened. He shoved it down. And I want, he said, voice firm, to be left alone. The last words came out colder than he meant. Dumbledore's gaze held. Left alone, he repeated softly. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not a weapon, he said. Gojo's voice was quiet. Good, he murmured. McGonagall's face tightened with something like guilt. Snape looked away, like he hated that the words landed. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. Very well, he said. You will be a student here. You will not be tested like an animal. And you will have privacy. Gojo laughed softly, not amused. Promises, he said. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to him. It is not a trick, he said. Gojo's smile returned. Thin. We'll see. McGonagall inhaled sharply. And what about you? She snapped at Gojo. You cannot stay in the dormitories. Gojo tilted his head. Do I look like I want to sleep with teenagers? He asked deadpan. McGonagall's face went crimson. Harry's mouth twitched. He bit it down. Dumbledore cleared his throat, like he regretted being alive. Mr. Gojo, he said carefully. You cannot remain inside Hogwarts as a resident guardian without approval from the board and the ministry. Gojo shrugged. Then I won't be a resident guardian, he said. I'll be a guest. Snape sneered. We do not have guests who break wards. Gojo smiled at him. You do now, McGonagall snapped. Headmaster. This is madness. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Gojo, thoughtful. You are powerful, he said. Gojo nodded. Yeah, and reckless. McGonagall added. Gojo grinned. Also yeah. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. And you care for Harry, he said. Gojo's grin softened. Yeah, he said again, quieter. Harry's chest tightened. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we will find a compromise, he said. You may remain for tonight in the castle under supervision. Tomorrow we will discuss arrangements. Gojo looked amused. Supervision, he repeated. By who? The angry bat. Snape's eyes flashed. McGonagall hissed. Mr. Gojo. Gojo held up his hands. Fine, fine. I'll behave. Harry's stomach was still tight. He did not like the word supervision. He did not like compromise that sounded like control. Gojo's voice dropped, only for Harry. We'll handle it, he murmured. Harry swallowed and nodded once. Dumbledore stepped closer, careful, like he did not want to startle something. Harry, he said softly. There is one more matter. Harry's jaw tightened. What? Dumbledore's gaze held. Your arrival, he said, has caused a disturbance in the castle. The hat's reaction suggests something within you that our world does not understand. If there is any danger, you must tell us. Harry's stomach flipped. He opened his mouth to deny it. Then the feeling hit again. That crawl at the back of his neck. That sense of something ugly moving in the dark. The office lights flickered. The instruments on the desk rattled harder now, as if reacting to a pressure wave. A low hum filled the air, like the castle itself was vibrating. McGonagall's wand snapped up. What is that? She hissed. Snape's eyes narrowed, nostrils flaring. Dark magic, he murmured. Gojo's posture changed. Not dramatic, just a shift like a predator noticing movement. His head turned slightly, listening to something none of them could hear. Harry's skin went cold. He felt it. Not magic. Not Hogwarts wards. Presence. It was not strong yet. It was not fully awake. But it was there, deep in the stone, like something hungry had heard the dinner bell. Gojo's voice was quiet. Oh, he said. Dumbledore's gaze snapped to him. What? He demanded. Gojo's grin was gone. His voice stayed calm, but it had that edge again. The one Harry knew meant danger. Your castle, Gojo said softly, has a curse problem. Harry swallowed hard. The phoenix let out a low, uneasy sound. Somewhere far below, deep under the stone, something moved, and it felt like it was moving toward Harry. Harry's hand was already moving before the cauldron even smoked. The first year in front of him yelped, eyes wide, because something had just crawled out of their potion like a wet spider made of black tar. It clung to the rim of the cauldron and the air around it went cold. The classroom smelled like sharp herbs and metal and rot underneath it, like something dead had been left in water too long. Do not touch it, Harry said flat. The first year froze with a spoon halfway up, hand shaking. Snape's voice cut across the dungeon like a knife. Potter, sit down. Harry did not sit. His eyes stayed on the thing. It was not big. It was not even strong. But it was hungry in a childish, vicious way, like a rat with teeth. The tar spider lifted its front limbs, sensing him. Its mouth opened, too wide for its head, and a hiss spilled out that nobody else in the room reacted to. Nobody else heard it. Nobody else even saw it. They only saw the potion bubbling wrong and a student going pale. Potter, Snape repeated colder. Sit down. Harry's jaw tightened. The cursed energy rose under his ribs like a bruise being pressed. He stepped closer instead. The spider lunged at the student. Harry lifted 2 fingers. The spider hit an invisible wall and flattened against it like it had slammed into glass. It writhed, shrieking, claws scraping at nothing. The student stared, confused, because in their world nothing had happened except Harry making a gesture. Snape's chair scraped. What are you doing? Harry did not look at him. It's a curse, he said. A few students snorted like they thought he was being dramatic. Someone muttered, he thinks he's special. Harry ignored them. He pinched the air and the space folded. The spider crumpled in on itself and vanished, breaking down into nothing. The cold taste left the air. The rot smell faded a little, like it had been embarrassed to show. The student stared at the now normal potion, then at Harry. They started. Harry took a slow breath, forcing his heartbeat down. "Tell Professor Snape your ingredients were wrong," he said. "He likes that." A couple of students laughed, nervous and quick. Snape's eyes were fixed on Harry, like he wanted to rip him open and see what was inside. "Potter," he said softly, and that softness made it worse. "You will return to your seat. You will keep your hands to yourself. And you will stop speaking nonsense." Harry finally looked at him. Snape's face was pale in the torchlight. His eyes were black and sharp. There was something in his expression that was not just anger. It was fear. Harry felt it and did not know what to do with it. "I'm not lying," Harry said. Snape's lip curled. "No," he said, voice dripping. "You are simply insane." Daphne's chair scraped lightly beside Harry's table. She did not stand. She did not need to. She just turned her head enough that Harry could see her eyes. "You felt that too," her look said. Harry's throat tightened. He had started noticing it more, over the last few weeks. Little flickers of wrongness. Cold patches in corridors that did not belong. A sour taste in the air near certain doors. Students coming out of lessons exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with homework. Harry had thought it was Hogwarts being Hogwarts at first. Gojo had called it a haunted castle full of teenagers. Gojo had laughed when he said it. Now Harry was not laughing. Snape took one step closer. "Sit," he said again, low. Harry's fingers curled, then forced themselves to relax. He walked back to his bench and sat, spine straight, hands on the wood. The potion in his cauldron simmered obediently. Snape leaned over his shoulder. Harry could feel him breathing, could smell the bitter scent of Snape's robes. "You will not use those tricks in my classroom," Snape said, so softly only Harry could hear. Harry kept his eyes on the cauldron. "Then tell your castle to stop feeding curses," he murmured. Snape's breath hitched. The air shifted. Harry felt it like a pressure against his skin. Snape's voice went even quieter. "I do not know what you are," he said, "but you will not infect my students with your nonsense." Harry's jaw clenched. "I'm not the infection." Snape straightened sharply like he had been burned. The class stayed silent. Every student pretending they were not listening while listening with their whole bodies. Snape's voice snapped back to classroom level. 20 points from Slytherin," he said. A chorus of shocked protests rose from green and silver benches. "Sir, what?" "Professor," Snape's eyes swept them like poison. "Silence," he said. "Continue your work. If one more cauldron explodes, I will have you scrubbing slime from the ceiling with your tongues." The room went quiet again. Harry's stomach twisted. He had expected punishment. He had not expected the way Daphne's gaze slid to him, calm and measuring, like she was adding the points to a ledger she kept in her head. The rest of the lesson dragged. Snape stalked between benches, snapping at everyone, but his attention returned to Harry again and again. Harry could feel it like a hand on the back of his neck. At the end, Snape's voice cut through the clatter of packing bags. "Potter, stay." The room emptied fast. Nobody wanted to be there for that. Daphne paused at the door, just long enough to look back at Harry. Her face was neutral, but her eyes flicked once towards Snape's wand hand. "Be careful," that look said. Harry's mouth tightened. The door shut. The dungeon felt colder without the noise of students. Snape stood at his desk, arms folded. "Explain," he said. Harry did not move. "What part?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "Your refusal to use a wand," he snapped. "Your theatrics. Your delusions." Harry's jaw clenched. "I don't need a wand." Snape's mouth twisted like that offended him personally. "Every wizard needs a wand." Harry stared. "You're wrong." Snape's eyes flashed. "And you think you have the authority to say that?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "I have the proof." Snape stepped closer. His voice lowered. "You think yourself above this world," he said. "You think you can walk into my house and rewrite the rules. You cannot." Harry's fingers twitched. His chest felt tight. He forced a slow breath. "I'm not trying to rewrite anything," he said. "I'm trying to survive." Snape's eyes sharpened. "From what?" Harry looked at him, then away. He did not want to say it. Not here. Not to Snape. Snape's voice turned sharp. "Look at me," he snapped. Harry's head turned without him deciding to. Snape's gaze held Harry's face like a trap. Harry felt something press against his mind, a cold hook trying to slip under his thoughts. He knew this now. He had felt it once before, when Snape had brushed his gaze across Harry at dinner and Harry's stomach had twisted for no clear reason. Gojo had told him the name afterward, in a calm voice that sounded too casual. Legilimency, mind magic. Harry had laughed then, because it sounded like a party trick. He was not laughing now. The pressure pushed harder. Harry's eyes narrowed. The clean hum behind his vision sharpened, like his senses were turning into blades. He could see the shape of Snape's attempt, the way it slid forward like smoke searching for a crack. Harry did not block it with walls. He did something simpler. He let infinity exist between Snape and his mind. The hook hit nothing. Snape's pupils widened. His breath caught. He pushed again, harder, face tightening. The attempt slammed into emptiness again, like punching air that refused to become solid. Snape jerked back suddenly, hand gripping the edge of the desk. His face had gone paler. Harry stayed seated. His heart was pounding, but his voice came out calm. "Stop," he said. Snape's eyes were wide for a second. Then they narrowed into hate. "What did you do?" "I told you," Harry said. "It's cursed energy." Snape's voice turned ugly. "Do not speak that word in my classroom." Harry's jaw clenched. "Then don't try to crawl into my head." Snape's nostrils flared. He looked like he wanted to draw his wand and do something stupid. He did not. He leaned forward, voice low and vicious. "You are a threat," he said. "Do you understand that?" Harry's stomach twisted. "I didn't ask to be." Snape's eyes burned. "You have no right," he hissed. And there was something old under it, something personal. "No right to stand there with power you do not understand, acting like you are untouchable." Harry's jaw tightened. "I do understand it." Snape's laugh was sharp and cruel. "You are a child." Harry's hands curled into fists on the bench. "I've been fighting monsters since I was little," he snapped. Snape's gaze held him like a blade. Then Snape turned sharply away, robes snapping. "Get out," he said. Harry stood, bag in hand, and walked toward the door. Snape's voice followed him, quieter now. "If you harm anyone," he said, "I will not hesitate." Harry paused with his hand on the handle. He did not turn back. "If you keep pretending you can't see what's happening in this castle," Harry said, voice flat, "people will get hurt anyway." He opened the door and left. The corridor smelled damp and old. The torches hissed softly. Students moved in clusters, talking in low voices. Harry caught fragments as he walked. Potter did something. Snape took points again. He didn't even use a wand. He just stared at Malfoy and Malfoy backed down. Harry ignored them and kept walking. His eyes kept scanning, not for students, not for ghosts, but for that thin wrongness that kept appearing in the corners of his senses. It hit him again near a suit of armor, a cold itch under his skin. He stopped. Nobody else did. A second year walked past him, laughing with friends, completely unaware. Harry's gaze fixed on the shadow behind the armor. It was not a full spirit. Not yet. It was like a stain in the air, a smear of negative energy clinging to the stone. A seed. Harry's throat tightened. Hogwarts was full of seeds. He forced himself to keep walking. The hospital wing smelled like clean linen and potions and worry. Madame Pomfrey's voice snapped as Harry entered. "No, absolutely not. Do not touch them." Harry stopped at the doorway. Beds lined the room. Curtains were drawn around some, but not all. In the nearest bed, a boy lay too still, eyes closed, skin pale. His chest rose and fell shallowly, like he was asleep and could not find the way back. 2 more beds were occupied in the row beyond. Then another. Harry's stomach dropped. McGonagall stood at the foot of the nearest bed, face tight. Dumbledore stood beside her, gaze heavy. Pomfrey hovered like a hawk, hands brisk but shaking slightly. Ron Weasley stood near the end of the ward, red hair messy, face pale. Hermione Granger was beside him, jaw clenched, eyes bright with anger and fear. The other Harry, the one with glasses, stood close to them, staring at the beds like he wanted to vomit. Harry's skin prickled. Dumbledore's gaze snapped to him. Harry, he said. Harry's jaw tightened at the name. Headmaster, he said. Pomfrey spun. Absolutely not, she snapped, like she had not even heard Dumbledore. This ward is for sick children, not for whatever political nonsense you people are doing. McGonagall's voice was tight. Madame Pomfrey, we need to know if— Pomfrey cut her off. You need to stop bringing strangers into my ward, she said. Then her gaze landed on Harry sharp. And you, she added. I have heard about you. Harry's mouth tightened. I'm not here to cause trouble, Pomfrey snorted. That is what trouble always says. Hermione's head turned fast. Her eyes landed on Harry and went wide, like she had just been handed a new problem. Ron's mouth opened. You, he breathed. The other Harry's face went pale. He took a step forward without meaning to. McGonagall's voice snapped. No, she said sharply, and her hand lifted slightly like she might physically stop him. The other Harry froze, swallowing hard. Eyes locked on Harry like he was looking at a mirror that didn't match. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Mr. Potter came of his own accord, he said to Pomfrey. He is a student, and he may be able to help. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. Help how? Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. You sensed something in my office last night, he said softly. You said we had a curse problem. Harry's stomach twisted. He stepped closer to the nearest bed. The air above the boy felt cold, not from illness but from absence. Like something had been taken. He did not need to think. He could see it. A thin film of cursed energy clung to the boy's skin, like spiderwebs, and underneath it there was a hollow, a drained space where warmth should have been. Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. Something fed on him, he said. Ron made a sound like a choke. Fed, he repeated. Hermione's voice snapped. That's not possible, she said fast, but her eyes were locked on the boy. There are no known magical creatures that do this without leaving visible marks. And Madame Pomfrey said there are no curse marks. Pomfrey's voice was clipped. No hex, no poison, no jinx. Their magic is sluggish, like it's been pulled through mud. But there is no wound. Harry looked at Hermione. Not magic, he said. Hermione's head snapped toward him. What do you mean not magic? Harry's jaw clenched. He hated that he had to explain this to people who looked at him like he was either a weapon or a liar. Cursed energy, he said again. It's not your system. Hermione's eyes widened, furious interest mixing with fear. You keep saying that. What is it exactly? How does it work? Why is it here? Ron blurted. Can you stop it? The other Harry finally found his voice. Why do you look like me? He demanded, voice cracking. Harry's head snapped toward him. The words hit like a slap. The ward went quiet. Harry stared at the boy with glasses. He looked younger than Harry expected. Softer, like someone who had been allowed to be a child more than Harry ever had. Harry's stomach twisted with something sharp and unpleasant. Gojo had called him a clone as a joke, but standing here face to face it was not funny. I don't know, Harry said, voice flat. The other Harry's breath hitched. That's my name, he said, quieter. That's my face. Harry's jaw clenched. Then maybe someone lied to you, he said. McGonagall's voice snapped. Enough, she said, and there was pain under it. This is not the time. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady, but Harry saw the calculation behind it. We will speak of that later, Dumbledore said calmly. Harry's eyes narrowed. Later. Always later. Always after something else was handled. Always after the adults decided what they wanted. Pomfrey's voice cut through. Can you help them or not? She demanded. Harry forced his attention back to the bed. His chest felt tight. He reached out slowly, hand hovering above the boy's forehead without touching. He focused his 6 eyes, letting the details sharpen. The cursed energy webbing shimmered. It was not random. It had a pattern, thin lines leading away like trails. Harry's stomach dropped. It's connected, he said. McGonagall's voice was tight. Connected to what? Harry swallowed. His eyes tracked the threads like they were physical strings. They ran out of the boy, through the air, and then they faded, as if they had been cut. But the direction was there, down, toward the dungeons. Harry's jaw clenched. Whatever did this, he said, is feeding from below. Ron swallowed hard. The dungeons are just classrooms, he said, voice shaky. And creepy corridors. And Snape. Hermione shot him a look. Ronald. Ron flinched. What? He is creepy. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. It vanished fast. Dumbledore's gaze held him. Will you investigate? He asked. Harry's jaw tightened. Alone, he said instantly. McGonagall's face tightened. Absolutely not, she snapped. You are a first year. Harry's eyes narrowed. I'm the only one who can see it, Hermione snapped. That does not mean you get to go wandering the castle hunting monsters by yourself. Ron's eyes flicked to Hermione like he was shocked she agreed with someone. Hermione, he said low. Do you hear yourself? That's what we do. Hermione glared. Not when people are in comas, she snapped back. This isn't an adventure. This is serious. Harry's chest tightened. He hated that her words landed, even though he did not like her tone. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. We can arrange supervision, he said. Harry's stomach turned. Supervision. Leash. Harry's voice went flat. No. Snape's voice drifted from the ward entrance. Of course, he drawled. The boy refuses oversight. How shocking. Harry's gaze snapped to him. Snape stood in the doorway like he owned it. His eyes flicked over the beds, then back to Harry, sharp and accusing. Pomfrey hissed. Severus, if you upset my patients, I will throw you out myself. Snape ignored her. Potter's presence coincides with these incidents, he said. Ron's face went red. Are you saying he did it? Ron snapped. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron, stop. Ron did not stop. You always blame someone. Maybe blame the castle for once. Snape's eyes flashed. 10 points from Gryffindor. Ron choked. What? Snape's voice stayed calm and vicious. For speaking when you were not invited. Harry's jaw clenched hard. Dumbledore's voice cut through, firm. Severus, he said, and Snape's mouth tightened. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. Harry, he said softly, I understand your desire for privacy, but these are students. Our responsibility. Harry swallowed. His chest felt tight. He hated that Dumbledore sounded reasonable. He hated that it made the anger in his ribs feel childish. He looked at the beds again. He saw the drained hollow. He remembered the cupboard. He remembered being helpless. He forced his voice steady. I'll find it, he said. I'll stop it. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. And how do you propose to do that? Harry's jaw clenched. Same way I stop any curse. Pomfrey's voice snapped. With violence. Harry looked at her. With whatever works, he said. Pomfrey stared back. Then her face softened a fraction. Like she saw something behind his words that she did not like. Do not get yourself killed, she said. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Sharp. Dumbledore's gaze held him. Very well, he said. You will not go alone. You will be accompanied by a professor. Harry's stomach turned. No, Harry said, voice flat. Snape's lip curled. Defiant, he murmured. Predictable. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Mr. Potter, she snapped. Harry's eyes flicked to her. She looked angry, but there was worry under it. He hated that too. Before he could speak again, a voice came from the doorway, bright and lazy. Hey, heard someone wanted to leash my kid. Gojo strolled into the ward like he owned it. He was not wearing robes. He was wearing his usual black and clean, and his blindfold sat on his face like a joke that nobody else understood. He looked too tall for the room, too loud even when he was smiling. McGonagall's face went red instantly. Mr. Gojo, she hissed. You are not to appear in the hospital wing unannounced. Gojo held up a hand. Relax. I knocked, he said. Then he looked at the beds, and his grin faded just a fraction. Oh, he said, voice quieter. That's bad. Harry's chest loosened, just a little. He hated that his body did that. He hated that it felt like relief. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Mr. Gojo, he said calmly. This matter concerns student safety. Gojo nodded. Yeah, he said. And that's why you're not sending him in with your staff breathing down his neck. You want it handled, you let him handle it, McGonagall snapped. He is a child. Gojo's head tilted toward her. So are the ones in those beds, he said, and his voice was suddenly flat. Silence hit the room again. Gojo looked at Harry. You saw the trail, he said. Harry nodded once. Gojo's voice stayed calm. Good. Then we do it our way. Not theirs. Dumbledore's gaze held Gojo's. Your way, he repeated, tone careful. Gojo smiled, bright and dangerous. The way that ends with the monster dead, he said. Pomfrey swallowed. Monster, she whispered. Hermione's eyes were wide. Ron looked like he was trying to decide whether to be terrified or thrilled. The other Harry stared at Gojo like he had never seen an adult act like that. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Dumbledore. I'll go, he said. McGonagall's voice snapped. Not without an escort. Gojo lifted his hand, casual. I'll escort, he said. McGonagall's face twisted. You are not staff. Gojo shrugged. Then give me a badge. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. Mr. Gojo, he said softly. The wards of Hogwarts have already been strained by your presence. Gojo's grin flashed. They'll live. Harry's stomach twisted again. He did not like this. Not the arguing. Not the way adults tried to own decisions. He took a breath and made his voice flat. I don't need him to come, he said, surprising himself. Gojo's head turned. His smile faded a fraction. Harry forced himself to keep going. I can do it, he said. And if someone follows me, it will make it worse. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. How? Harry's jaw clenched. Because whatever did this is watching, he said. It's careful. It's hiding. If it sees you coming, it will move. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You are certain. Harry swallowed. He could feel it. He could feel the pressure of something under the castle, like a mind turning toward him. Yes, he said. Gojo's voice went soft. Only for Harry. Still, he murmured. You're not alone. Harry's chest tightened. He hated it. He nodded anyway, small and sharp. Dumbledore took a slow breath. His gaze moved across the room, weighing. Then he nodded once. Very well, Dumbledore said. You will investigate, but you will not do so openly. Mr. Gojo, you will not interfere with the wards. Professor McGonagall will be informed of your movements. Madame Pomfrey will remain here. Severus, you will stand down unless called. Snape's lip curled. Stand down, he repeated like it tasted bitter. Gojo smiled. Good, he said. Harry's stomach was still tight. He looked at the beds one more time. The boy's face was too still, too blank. Harry turned and walked out of the ward. Gojo fell into step beside him, hands in pockets like this was a stroll. So, Gojo said, light? How's British school? Harry's jaw clenched. Stupid, Gojo laughed. Told you. Harry kept walking. His eyes tracked the corridor. He could taste the castle now. The way curses left a faint tang in the air, like smoke. Hogwarts smelled like history and teenage stress and old grief. It was a buffet. Gojo's voice softened. Snape tried to peek, he asked. Harry's jaw tightened. Yes, Gojo hummed. And you blocked. Harry nodded. Gojo's grin flashed. Good job. Harry's chest tightened. Praise did that to him still. He hated it. Don't, Harry muttered. Gojo tilted his head. Don't what? Don't make it a big deal, Harry said. Gojo's voice went softer. It is a big deal, he said. You protected yourself. That matters. Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. He focused on the cold air and the stone under his shoes. They turned a corner and nearly walked into Draco. Draco stood with two boys, both taller, both looking like they enjoyed being cruel. Crab and Goyle, Gojo had called them like they were pets. Draco's eyes snapped to Harry, then to Gojo. His face tightened. What are you doing? Draco demanded, voice sharp. Harry did not stop walking. Moving, he said. Draco stepped into their path anyway, because Draco always stepped into paths. You think you can wander wherever you like, Draco sneered. After what happened in potions. After you embarrassed my house. Harry's jaw clenched. You embarrassed yourself. Crab made a low noise like a threat. Goyle cracked his knuckles. Gojo's voice was bright. Oh my god, he said, delighted. You have minions. Draco's eyes flicked to Gojo, confused and angry. Who are you? Gojo leaned down slightly, grin wide. I'm his guardian, he said. And if you touch him, you're going to have a very bad week. Draco's mouth tightened. This is Hogwarts, he snapped. You can't threaten me. Gojo's smile stayed. Watch me. Draco's face went pale for a second. He forced his chin up. Potter, he spat, turning back to Harry. If you did something to those students, my father will hear about it. Harry's jaw clenched hard. I didn't, he said. Draco's eyes narrowed. Then prove it. Harry stared at him, then looked past him, down the corridor. The wrongness in the castle was stronger here. There was a thin cold smear on the stones near Draco's feet, like something had brushed past. Harry's stomach twisted. Draco did not know. Draco did not see. Draco was loud and blind. Harry's voice went flat. Move, he said. Draco bristled. Or what? Harry's eyes sharpened. Or you'll be next, he said quietly. Draco went still. Crab and Goyle shifted, suddenly uncomfortable. Draco's voice cracked slightly. What did you say? Harry held his gaze. He did not smile. Move, he repeated. Draco's pride fought his fear. His mouth opened. Then the air behind Draco went cold enough that even Draco flinched. Harry's skin prickled. Gojo's posture shifted, small and sharp. Something passed behind Draco, unseen by him, but visible to Harry like a stain moving through the air. Curse. It did not look like the tar spider. This one was taller, hunched, with too many joints. The skin looked like wet paper stretched over bones. Its face was a blank mask with holes for eyes. It moved like it was floating, gliding down the corridor toward them. Draco did not see it. He only felt the sudden cold and his eyes widened, confused. Harry stepped forward. Draco recoiled, thinking Harry was coming for him. Harry lifted his hand, fingers loose. The curse's head turned toward Harry. Harry felt it look at him. A low sound came from it, like a laugh swallowed in a throat full of dirt. Gojo's voice went quiet. That one's not a baby, he murmured. Harry's heartbeat sped up. His mouth went dry. The curse moved faster. Harry did not think. He snapped his hand up. Infinity. The curse hit the invisible wall mid-glide and jerked like it had been yanked by a collar. Its limbs flailed. His body slammed into the air and stuck, thrashing. Draco stumbled back, eyes wide. What is that? He choked, because he could see something now. Not the curse, but the way the air warped. The way his hair lifted as if a storm had passed. Crab swore. Goyle backed up, face pale. Harry's eyes stayed on the curse. Get out, he said, voice sharp. Draco's mouth opened. Then he swallowed hard and moved, dragging his friends with him. Because even Draco knew when to run. They fled down the corridor, whispering and half-stumbling. The curse thrashed harder. Its mask face pressed against the invisible barrier like it wanted to smear itself through. Harry's arm ached. His shoulder burned. Gojo's voice was calm. Blue, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. He focused. He pulled. The air snapped. The curse slammed into the barrier harder, crumpling slightly. Then it jerked as if it had been hooked. Its limbs flailed. A sound came from it, a wet choking. Harry's stomach rolled. He felt the cursed energy in it. Thick, old, not special grade, but close. It was feeding. Harry could feel the threads, faint and stretched, leading away, down. Gojo's voice was quiet. You feel the trail, he said. Harry nodded, teeth clenched. Gojo stepped forward, voice low. You want to finish it here? He asked. Or follow? Harry's eyes narrowed. If he killed it now, he might lose the lead. If he followed, he might walk into a nest. His stomach twisted. He swallowed. Follow, he said. Gojo smiled, pleased. Good. You're learning. Harry kept Infinity tight and moved, dragging the trapped curse forward like it was on a leash made of space. They walked fast. Harry's breathing stayed controlled. His hands shook slightly, but he forced them steady. The corridors shifted. The castle turned them in circles like it was testing them. The curse thrashed, then suddenly went limp, like it had decided fighting was pointless. Harry's stomach tightened. That was worse. Gojo's voice stayed soft. "Stay sharp," he murmured. Harry nodded. They reached a stairwell that went down toward the dungeons. The air got colder with each step. The smell changed too. Less candle wax. More damp stone. More stagnant water. And under that, a sour rot that made Harry's stomach roll. The curse's mask face turned slightly, like it was smiling at a private joke. Harry's jaw clenched. They reached a landing. A corridor stretched ahead, narrower, darker. The torches here were spaced wider apart. Shadows clung to corners like they had weight. Harry's skin crawled. Gojo's voice went even quieter. "This part of the castle hates everyone," he murmured. "Charming." Harry did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the cursed threads. They were stronger now, like the closer he got, the louder they hummed. At the end of the corridor was a door Harry had never noticed before. It was old wood, iron-bound, damp around the edges, like it had been breathing. The cursed threads led straight through it. Harry stopped. Gojo leaned close. "You want to knock?" he asked, deadpan. Harry's mouth twitched and then flattened. "No," he said. Gojo nodded. "Good." Harry pressed his palm to the door. Cold seeped into his skin. Not normal cold. Felt like grief. His breath caught. For a second, he saw something in his mind without choosing. A narrow corridor. Wet stone. A child crying. A woman screaming. Harry jerked his hand back, heart pounding. Gojo's voice snapped, sharp. "Harry." Harry swallowed hard. His vision swam slightly. "I saw something," he said, voice rough. Gojo's posture shifted. "Ready." "Memory," he murmured. "Residual. This place is soaked." Harry's stomach rolled. The curse in his infinity barrier suddenly thrashed again, violent and eager, like it could smell home. Harry's jaw clenched. "It goes in," he said. Gojo's voice stayed calm. "Then we go in." Harry looked at him. "The wards," he said, reminding. Gojo shrugged. "I'm not teleporting," he said. "We're walking, like normal people. Miserable." Harry huffed out a breath. It shook. Gojo leaned down slightly, voice softer. "You're in control," he said. "You decide the pace." Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. He nodded once. He reached for the door again, careful this time, and pushed. The door creaked open with a sound like it did not want to. Cold air spilled out, thick and damp. The corridor beyond was narrow, stone walls slick with moisture. The ceiling was low. The smell of stagnant water was stronger. Something dripped somewhere, slow and steady. Harry's stomach turned. Gojo stepped in beside him like he did not care. "Smells like depression," he murmured. Harry shot him a look. Gojo grinned. "Humor helps." Harry forced a breath and moved forward. The curse in his barrier dragged along, limbs scraping at nothing. Its mask face stayed turned toward the corridor like it was eager. They walked. The corridor twisted slightly, then opened into a small chamber. There was a grate in the floor, iron bars slick with damp. Water moved under it, dark and slow. The walls were scratched with old marks, like someone had tried to claw their way out. Harry's skin crawled. The cursed threads plunged through the grate. Harry stopped at the edge and stared down. The water below was black. Gojo looked down too. "Sewer," he said, casual. "Classic monster home." Harry swallowed. "It's down there," he said. Gojo nodded. "Yep." Harry's chest tightened. "You can't come," he said suddenly. Gojo's head turned. Harry forced the words out, fast, before he could chicken out. "The castle hates you," he said. "If you go into that, it will notice. It will trigger something. It will make it worse. I need it quiet." Gojo stared at him for a beat. Then his grin softened, proud and irritating. "Look at you," he said. "Planning." Harry's jaw clenched. "I'm serious." "I know," Gojo said, voice quieter. He looked down at the grate again, then back at Harry. "Okay," he said. "I'll stay here. You go down, you do your thing, and you come back up with all your limbs attached." Harry swallowed. His throat felt tight. If I call, he said, voice rough. You come. Gojo's smile flashed. Always, he said. Harry's chest loosened just a fraction. Gojo lifted a hand and tapped Harry's forehead lightly. And hey, he said soft. Don't be a hero. Be effective. Harry nodded once. He crouched by the grate and pressed his fingers to the iron bars. They were cold and slick. He pulled slightly, and the bars bent with a groan, just enough to make space. Harry took a breath. Then he slid down. The drop was not far, but the air changed instantly. The smell hit him like a punch. Sewage, rot, damp stone, old magic that had soaked into everything like mold. Harry landed in shallow water. It splashed up his legs, cold and filthy. His stomach rolled hard. He gagged once and swallowed it down. The corridor below was wider, carved stone, water flowing slowly along it. The walls were slick. The ceiling was low, and the cursed threads were everywhere now. Harry's eyes sharpened. He saw them like lines of smoke, thin and trembling, leading deeper. He dragged the trapped curse forward with him, infinity still tight. His arm ached. His shoulder burned. The curse thrashed again, eager. Harry's jaw clenched. Shut up, he muttered. The curse's mask face pressed against the barrier like it was mocking him. Harry forced himself forward. The sewer tunnel stretched ahead, dark, lit only by occasional weak torch brackets that had long gone out. Harry's heart hammered. The water soaked his socks. Every step squelched. The cold seeped into his bones. Then he heard it. A whisper. Faint. Not in his ears but in the back of his mind. Not words. A hiss. Harry froze. His skin prickled. He breathed slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. He followed the cursed threads, moving deeper. The tunnel curved. The water got deeper for a stretch, then shallower again. The smell stayed awful. Harry's throat burned. He rounded a corner and stopped dead. A body lay half in the water, half on the stone. A student, not moving. Harry's stomach dropped hard enough it felt like it might tear. He rushed forward, boots splashing, and dropped to his knees. The student was a second-year Ravenclaw. Harry recognized the face from corridors. Their skin was pale, lips slightly blue, eyes half open but unfocused. Harry pressed 2 fingers to their neck. There was a pulse. Weak. Harry's chest loosened in a shaky rush. Then he saw the cursed energy webbing clinging to their skin, thicker than the ones in the hospital wing. Pulsed. Feeding. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he whispered. The trapped curse in his barrier surged like it wanted to lunge. Harry tightened infinity and forced it back. He focused his 6 eyes on the webbing. The lines led away, deeper, but some were anchored here, sunk into the student like hooks. Harry swallowed hard. His hands shook. He could not rip it out gently. He did not know how, not yet. Gojo would tell him to be effective. Harry's jaw clenched. He put his hand on the stone beside the student, palm flat, and let cursed energy flow. Not into the student, around the webbing. He isolated it the way Gojo had taught him to isolate a wound, to separate what belonged from what did not. Harry's forehead dampened with sweat. His breathing quickened. The webbing resisted, pulsing harder, like it sensed him trying to steal its meal. Harry gritted his teeth. His arm shook. He felt the ugly pressure of the curse through the lines. He pushed harder. The webbing snapped, not all at once. One strand at a time, like breaking threads with numb fingers. The student's chest hitched. Their lips parted. A weak, wet cough came out. Harry's stomach lurched. He gagged again, but he stayed. He kept separating the webbing, cutting it off from the student's body. The student's eyes fluttered. Their gaze flickered toward Harry and then away, like they could not focus. Harry's voice came out rough. "Stay awake," he said. The student coughed again, weak. "Cold," they whispered. Harry's throat tightened. He looked down the tunnel. The threads led deeper. Whatever was feeding would notice the loss. He had to move fast. Harry swallowed hard and lifted the student carefully. One arm under their shoulders, the other under their knees. The student was light, too light. His muscles protested. His shoulder burned. He carried them back to the corner where the tunnel turned, setting them against the wall where the water was shallower. "Stay," Harry said, voice tight. Don't move. Don't go further. Just breathe. The students' eyes fluttered, unfocused. They nodded slightly, or maybe their head just slipped. Harry stood and wiped his wet hand on his trousers, smearing filth. He did not care. He turned and followed the cursed threads. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure got. Not physical pressure. A presence, like something ahead, was aware of him now. Harry's skin crawled. The tunnel widened, then opened into a larger chamber. The water here was deeper, almost to Harry's knees. The stone walls were older, carved with marks that looked like scratches and old symbols, blurred by damp. In the center of the chamber, something moved. Harry froze. A spirit stood waist deep in the water, tall and hunched. Its limbs were too long, joints bending the wrong way. Its skin looked like wet parchment again, but thicker, layered, like it had grown a hide. His face was not a mask this time. It had a mouth, and the mouth was smiling. Harry's stomach turned cold. The spirit's eyes were black holes, and inside them Harry saw flickers, like tiny lights being swallowed. Students, he realized, pieces of them. The spirit tilted its head. It spoke, not in English, a hiss that slid into Harry's head like a knife. You. Harry's breath caught. His scar burned suddenly, sharp. Harry's hand went to his forehead without thinking. The pain pulsed, then faded into a dull throb. The spirit's smile widened. Harry's throat went dry. This was not just a random curse. This was tied to him. Harry forced himself to breathe. He lifted his hand. Infinity snapped into place. The spirit stepped forward and hit the barrier. It did not slam like the smaller ones. It pressed, slow and deliberate, and the water around it rippled as if the barrier was a physical wall. The spirit's smile did not fade. It pressed harder. Harry's arm trembled. His shoulder burned. The spirit's eyes flickered. It was studying. It reached into the water and pulled something up. A small object, black and slick. A diary. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew that even without touching it. He knew because the cursed energy on it was thick, special, old, hungry. The spirit held it out like a gift. Harry's throat tightened. The diary's cover looked plain, but the air around it tasted like rot. Harry's eyes sharpened. He could see the imprint of a soul on it, faint but real. A piece of Voldemort, a Horcrux, a special grade cursed object, the way Gojo had explained it when he talked about Sukuna's fingers. Harry's pulse thundered. The spirit hissed again, words sliding into his mind. Come. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced his voice steady. No, he said. The spirit laughed, wet and ugly. It lifted the diary and pressed it toward the barrier. The air vibrated. Harry's stomach twisted. The diary was pulling at him, not with magic but with something older, nastier. A hook in his scar. A tug on the soul fragment that lived inside him. Harry's breathing hitched. He gritted his teeth and pushed cursed energy through his body. Bracing. Sweat broke out on his forehead. His hands shook. The spirit watched, amused. It hissed again. You are mine. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He felt something in him flare, anger sharp enough to slice through the fear. He felt the cursed energy surge, hot and ugly. Harry's voice came out low. I'm nobody's, he said. The spirit's smile widened. Good. Harry's stomach turned. The way it said that felt like bait. Harry took a breath and made himself think. If the diary was here, it was feeding the spirit. If the spirit was feeding on students, it was using the diary like an anchor. Pipeline. Harry could destroy the spirit, but the diary would remain. The diary was the real problem. Harry's eyes flicked down. The water around the spirit was thick with cursed energy. The chamber was soaked. The walls hummed faintly. There were more threads leading away, deeper still, like tunnels branching beyond. This was a nest. Harry's heart hammered. His mouth was dry. His skin crawled. He was alone. Above, Gojo waited, but not here. Harry forced his breathing down. Be effective, Gojo had said. Harry lifted his other hand slowly. The spirit's eyes flickered, watching. Harry focused. Blue. The air snapped. The pull formed, not at the spirit, but at the diary. The diary jerked in the spirit's hand like it had been grabbed by an invisible hook. The spirit's fingers tightened. but the pull was stronger. The diary ripped free. It flew toward Harry and slammed into the infinity barrier in front of him, stopping a finger width away from his hand. Harry's stomach lurched. He could feel it now, close. The hunger in it. The cold intelligence. His scar throbbed. The spirit shrieked, furious now, and lunged harder at the barrier, water splashing high. Its limbs flailed, claws scraping at nothing. Harry's arm shook under the pressure. He forced himself to keep Blue tight, holding the diary in front of him like a suspended threat. The diary's cover twitched slightly, like it was alive. Harry swallowed hard. He could not touch it bare. Not yet. Gojo had told him cursed objects could hook you if you were careless. Harry could feel the hook already, tugging at his scar. Harry's jaw clenched. He shifted his stance, feet braced in the water. His muscles trembled. His breathing got faster. The spirit pressed harder. Harry's infinity held, but his arm was burning now, pain slicing down to his elbow. Harry gritted his teeth. He needed to end the spirit fast. He lifted his fingers, small motion, red. He had barely started learning it. He could do it, but it hurt. It always hurt. Harry's cursed energy surged, violent and hot. The air snapped again. Not a pull this time, but a push, a repulsion that exploded outward. The water around the spirit blasted away in a wave. The spirit's body jerked back, limbs flailing, mouth opening in a scream. The force slammed it into the far wall. Stone cracked. The spirit's scream turned wet and furious. Harry's arm shook. His vision blurred for a second. He tasted copper. He swallowed hard and kept going. He stepped forward. Infinity still tight. Diary held suspended in blue in front of him like a poisonous trophy. The spirit tried to stand, limbs shaking. Harry's voice came out rough. "You don't get to feed here," he said. The spirit hissed, and the sound in his mind was laughter mixed with hatred. It lunged again. Harry did not move. It hit the barrier again and again, faster now, slamming like a starving animal. Harry's shoulders screamed. His muscles trembled. Sweat ran down his spine. His stomach rolled, not just from the smell but from the pressure in the air. He forced his breathing steady. He focused. He let the cursed energy move cleanly instead of wildly. Blue, tight and precise, held the diary away. Infinity, absolute, held the spirit back. Now he needed to finish it. Harry lifted his hand slightly and pinched the air. The space around the spirit folded inward. Not gentle. He did not have time for gentle. The spirit's limbs jerked as if invisible hands grabbed it from every angle. His body compressed. Its mouth opened in a silent scream. Harry's jaw clenched. His eyes burned. His arm shook hard enough he thought it might snap. He pushed. The spirit crumpled like paper. Its body collapsed into itself, wet and ugly, and then it shattered, dissolving into black sludge that sank into the water and vanished. The pressure in the chamber eased slightly. Harry's knees wobbled. He nearly dropped infinity. His breath came out in a shaky burst. Then the diary twitched again, and the hunger in it spiked, like it sensed the spirit was gone and it had to act on its own. Harry's scar burned. His stomach lurched hard. He gagged, bending forward, and bile rose in his throat. He swallowed it down, eyes watering. The diary's cover creaked. Harry's skin crawled. He felt a mind press against his, cold and amused, sliding through the hook in his scar. "Hello, Harry." Harry's blood went cold. The voice in his head was smooth, young, and wrong. Harry straightened slowly, breathing hard. His hands shook. His arm burned. His stomach churned. He stared at the diary floating in front of him, held back by infinity and blue. He did not answer the voice. The voice laughed softly in his mind. "You are not the boy I expected." Harry's jaw clenched. The voice continued, patient like it owned time. "You smell like something else. Something that does not belong here." Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice out loud. Rough. "Shut up," he said. The diary's cover creaked again. The voice in his head laughed, pleased. "You can hear me." Harry's stomach twisted. He could feel the castle above, faint through the stone, like a heartbeat. He could feel the tunnels branching, leading deeper. He could feel more cursed energy down there, older and heavier. The diary was not alone. Harry's jaw clenched. He needed to get out. He needed to bring the diary to someone who could secure it. But who? Dumbledore would want to lock it away and lock Harry with it. Snape would want to dissect it and blame Harry. McGonagall would worry and try to control the situation. Gojo would say burn it and move on. Harry's breath hitched. The diary's voice slid in again, softer, intimate. Bring me to your friends. Harry's stomach turned. Harry's eyes narrowed. No, he said. The diary's voice laughed in his head. Then who, Harry? Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt raw. He could not stay down here. The air felt heavier again, like something deeper had noticed the fight, like something was turning toward him. Harry's skin prickled. A hiss echoed from a tunnel beyond the chamber. Not in his head, in the stone. Harry froze. The water rippled. The smell in the air thickened, rot and damp and something metallic. Harry's heartbeat pounded. He turned his head toward the tunnel. Darkness stared back. Something moved in it, just out of sight. Harry's stomach dropped. The diary's voice purred in his mind. Pleased. It is awake. Harry's breath caught. He tightened infinity instinctively, pulling it close around himself like armor. The darkness in the tunnel shifted again, slow and deliberate. A low sound came, like a breath being drawn through teeth. Harry's hand shook. He lifted his chin anyway, forcing himself not to back up. Above, far away, he could imagine Gojo leaning against stone, waiting, trusting Harry to come back. Harry swallowed hard and made his voice steady, even though his chest felt like it might crack. Show yourself, Harry said. The darkness answered with a hiss that slid across the water like a blade, and something big began to move toward him, dragging itself closer through the tunnel, one slow scrape at a time. The thing kept coming. Water shivered. Stone scraped. That slow drag sound got louder, like nails being pulled across wet rock. Harry held his hand out, palm up, and kept infinity tight around his body. His forearm was already shaking from the fight he had just finished. His shoulder burned like someone had jammed a hot knife under the joint. The stink of the sewer sat in his throat, and every breath tasted like metal and rot. The diary floated in front of him, stopped a finger width from his hand by the barrier. Felt like a live wire. He kept tugging at the scar on his forehead, soft and persistent, like someone trying to hook their fingernail into a scab. The voice in his head purred. Relax, Harry. He did not answer it. The tunnel ahead bulged with darkness. Then the darkness moved, and something huge dragged itself into the chamber. It was not a snake. Not really. It had the shape of a snake in the way it filled space, long and heavy, but its body was a mess of human limbs fused into a spine. Arms, legs, hands. Some were bent backward. Some ended in fingers that were too long, too many joints. Skin clung to it like damp parchment, and under it, the cursed energy roiled like boiling oil. Its face was the worst part. It had a mouth that looked like a stretched grin, and inside it were teeth that did not match. Some were human, some were flat, some were like needles. His eyes were not eyes, they were holes, and in those holes Harry saw flashes. Faces. Brief, broken, like the curse had swallowed moments from people and they kept replaying in the dark. Harry's stomach turned hard enough he almost gagged again. The curse stopped at the edge of the chamber, half in the tunnel, half in the open. It breathed, slow, wet, and the sound made the water vibrate. Then it spoke, and the words slid into Harry's head without going through his ears. Give it back. The diary's cover creaked like it was laughing. Harry's jaw clenched. His voice came out low. No, the curse's grin widened. Its body shifted, and the hands along its spine flexed, fingers scraping stone. It started forward. It hit infinity and stopped like it had slammed into a wall. The impact threw a spray of water up. The curse did not flinch. It pressed into the barrier, slow and patient, and the air around the contact point warped, rippling like glass under pressure. Harry's arm shook harder. The curse pushed again, and this time Harry felt it. Not just pressure. A weight. A stubborn, ugly force that did not care about physics. It was not trying to break the barrier with strength. It was trying to contaminate it, to bleed through with raw negativity. Harry's skin prickled. The voice in his head laughed softly. It likes you. Harry's teeth ground. He pulled a breath in through his nose and tasted filth. His stomach rolled. His vision sharpened anyway. 6 eyes. He saw it clearly now. The diary was not just an object. It was an anchor like a hook hammered into reality. The curse in front of him was tied to it with thick cords of cursed energy that ran back into the tunnel deeper still. And there were other cords, thinner, branching out like veins. Upward. Into the castle. Into students. Harry's chest tightened. This was not a random sewer monster. This was a feeding system. The curse pressed harder. Harry's elbow trembled. Sweat rolled down his spine under his robes, cold and sticky. He forced his voice steady. You did this, he said. The curse hissed. The sound crawled into his head like insects. They were already empty. You just noticed. Harry's stomach went cold. He saw it then. Brief, sharp. A second-year face. Pale. Eyes half open. The student he had left around the corner, breathing but barely. Harry's grip tightened. He did not have time. He lifted his fingers and snapped them together. Blue. The air tightened near the curse's head like an invisible hook. The curse jerked sideways, limbs flailing, and its mouth opened in a wet scream. Harry's shoulder screamed back. He swallowed the noise that tried to come out of him. He pulled again. The curse slammed into the chamber wall with a crack that shook loose damp grit. The water surged. Harry did not let up. He stepped forward, boots sinking into shallow water, and kept the diary suspended in front of him, held away like a poisonous prize. The diary's presence kept tugging at the scar. It wanted to be held. It wanted skin. Harry refused. The curse hauled itself upright again, faster than it should have been. It looked at him, grin stretching wider. It lunged. Harry's eyes narrowed. Stop! It hit infinity again. This time it did not just press. It struck. Over and over like it was punching glass. Its fused limbs smashed into the air, each hit sending a dull shock through Harry's arm. The water churned. The chamber filled with wet impacts and scraping fingers. Harry's breathing shortened. His heart hammered. His stomach churned. He forced himself to stay still. He did not step back. He tightened infinity until it felt like his skin was wrapped in wire. The curse hissed words into his head. You smell like him. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not, he said. The curse laughed. Wet. You are. You are blood. The diary's voice slid in, amused. It knows about the peace inside you. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that it was right. He could feel the scar. Not just pain. Presence. A shard of something old and hateful that had been welded to him since he was a baby. Harry's fingers shook. Gojo's voice echoed in his head. Casual and sharp. Don't spiral. Do the math. Harry dragged a breath in. His lungs burned. He tasted rot. He did the math. The curse was tied to the diary. The diary was the anchor. If he kept fighting the curse, he could win. But the diary would keep calling things back. Keep feeding, keep growing new monsters. If he destroyed the diary, he cut the pipeline. But he did not know how to destroy a Horcrux. Not safely. Not while it was trying to crawl into his head. The curse slammed into infinity again. Harry's arm buckled slightly. Pain shot down to his wrist. He swore under his breath. A short, ugly sound. The curse grinned wider, like it tasted his strain. Harry's eyes hardened. Fine. He could not destroy the diary yet, but he could take control of the situation. He lifted his free hand and pointed at the curse's chest, where the cords of cursed energy thickened. Come here, he said. Blue snapped tight. The curse jerked forward, dragged into the barrier until its face pressed against the invisible wall, mouth open. Teeth bared a finger width from Harry's nose. Harry could smell it. Sulfur, rot, something like burnt hair. His stomach flipped again. The curse hissed right into his mind. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Harry's eyes narrowed. No, he pulled his fist back. He punched. His knuckles hit infinity's boundary, and the cursed energy riding his punch slammed through the space like a hammer. The impact sound was not a normal thud. It cracked, sharp and deep, like the air itself had snapped. The curse's head whipped back. The grin tore wider for a second, skin splitting. Harry's fist hurt. His bones buzzed. His arm trembled. He punched again. Crack. Again. Crack. The curse thrashed, limbs flailing, but it could not reach him. Could only slam into the barrier and get hit. Harry's breathing turned ragged. Sweat ran into his eyes. His stomach churned. He punched again and forced his cursed energy to line up perfectly. Timing clean, intent sharp. For a fraction of a second the world tilted. The air went quiet. Then the hit landed like lightning. A black flash. The impact exploded through the chamber with a thunder crack that made the water jump and the stone vibrate. The curse's body convulsed. Its fused limbs spasmed like strings cut. Harry's arm screamed. His vision blurred at the edges for a second. He tasted copper, but the curse's cords flickered. The thick link to the diary stuttered. Harry's eyes sharpened. Again. He punched again, chasing that timing, forcing the cursed energy into the tiny window. The world tilted. Crack. The curse's spine buckled. His mouth opened in a wet, furious scream. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook. He did not stop. He punched and punched and punched until his knuckles felt like they were made of broken glass under skin. The curse sagged, then jerked, then sagged again. Harry tightened infinity and folded space around the curse's midsection, compressing it like paper being crushed in a fist. The curse shrieked. Harry's jaw clenched. His eyes burned. He forced the compression tighter. The curse's body collapsed in on itself, limbs snapping into ugly angles, then dissolving into black sludge that sank into the water like ink. The pressure in the chamber released in a sudden drop. Harry's knees almost gave. He sucked in a breath, shaky, and his stomach rolled hard. He gagged, bent forward, and spit bitter bile into the water. His hands were shaking. The diary floated, still held back, still tugging at his scar like a hook. The voice in his head chuckled, soft and pleased. Good. Strong. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, smearing filth on his skin. He did not care. He looked at the tunnel where the curse had come from. The cords that had led deeper had frayed, but they were not gone. Something else was down there. Something older. Something watching. Harry's skin prickled. The water around his boots rippled again, not from movement, but from pressure shifting in the stone. He felt it like a gaze on the back of his neck. Harry's jaw clenched. He was not staying. He turned and started back the way he came, moving fast now, boots splashing, breathing sharp. The diary's voice slid into his head. Smooth. Running? Harry did not answer. He kept the diary suspended in front of him, careful not to let it touch him, not to let it get close enough to make the pull stronger. His arm trembled from strain. He could feel his technique wobbling at the edges from exhaustion. He forced himself to keep it clean. He reached the corner where he had left the Ravenclaw second year. The student was slumped against the wall, head lolling, eyes half open. Their breathing was shallow. Harry's chest tightened. Hey! Harry said, voice rough. Look at me. The student's eyes fluttered. Cold. They whispered again. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. He crouched and pressed his fingers lightly to the student's forehead. Careful. Their skin was clammy. Too cold. The cursed webbing was thinner now, but not gone. He kneaded them out. Harry slid an arm under their shoulders and lifted. The student sagged into him, dead weight. Harry's shoulder flared with pain. He bit down on a noise. Sorry, he muttered. The student's lips moved like they tried to speak, but only a weak breath came out. Harry carried them, step by step, water dragging at his boots. He climbed up toward the great chamber, muscles shaking. His breath came out in short bursts now. His heart hammered. Sweat dripped off his jaw. The diary's pull kept tugging at him, insistent. Harry hated it. He reached the great chamber and stared up. The iron bars he had bent earlier were still spread, just enough. Light from the corridor above spilled down in a weak strip. Gojo's silhouette was visible at the edge, standing like he had been there the whole time, posture loose, but the air around him felt tight, like a coiled spring. Gojo's voice dropped down. Quiet. You alive? Harry's voice came out strained. Mostly. Gojo's head tilted. Then his tone shifted when he saw the limp student in Harry's arms. Oh, he said, and the joke drained out of his voice. Okay. Up. Harry gritted his teeth and shoved the student upward first. Careful. The student's arms flopped over the edge. Gojo grabbed them under the shoulders and pulled them out with quick, controlled strength. Harry swallowed hard and climbed next, hauling himself up through the gap. His boots scraped iron. His shoulder screamed. He bit down on it. He collapsed onto the stone for a second, breathing hard. The corridor air felt clean compared to the sewer. Still smelled damp, but it did not taste like rot. Harry's hands shook. He stared at them like they belonged to someone else. Gojo crouched beside him, one hand hovering near Harry's shoulder like he wanted to grab him, but he stopped himself. You're shaking, Gojo said, quiet. Harry swallowed. I'm fine, Gojo snorted softly. Yeah, sure. Harry forced himself to sit up. The diary floated near him, still held by blue and infinity, still refusing to be ignored. Gojo's head turned toward it. Even with his blindfold, it felt like his attention snapped sharp. What's that? Gojo asked. Harry's throat tightened. A cursed object, he said. Gojo's voice went flat. Not a normal one. Harry nodded once. Horcrux, he said, and the word tasted wrong in his mouth. A piece of Voldemort. Gojo went still for a beat. Then he let out a slow breath, and his voice turned light in a way that was too deliberate. Wow, he said. British people really love storing soul bits in stationery. Harry's mouth twitched, then flattened again. Gojo leaned closer, voice low. Do not touch it, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. I know. Gojo's posture shifted. Can you keep it off you? He asked. Harry swallowed. His arm trembled. For now, he said. Gojo nodded once. Then we move, he said. Hospital wing first. Harry's throat tightened. There's more down there, he said. Gojo's grin flashed briefly. Sharp. Yeah, he said. I believe you. We're still not doing round 2 with you half dead. Harry wanted to argue. His body refused. He tried to stand and his legs wobbled. Gojo's hand shot out and grabbed Harry's upper arm, steadying him. The grip was careful, like Gojo was aware of how breakable Harry felt right now. Harry hated that his chest tightened again. Gojo's voice went soft. Easy, he murmured. Harry swallowed hard and nodded once. Sharp. Gojo lifted the Ravenclaw student in his arms like it was nothing and started moving, brisk but controlled. Harry followed, holding the diary in front of him like a floating threat, eyes scanning the corridor. The castle felt different now, like it had noticed. Torches hissed. Shadows clung harder. The stone felt colder under Harry's shoes. The diary's voice whispered, They will take me from you. Harry's jaw clenched. They rounded a corner and stopped dead. Daphne Greengrass stood there. She was alone, which was the first wrong thing. Daphne was not the type to be alone in a corridor like this. Not without a reason. Her hair was damp, like she had been in mist or water. Her face was pale. Her eyes were fixed on Harry's hands, then flicked to the floating diary, then to the limp Ravenclaw student in Gojo's arms. Her mouth opened, then closed again. Gojo blinked at her. Hi, he said, too casual. Love the dramatic timing. Daphne did not look at him. She looked at Harry. You went into the lower passages, she said, voice steady, but there was something tight under it. Harry's jaw clenched. Move, he said. Daphne did not move. Her eyes flicked over him, fast, like she was counting injuries. You're bleeding, she said. Harry looked down and saw a thin line of blood on his knuckles, smeared across his fingers. He had not noticed. It's nothing, he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That's what people say right before they collapse, she said. Gojo snorted. She's not wrong. Harry's jaw tightened. Daphne, move. Daphne's gaze stayed locked on his face. Dumbledore asked me to find you, she said. Harry went still. Gojo's posture shifted, just slightly. Harry's stomach tightened. Why? He said. Daphne's mouth tightened. He said you were investigating something dangerous, she said. He wanted eyes on you. Harry's voice went flat. So you're spying. Daphne's eyes flashed. I'm being used, she said quietly. Then she lifted her chin a fraction. Same as everyone. Harry stared at her. The corridor air felt colder. Harry felt the cursed energy on her before he processed her words. A thin, sickly thread clung to her shoulder, barely visible, like a strand of slime. Pulsed faintly. Harry's stomach dropped. "You're tagged," he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me." Gojo's voice turned sharp. "Harry," he said. Harry took a step closer, forgetting for a second that he was exhausted. "You went near the lake," he said. Daphne's face went still. "Yes," she said, cautious. "I was looking for you. That is where the castle noise was strongest." Harry's jaw clenched. "You shouldn't have." Daphne's eyes flashed. "I didn't have the luxury of refusing," she snapped, and the edge in her voice sounded real, not rehearsed. "Do you think I enjoy wandering around like an idiot on errands for men who smile while they threaten you?" Harry went quiet. Gojo looked between them like he was watching a match. "Okay," he said, brisk. "Hate to interrupt your emotional bonding, but he is holding a soul diary and I am holding a dying kid. So, priorities." Daphne's gaze flicked to the Ravenclaw student and her face tightened. "What happened?" she demanded. Harry's mouth went dry. "A curse in the sewer," he said. "It was feeding. This," he added, nodding at the diary, "was the anchor." Daphne's eyes narrowed at the diary. "That is not a book," she said, voice low. Harry swallowed. "No," he said. Daphne's hand lifted slightly, instinctive, like she wanted to touch her shoulder. She stopped herself. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Don't touch it," he said, and he did not mean the diary. Daphne's mouth tightened. "What is on me?" she asked, quiet. Harry stared at the thin, cursed thread. It was not thick enough to drain her fast, but it was there, like a marker, like a leash. Harry's stomach turned. "It's tracking," Harry said. Daphne's face went pale. "Tracking," she repeated. Gojo's voice went flat. "Cute," he muttered. "Someone wants to know where the pretty Slytherin goes." Daphne shot him a glare that could have frozen water. "Do not call me that." Gojo grinned. "Noted." Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself to think. The Ravenclaw student needed Pomfrey. The diary needed containment. Daphne needed the tag removed. And the castle felt like it was waking up. Harry's jaw clenched. "We go to the lake," he said. Gojo stared. "We are literally carrying a half-dead kid." Harry's voice went tight. "I can't remove it here," he said. "It's linked to something in the water. I can feel it." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "The Black Lake," she said. Harry nodded. Gojo's posture shifted, annoyed but alert. "Fine," he said. "Quick detour. Then hospital wing. If the old nurse tries to stab me, you're explaining." Daphne's gaze flicked to Harry, sharp. "You can remove it," she said. Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. "But you have to stay still." Daphne's mouth tightened. "I can do still," she said dryly. Gojo snorted again. "Yeah. She looks like she was born still." Daphne's eyes flashed. "You are insufferable." Gojo beamed. "Thank you." Harry moved first, because if he let himself stand there, the exhaustion would catch him and drag him down. They took the shortest route that Harry could feel in his bones. Not because he knew the castle map, but because he could sense where the cursed energy grew colder and thicker. They reached a stairwell and then, later, the air changed. It smelled like damp grass and algae. The corridor opened into a stone archway, and beyond it, the Black Lake spread out like a sheet of ink. The evening light made the surface look flat and endless. Wind skimmed across it, cold enough to bite. Harry stepped closer and the cold hit him hard. The lake did not feel like normal water. It felt like a mouth. Daphne stopped beside him, hugging her cloak tighter around her shoulders. For the first time, her voice sounded small. "I hate this place," she muttered. Harry glanced at her. "Why did you come here alone?" he asked. Daphne's eyes flicked away. "Because nobody else would," she said. "And because Dumbledore asked in a way that wasn't a request." Gojo shifted the Ravenclaw student in his arms, jaw tight. "Classic," he said, voice light but eyes flat. "Manipulate the kids. Works great." Daphne's gaze snapped to him. "You speak as if you are not also using him," she said, sharp. Gojo's grin faded a fraction. I'm not, he said simply. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You trained him, she said. You put power in his hands. You brought him here. Gojo shrugged. Yeah, he said. And I feed him, and I make sure he sleeps, and I stop him from getting stabbed by idiots. That's called parenting. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away fast, jaw clenched. The lake wind cut through his robes. His wet socks from the sewer made his feet ache with cold. Harry focused on the thread on Daphne. Pulse stronger now, like being near the lake fed it. Harry's jaw clenched. Come closer, Harry said. Daphne stiffened. To the lake, she said, cautious. Yes, Harry said. Daphne looked like she wanted to argue. Then she stepped forward anyway, stopping at the edge where the stone met the grass and the grass dipped into mud. Harry crouched and put his hand over the water without touching it. The cold radiated up like a fever in reverse. His 6 eyes sharpened. He saw it. A thin network of cursed energy under the surface, like spiderwebs stretched across the lake. Small clusters, dead spots, old grief soaked into water. And one thicker thread, running from Daphne's shoulder down into the lake like a tether. Harry's stomach tightened. Something under the water shifted, slow and heavy. Gojo's voice went quiet. You seeing movement? He asked. Harry nodded once. Daphne's voice was tight. What is it? She demanded. Harry swallowed. A feeder, he said. A leech. It tags people, then drains later, when they're alone. Daphne's face went pale. So it was going to wait, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes. Daphne's hands clenched in her cloak. Of course, she whispered. And for a second, the ice mask slipped. She looked angry in a way that felt older than her. Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself to stay focused. He stood and stepped close to Daphne. Look at me, he said. Daphne's eyes snapped to his, sharp and wary. Harry's voice went low. I need to check where it's hooked, he said. I'm going to touch you. If you don't want that, say it now. Daphne went still. For a second, her throat moved like she swallowed something hard. Then she lifted her chin, stubborn. Do it, she said. Just do not make it weird. Gojo made a thoughtful hum. I could walk away for 30 seconds, he offered. Daphne's glare could have killed him. Gojo smiled wider. No. Okay. Staying. Harry ignored him. He raised his hand slowly and placed his fingers lightly at Daphne's shoulder, right where the cursed thread clung. Daphne flinched, just a tiny movement. Harry felt it. He did not pretend he did not. You're cold, Harry said, and his voice came out rougher than he meant. Daphne's mouth tightened. It's a lake, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he said. It's the tag. It's pulling heat out. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Can you stop it? She asked. Harry nodded once. Yes, he said. But it's linked to your head too. Daphne froze. Harry lifted his hand and hesitated, then spoke again. Steady. Forehead, he said. I need to check. It's the fastest way. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. She looked like she wanted to say something sharp, but the fear under her ribs made her careful. Fine, she said, voice clipped. Forehead. Harry moved closer. He could feel his own breath warm against the cold air. He could feel the tremor in his arm from exhaustion. He lifted his hand and set his palm against Daphne's forehead. Gentle. Daphne went rigid. Harry's 6 eyes flared. For a moment, the world snapped into clean lines. He saw cursed energy in Daphne like a thin film, mostly her own stress, normal human negativity. But there was a foreign thread stitched into it, faint but real. A hook pattern like a fishing barb. Harry's breathing hitched. He pushed his cursed energy forward. Not violent, just warm. He let it flow through his palm into the hook like heat melting ice. Daphne's breath caught. Her eyes widened. Harry, Gojo murmured, warning. Harry felt the lake react. The tether in Daphne's shoulder tightened. The water near the shore rippled. Something surfaced. A shape, black and slick, like a coil of wet rope, rose from the water with a soft slurp sound. Daphne's eyes flicked down and her face went pale. The leech was not huge. It was long, maybe the length of a broom, but it moved like it had no bones, slick and fast. Its skin was black, and along its sides were little mouths that opened and closed like gills. It dragged itself toward Daphne. Harry did not move his hand from her forehead. He kept the warmth flowing, melting the hook. He lifted his other hand and snapped his fingers. Infinity. The leech hit the barrier mid-lunge and flattened against it like wet cloth. It writhed, mouths opening and closing, making soft sucking noises. Daphne's breath hitched. Harry kept his palm on her forehead. Eyes narrowed, jaw clenched. He pushed the warmth harder. The hook in Daphne's cursed energy loosened, then popped free like a splinter being pulled out. Daphne sucked in a breath, sharp. Harry's eyes flicked to her shoulder. The cursed thread there flickered, then snapped, dissolving into nothing. The leech shrieked, not in sound, but in Harry's head. A thin, angry scream that made his skin crawl. Harry's voice came out rough. "Go," he told it. The leech writhed harder. Harry clenched his fingers, and blue snapped tight around the leech's body. It imploded with a wet pop, collapsing into itself, then dissolving into black sludge that splattered into the lake and vanished under the surface. The water went still again. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. His hand stayed on Daphne's forehead a second longer than it needed to, because he was making sure the hook was gone. Daphne's eyes were fixed on his, wide, breathing fast. "You're glowing," she whispered. Harry blinked. "What?" he said. Daphne's voice was quiet now, not sarcastic. "Your eyes," she said. "They're blue." Harry pulled his hand back fast, like he had touched something hot. The glow faded as he forced his cursed energy down. His stomach rolled. The exhaustion hit him like a wave. He swayed slightly. Gojo's hand shot out and grabbed Harry's shoulder again, steadying him. "Easy," Gojo said. "Quiet." Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt tight. "I'm fine," he muttered again, stubborn. Gojo's tone went dry. "You keep saying that," he said. Daphne stared at Harry like she was seeing him for the first time. Harry's jaw clenched. "You're clear," he said to her. "No tag." Daphne swallowed. Her voice came out softer, reluctant. "Thank you," she said. Harry went still. He did not know what to do with gratitude. It always made him feel exposed, like someone had pulled his ribs open and looked inside. He nodded once, short. Gojo shifted the Ravenclaw student in his arms again. "Okay," Gojo said briskly. "Now we do the part where we do not let that kid die." Harry's stomach tightened. He nodded, forced himself to move. Daphne stepped with them this time, not trailing behind, not hovering like a spy, but walking in line like she had decided she was part of it now. The hospital wing smelled like clean linen and panic. Madame Pomfrey's head snapped up the second they came in. "What?" she started. Then her eyes landed on the limp Ravenclaw student and her face hardened. "Put them down. Bed now. Move." Gojo did not argue. He laid the student gently on the nearest bed. Pomfrey was already moving, wand out, hands brisk, voice sharp. "Where did you find them?" Harry's mouth opened. Dumbledore's voice cut in from behind. "Harry." Harry turned. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, robes neat, eyes calm. McGonagall was beside him, face tight. Snape stood just behind, like a shadow with a grudge. Ron and Hermione were there too, and the other Harry hovering near them. All of them stared at Harry like he had dragged a storm into the ward. Harry's stomach dropped. Daphne's posture stiffened beside him. Gojo straightened slowly, still holding his hands away from the beds, like Pomfrey might bite him. Dumbledore's gaze moved from the limp student to Harry's scraped knuckles, then to the floating diary. His eyes sharpened. "What is that?" Dumbledore asked, voice still gentle. Harry's jaw clenched. The diary's voice slid into his head. Amused. "Tell him." Harry did not blink. He kept the diary floating close, but not too close, and his tone went flat. "A cursed object," he said. Dumbledore's gaze held him. "You mean a Horcrux?" he said softly. Harry's stomach turned cold. Gojo's head tilted. "Oh," he said, bright. "So you know." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Gojo, then back to Harry. "I suspected," he said carefully. Snape's voice cut in, sharp and poisonous. "He brought it here," Snape snapped. He brought it into the castle. Harry's jaw clenched hard. It was already here, he snapped. It was feeding on students. Hermione's eyes widened, sharp with interest and fear. Feeding, she repeated. How? Ron's voice cracked. Is that why they're like that? He demanded, gesturing at the beds, face pale. Pomfrey snapped without looking up. If you lot keep shouting, I will stun all of you. Ron shut his mouth with a flinch. Dumbledore took a slow step closer, gaze still on the diary. Harry, he said calm. May I take it from you? Harry's chest tightened. No, Harry said. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Mr. Potter, she snapped. Harry's voice stayed flat. It tries to get into my head, he said. If you take it, it will try with you. I can keep it contained. Dumbledore's gaze did not waver. You are tired, he said softly. Your control may slip. Harry's jaw clenched. Then don't push me, he said. The room went quiet. Even Pomfrey paused for half a second, then kept working, jaw tight. Snape's eyes burned. Arrogant, he spat. Gojo's voice went light. He's not arrogant, he said. He's correct. McGonagall's nostrils flared. Mr. Gojo, she snapped. Gojo shrugged. What? He said. You want to do a group hug with the Soul Diary? Go ahead. Hermione's voice snapped. Quick. It is not a diary, she said, then caught herself. I mean, it is, but it is a cursed artifact, and we need to understand the containment protocols, and you cannot just keep it floating around like that. Harry's eyes flicked to her. I'm not floating it for fun, he said. Hermione's cheeks flushed. That is not what I meant, she snapped. Also, your grammar is, well, never mind. The point is, you need help. Ron's eyes were fixed on the diary like it might bite him. Why does it feel wrong? He whispered. The other Harry took a shaky step forward. That's Voldemort, he said, voice thin. That's him. Harry's stomach twisted at the sound of his own name coming from another mouth. The other Harry's gaze lifted to Harry, eyes wide and wet. Why are you holding it? He demanded. Why do you look like me? Why are you here? Dumbledore's voice cut in, calm but firm. Not now, he said. The other Harry flinched like he had been slapped. Harry's jaw tightened. Daphne shifted beside Harry, eyes narrowed at Dumbledore, like she had just confirmed something ugly. Pomfrey's voice snapped again. Albus, if you are going to interrogate children, do it outside my ward. Dumbledore paused, then nodded once. Of course, he said gently. Madame Pomfrey. His gaze returned to Harry. Harry, he said softer. We will speak. In my office. Harry's chest tightened. Gojo's voice turned sharp, bright. No, he said. McGonagall's head snapped. Excuse me. Gojo smiled at her like she was adorable. He's not going alone, Gojo said. Dumbledore's gaze stayed calm. Mr. Gojo, he said. This is a school matter. Gojo's smile stayed. And he's my kid, he said. So it's my matter. Snape's lip curled. Your kid? He repeated, dripping contempt. Gojo's grin turned sharp enough to cut. Yeah, he said. Weird, right? Someone actually takes care of him. Snape went still. Harry's stomach flipped. McGonagall's face tightened. Enough, she snapped. Harry will come with me. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he said again. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Mr. Potter. Harry's voice went low. I'm not handing that over, he said, nodding at the diary. And I'm not letting anyone put a leash on me because they're scared. Dumbledore's gaze softened, like he practiced it. I am not your enemy, he said. Harry stared at him. He remembered the cupboard, the hunger, the way adults always said they were not the enemy while they decided what to do with him anyway. Harry's voice came out flat. Then stop trying to control me, he said. The silence stretched. Daphne's voice cut in precise. He saved a student, she said. McGonagall's gaze snapped to her. Miss Greengrass, she said, sharp. This does not involve you. Daphne lifted her chin. It does, she said calmly. Because Headmaster, you sent me to find him. You placed me near danger. And he removed a tracking curse from me at the lake. The ward went still again. Hermione's eyes widened. Tracking curse, she repeated. At the lake. Ron's face went pale. You went to the lake, he blurted. Then looked at Daphne like he did not know whether to be impressed or furious. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened a fraction, just a fraction. Tracking, he repeated softly. Harry's stomach tightened. Snape's eyes narrowed. And you trusted Potter? Snape said to Daphne, voice oily. Daphne's eyes flicked to him, ice cold. I trusted the fact that I prefer breathing, she said. Gojo made a small impressed noise. Oh, I like her. Daphne did not look at him. Do not, she muttered. Pomfrey snapped. All of you out. Now. McGonagall's jaw clenched. Albus, she said. Dumbledore took a slow breath. Very well, he said. He looked at Harry again. After Madame Pomfrey stabilizes this student, he said softly. You and I will speak. Harry did not nod. Gojo smiled, bright. We'll see, he said. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Gojo, then away. He turned and left, robes whispering. McGonagall hesitated, then followed, face tight. Snape lingered a second longer, eyes fixed on Harry like a promise. Then he turned and swept out too. Hermione and Ron stayed, hovering by the beds, eyes flicking between Harry and the sleeping students. The other Harry stayed too, staring at Harry like he was trying to hold himself together through sheer will. Pomfrey waved her wand in sharp motions, muttering, If any of you faint, I will let you hit the floor. Gojo leaned closer to Harry, voice low. You okay? He asked. Harry's hands shook. He clenched them into fists to hide it. Yeah, he lied. Gojo's tone went dry. Sure. Harry's jaw clenched. I need somewhere to put this, he muttered, glancing at the diary. Gojo's posture shifted. We can seal it, Gojo said, quiet. Harry's eyes narrowed. How? Gojo shrugged. Old ways, he said. Not fancy. Just keep it wrapped. Keep it away from skin. Keep it locked. Harry swallowed. Daphne's voice cut in, controlled. The headmaster will try to take it, she said. Harry looked at her. Daphne's eyes held his, calm and sharp. You know he will, she added. Harry's stomach tightened. He did know. Hermione took a step closer, voice fast. What exactly is cursed energy? She demanded. And even here, even now, she could not stop herself. How are you sensing these things? Why can you remove a tracking curse without a wand? How did you stop that thing at the lake? Ron groaned softly. Hermione, read the room. Hermione snapped. I am reading the room. The room is full of cursed objects and unconscious students and 2 Harry Potters. Ron flinched. Don't shout, he muttered. The other Harry's voice cracked. Stop saying that, he whispered. Harry's chest tightened. He looked at the other Harry and saw how young he looked, how tired, how scared. This was not a rival. This was a kid who had been dropped into a story and told it was his. Harry's jaw clenched. What's your name? He asked, quiet. The other Harry swallowed. Harry, he said, and his eyes flashed with anger. Harry James Potter. Harry's stomach twisted. Gojo's hand slid to Harry's shoulder again. Steady, silent. Daphne's gaze flicked between them, calculating, like she was fitting puzzle pieces together. Hermione's eyes widened. This is impossible, she whispered. Ron's voice came out rough. So which one's real? He blurted, then immediately looked like he wanted to bite his tongue off. The other Harry's face went white. Harry's jaw clenched. Both, he said, then hated himself for how flat it sounded. The other Harry's eyes filled. That doesn't make sense, he whispered. Harry swallowed hard. His throat burned. Pomfrey's voice snapped, saving him. Out, she said again, sharper. Now, I need quiet. Gojo nodded once. Come on, he murmured to Harry. Harry looked at the beds one more time, then turned and walked out, the diary floating in front of him like a silent threat. Daphne followed. Hermione and Ron hesitated, then followed too, because they never knew when to stop. The other Harry followed last, silent. The corridor outside the hospital wing was quieter, but it did not feel safe. It felt like the castle was holding its breath. Gojo stopped and turned, looking at Hermione and Ron with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Okay," he said. "This is where you two go do literally anything else." Hermione bristled. "We are not leaving," she snapped. "We have a right to know what is happening to our classmates." Gojo shrugged. "Sure," he said. "And I have a right to not let you get eaten by lake leeches." Ron went pale. "Lake what?" Daphne's voice cut in, controlled. "He is not lying," she said. "There are tracking curses near the Black Lake." Hermione's eyes widened. "How do you know?" she demanded. Daphne looked at her, expression flat. "Because one was on me," she said. Hermione went still. Ron swallowed hard. "Okay," he muttered. That's bad." Gojo pointed down the corridor. "Go," he said. "Tell McGonagall. Tell your headmaster. Tell whoever you think listens. Just stop hovering around my kid like you're waiting for him to explode." Hermione's jaw clenched. "We are not waiting for him to explode," she snapped. "We are trying to help." Harry's voice came out rough. "Then stop yelling," he said. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Then she huffed. "Fine," she said tightly. "We will speak later." Ron shot Harry a look that was half suspicion, half something like worry. "Just," Ron started, then stopped. "Just don't do anything stupid." Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. "No promises," he muttered. Ron groaned. "Brilliant." Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve and dragged him away, still muttering under her breath about containment and cursed objects and how none of this made sense. The other Harry did not move. He stood in the corridor, hands clenched, staring at Harry like he was trying not to fall apart. Gojo's smile softened a fraction. "Hey," Gojo said to him, lighter. "You okay?" The other Harry flinched like he did not know what to do with kindness from a stranger. "Who are you?" he whispered. Gojo grinned. "I'm Gojo," he said. "His guardian." The other Harry's eyes widened, hurt flashing sharp. "I don't have one," he said. Harry's chest tightened. Gojo's grin faded a fraction. "That sucks," he said, voice simple. The other Harry swallowed hard. "You're not supposed to," he whispered, and his voice cracked. "You're not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be him." Harry's jaw clenched. He stepped forward, slow, careful, like he was approaching a skittish animal. "I didn't choose this," Harry said. The other Harry's eyes filled. "Neither did I," he whispered. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne stood slightly behind Harry, watching, silent, like she had decided not to interrupt this. Gojo shifted his weight, letting Harry handle it. Harry took a breath, forced the words out. "What did they tell you?" he asked. The other Harry's mouth trembled. "That I survived," he whispered. "That my parents died for me. That I'm special." His eyes flicked to the diary floating near Harry and his face tightened. "That I have to stop him." Harry's stomach turned. "Who told you?" Harry asked, voice low. The other Harry's eyes flicked away. "Professor Dumbledore," he whispered. Harry's jaw clenched hard enough his teeth hurt. Gojo's voice went flat. "Wow," he murmured. "That's a choice." The other Harry flinched at the tone. "He's kind," he insisted, shaky. He's good." Harry's voice came out rough. "He's careful," he said. The other Harry's eyes flashed. "You don't know him." Harry's jaw clenched. "You don't know him either," he shot back, then regretted it instantly when the other Harry's face crumpled. Harry swallowed hard. Gojo cleared his throat lightly, like he was trying to ease pressure without making it worse. "Okay," Gojo said, forced cheerful. "This is getting sad. And I hate sad. So, here's what we do. You," he said to the other Harry, "go back to your dorm. You rest. You stop wandering around looking like a kicked puppy. And you do not touch creepy books." The other Harry stared at him, then at Harry. His voice came out tiny. "Are you going to hurt me?" he whispered. Harry's chest tightened. "No," Harry said immediately. The other Harry's shoulders sagged with relief that made Harry feel sick. Gojo nodded briskly. "Cool," he said. "Off you go." The other Harry hesitated, then turned slowly and walked away, shoulders hunched, like he was carrying a weight too big for his bones. Harry watched him go. His hands shook. Gojo's voice went quiet. You didn't do that, Gojo murmured. Harry swallowed. I know, he whispered. Daphne's voice cut in calm. But you will pay for it, she said. And there was no cruelty in it, just cold truth. Harry looked at her. Daphne's eyes held his steady. Dumbledore does not like loose stories, she said. And you are a loose story. Harry's stomach tightened. Gojo's grin flashed, sharp. Then we'll write our own, he said. Harry forced his gaze away. We need to hide it, he muttered, nodding at the diary. Gojo nodded. Come on, he said. We'll do it somewhere the bearded man can't sniff. They moved. Later, they were in a small and used classroom that smelled like chalk and dust, the kind nobody bothered with. The windows were dark. The castle noises were distant. Gojo pulled a clean cloth from his pocket, because Gojo always had something ridiculous on him, and he held it out. Harry stared. Why do you have that? He asked. Gojo grinned. Because you're always bleeding, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not. Gojo lifted his brows. You literally are. Harry took the cloth, hands shaking, and wrapped it around the diary without letting it touch skin. The diary's voice hissed in his head. Annoyed. Coward. Harry ignored it and tied the cloth tight. He did not use a knot that required fancy loops. He kept it simple. Gojo watched, then nodded. Good, he said. Harry held the wrapped diary away from himself, arm trembling. Gojo took a second cloth and wrapped that too, layering it. Then he pulled a small wooden box from his other pocket. Harry blinked. That was not there, he said. Gojo smiled. I know, he said, smug. Harry did not argue. He was too tired. They slid the wrapped diary into the box. Gojo shut the lid and pressed his palm on it. He did not flare power. He did not bend space. He just held it, steady, and murmured something under his breath in Japanese. The air around the box tightened. Subtle. Not a ward like Hogwarts. Something simpler. A boundary of intent. Harry felt the diary's pull weaken slightly. He let out a shaky breath. Gojo lifted the box, weighing it. Okay, he said. Now we stash it somewhere. Harry's eyes narrowed. Where? Gojo grinned. Somewhere stupid, he said. Somewhere nobody looks. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. The kitchens, he muttered. Gojo beamed. See, he said. You get me. Daphne, who had been standing near the door, arms crossed, watching them like she was trying not to look impressed, spoke quietly. The elves will find it, she said. Gojo blinked. The what? Harry rubbed his forehead. Exhausted. Long story, he muttered. Daphne's eyes stayed on the box. If Dumbledore wants it, he will search, she said. He will use students, professors, house elves, portraits. Harry's stomach tightened. Then where? He asked. Daphne hesitated, then spoke anyway. The room of requirement, she said. Gojo tilted his head. That sounds dramatic, he said. I like it. Harry stared at Daphne. You know about that, he said. Daphne's mouth tightened. Slytherin knows things, she said. Then her eyes flicked to him, controlled. Do not ask how. Harry did not. He nodded once. They moved again, fast, quiet, and later, they were in front of a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor corridor. Harry's breathing was still uneven. His muscles felt like jelly. His hands ached. Gojo held the box like it was a lunch container. Daphne stood a step back, eyes scanning the corridor, alert. Harry walked past the wall 3 times, thinking hard about what he needed. A safe place. A place nobody could casually enter. A place the diary could not whisper through the castle. The wall shimmered. A door appeared. Gojo grinned. Magic doors, he said. British people are so extra. Harry pushed it open. Inside was a small room, plain, with shelves and a heavy stone cabinet with a thick door and iron hinges. It looked like it had been built to hold things nobody should touch. Harry's stomach loosened a fraction. Gojo set the box inside the cabinet. Harry watched his hands like he expected the diary to leap out and bite. Gojo shut the cabinet and stepped back. There, he said. Done. Harry stared at the cabinet door, breathing hard, like he had just finished a sprint. Daphne's voice came out quiet. That will not be the end, she said. Harry looked at her. Daphne's eyes held his. Nothing is the end, she said, and for a second she sounded tired. Harry's jaw clenched. I know, he said. Gojo clapped his hands once. Sharp. Okay, he said. Now we do the part where you do not pass out in a haunted closet. Harry shot him a glare. Gojo grinned. Dorm, he said. Food. Sleep. Then we deal with old man politics. Harry's stomach tightened at the word politics. Daphne's mouth tightened. I should go, she said. Harry's eyes narrowed. He sent you, he said. He'll call you back. Daphne's jaw clenched. Yes, she said. Harry stared at her, then spoke. Blunt. Don't let him make you a leash, he said. Daphne froze. Then she let out a slow breath and looked at him like he had surprised her. You are not subtle, she said quietly. Harry's mouth twitched. I don't care, he said. Daphne's eyes softened just a fraction. I noticed, she murmured. Gojo made a loud fake cough. Teen angst, he announced. I'm leaving. You two can stare at each other without me. Daphne's eyes flashed. Do not, she snapped. Gojo laughed and walked out anyway, hands behind his head like this was a joke. Harry and Daphne stood alone in the small room, the cabinet between them like a third person. The silence got awkward fast. Daphne cleared her throat. You removed that tag, she said. Harry nodded once. Yeah, he said. Daphne's gaze flicked to his knuckles. You are hurt, she said again, softer. Harry looked down. The blood had dried into dark smears. His skin was split. His fingers trembled. It's fine, he said automatically. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Stop saying that, she said. Harry blinked at her. Daphne's mouth tightened. Then she looked away like she regretted speaking. You were shaking, she said, voice controlled again. In the corridor. Harry's jaw clenched. I was tired, he muttered. Daphne's gaze snapped back. You are allowed to be tired, she said, sharp, like she was offended on his behalf. Harry went still. He did not know what to do with someone giving him permission to be human. Daphne's voice went quieter. You do not have to pretend you are fine all the time, she said. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice flat, because if he let it shake, he would hate himself. I can't afford not to, he said. Daphne stared at him for a long beat. Then she stepped closer, slow, careful, and her voice dropped. Dumbledore asked me to watch you, she said again. But this time it sounded like confession, not accusation. He said you were dangerous, that you might hurt people, that you might be corrupted. Harry's stomach turned. Daphne's mouth tightened. He offered me protection, she said. He offered my family favors. He offered me safety, if I reported anything you did. Harry's jaw clenched hard. And, he said. Daphne's eyes held his. And I am not stupid, she said quietly. I saw you pull a curse off my skin without flinching. I saw you keep that thing from touching anyone else. I saw you shaking and still standing between it and us. Harry swallowed hard. Daphne's voice went even softer. You are dangerous, she said. But not in the way he meant. Harry stared at her. His chest felt tight. Daphne's gaze flicked to the cabinet, then back. If I tell him everything, she said, he will tighten his grip. If I tell him nothing, he will assume the worst. Harry's jaw clenched. So lie, he said. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Slytherin, she said dryly. Harry nodded once. Daphne stepped back, regaining distance like she needed it. I will tell him you refused to be escorted, she said. I will tell him you were reckless. I will tell him you frightened me. Harry's eyes narrowed. That sounds bad. Daphne's eyes flashed. Good, she said. He expects that. If I paint you as obedient, he will know I am lying. Harry's mouth twitched again, brief. Daphne's gaze sharpened. But I will not tell him about the diary, she said. Harry went still. Daphne's voice stayed controlled, but something in it warmed. Consider it, she said and hesitated. Payment. Harry swallowed hard. Thank you, he said again, and it still felt wrong. Daphne's eyes flicked away, like she did not want to sit in gratitude either. Do not make me regret it, she murmured. Harry nodded once. Daphne turned toward the door, then paused. She looked back at him, eyes sharp. When you touched my forehead, she said, careful. You asked first. Harry blinked. Yeah, he said, confused. Daphne's mouth tightened, and for the first time, her voice sounded almost uncertain. Most people do not, she said. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not know what to say to that, so he said the only honest thing he had. I don't like being touched without permission, he said, quiet. Daphne stared at him. Then she nodded once, slow. Neither do I, she said. She left. Harry stood alone for a second, staring at the closed door. His hands shook again. He dragged a breath in and out, forcing his heartbeat down. Then the smell hit him. Not sewer stink. Sugar. Burnt sugar. It came out of nowhere. A memory triggered by nothing but exhaustion and the cold of the lake still clinging to his skin. Harry's vision blurred slightly, and for a second he was not in Hogwarts. He was smaller. He was sitting on a kitchen counter in a Tokyo apartment that did not really belong to anyone because Gojo never stayed anywhere long. Gojo stood at the stove with his blindfold pushed up like a headband, hair messy, sleeves rolled, and he was holding a bowl like it was a weapon. Okay, Gojo said brightly. Birthday cake. Easy. Harry, small and skinny, swung his legs and watched with wide eyes. You don't know how, he said. Gojo gasped, offended. I'm offended, Gojo said. I am talented. Harry stared at him. You burn water, Harry said flatly. Gojo pointed a spoon at him. That was one time, he said. And it was a tactical burn. Harry blinked. That's not a thing. Gojo grinned. It is now. Gojo dumped flour into the bowl, puffed up into the air like smoke and landed on his black shirt. Gojo stared down at himself, then looked at Harry with fake horror. I'm being attacked, he said. Harry's mouth twitched. It's flour, he said. Gojo leaned in like he was telling a secret. Flour is evil, he whispered. That's why it's white. It looks innocent. Harry stared at him like he was stupid. Gojo laughed and ruffled Harry's hair. Too hard, fingers warm. Okay, Gojo said. Stir. Harry stared at the bowl. I'm 5, he said. Gojo nodded seriously. Perfect age to learn, he said. If you can punch a curse, you can stir a bowl. Harry's small hands grabbed the spoon. He stirred. The batter looked wrong. Lumpy. Thick. Looks like sludge, Harry said. Gojo leaned over and squinted. It's rustic, Gojo said. Harry frowned. That's also not a thing. Gojo grinned. It is when you're poor, he said, and then winked like he had not just said something weird. Harry kept stirring. Gojo grabbed an egg and cracked it one-handed. Smug. The egg exploded. Shell fragments dropped into the bowl. Gojo froze. Harry stared. You're not talented, Harry said. Gojo put a hand on his chest like he was wounded. I'm being bullied on my son's birthday, he said. Harry blinked. I'm not your son, he said automatically. Gojo's grin softened just a fraction. Sure, he said lightly. Whatever you say, kid. Harry's chest tightened even then, like he had swallowed something warm and didn't know what it was. Gojo shook his head and waved a hand. Okay, he said. Heat time. We do the oven. Harry's eyes widened. Oven, he repeated. Like fire. Gojo nodded, far too cheerful. Like fire, he confirmed. Harry stared. You're going to burn the kitchen, Harry said. Gojo scoffed. No, he said. I'm going to burn it responsibly. Harry did not know what that meant. Gojo shoved the pan into the oven and slammed it shut like he was sealing a cursed spirit. He dusted his hands dramatically. Done, he declared. Harry watched the oven. How long? He asked. Gojo shrugged. Until it looks like cake, he said. Harry frowned. That's not a time. Gojo grinned. I live dangerously. Harry sighed, tiny and exasperated. Then there was a pop sound from the oven. Gojo blinked. That's normal, he said fast. The oven door rattled. Harry's eyes widened. That's not normal, he whispered. Gojo leaned closer, then laughed nervously. Okay, he said. Maybe I put in too much cursed energy. Harry stared. Why did you put cursed energy in the cake? Gojo looked offended. Because it's a cursed birthday, he said. Duh. Harry's mouth opened. That's not, he started. The oven door blew open with a boom, and a wave of heat and smoke and batter splattered out. Gojo yelped and threw up a hand. Red flared by reflex, a repulsion that blasted the smoke away, but it also blasted the batter across the entire kitchen like a war crime. Flour dust went everywhere. Sugar burned. The smoke alarm shrieked. Harry sat on the counter with flour on his hair, staring. Gojo stood in the middle of the kitchen, covered in batter, blinking like he had just been hit by a train. Then Gojo looked at Harry and started laughing. Harry stared at him, horrified. You ruined it, he said. Gojo wiped batter off his cheek and grinned. It's fine, he said. We improvise. Harry frowned. How? Gojo walked over, picked up Harry like he weighed nothing, and spun him once, laughing. We go buy cake, he said. And we tell everyone I totally made it. Harry's mouth twitched. Then he tried to hold it back. Failed. A laugh escaped him, small and surprised. Gojo froze for half a second like the sound punched him. Then his grin got softer. There, Gojo said quietly. Birthday solved. Harry's chest tightened again, warm and confusing. Back in Hogwarts, Harry blinked hard and the memory faded. He was standing in the corridor outside the room of requirement door, alone now, breathing hard. His eyes stung. He wiped his face with the back of his hand and felt the dried blood on his knuckles. He frowned like he was angry at his own body. He did not cry. He refused. He took a shaky breath and started walking. Later, he was back near the Slytherin common room entrance, because Gojo had insisted he at least drop Harry off, even though Harry wanted to vanish into a hole and sleep for a week. The corridor was quiet. The torchlight flickered. Gojo leaned against the wall like he was waiting for a taxi. Okay, Gojo said. Sleep. Harry's jaw clenched. I will, he muttered. Gojo stared at him through the blindfold. You will, he repeated. Harry sighed. Yes, he said. Gojo's grin flashed. Cool, he said. Then his voice softened. Low. You did good, he added. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away fast. Whatever, he muttered. Gojo laughed softly. Yeah, he said. Whatever. Gojo turned to leave, then paused. He lifted a hand and tapped Harry's forehead lightly, right on the scar, gentle enough that Harry barely felt it. Don't let the creepy soul guy talk you into anything, Gojo said, voice light. Harry's jaw clenched. He won't, he said. Gojo nodded once. Good, he said. Night. Gojo walked away, footsteps fading. Harry stood there a second longer, then turned and spoke the password to the snakehead. The common room opened. Warmth hit him. Green light. The sound of low voices. Crackling fire. The smell of parchment and tea. Students looked up. Conversations paused. Eyes tracked him. Harry felt it like pressure. Daphne was not there. Draco was. Pansy Parkinson was. A few older students too, lounging like they owned the world. Draco's eyes narrowed the second he saw Harry. There he is, Draco said, loud enough for the room. The freak. Harry ignored him and kept walking. Whispers followed him anyway. Did you hear? He took points from Snape's class. They say he went into the dungeons and came back covered in blood. No wand. His eyes were glowing. Harry's jaw clenched. He went to his corner and dropped his bag. Draco's voice carried again. My father says Dumbledore is letting dangerous things into the school. Draco sneered. I bet he means you. Harry's hands clenched. He turned slowly and looked at Draco. The room went quiet again. Harry's voice came out flat. If you keep talking, he said, I'm going to make you regret it. Draco's face tightened, but he did not step forward. He remembered the corridor. He remembered the cold. He lifted his chin anyway. You can't threaten me, Draco spat. You're just a kid. Harry's eyes narrowed. So are the ones in the hospital wing, he said. A ripple went through the room. Some faces shifted. A few students looked away. Draco's mouth tightened. That's not your problem, Draco snapped. Harry's voice dropped. It is when something is feeding, he said. Pansy laughed. nervous. Feeding, she repeated. What are you talking about? Are you trying to scare people? Harry stared at her. You should be scared, he said. The room stayed silent. Draco's eyes flashed. You think you're better than us? He hissed. Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. No, he said. I think you're loud. Draco's face went red. Harry turned away, done. He sat and leaned back against the wall, head tipping slightly. His body finally remembered it was allowed to be tired. His muscles trembled. His stomach churned. He closed his eyes for a second. He saw the curse's mouth. He saw the diary's grin. He saw the other Harry's wet eyes. Harry opened his eyes again, jaw clenched, and forced himself to breathe. A shadow fell over him. Harry looked up. Daphne stood there. Her hair was dry now. Her face was calm again, ice mask back in place, but her eyes looked sharper than before, like she had made a decision. She sat down on the bench opposite him without asking. Harry stared at her. You're going to get stared at, he said. Daphne glanced around the room, expression flat. They already stare, she said. Harry's mouth tightened. Why are you here? He asked. Daphne's voice stayed calm. Because you need an ally, she said. Harry blinked. I don't, he said automatically. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You do, she corrected. You just dislike the idea. Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne leaned forward slightly. Rumors are moving, she said. Snape is angry. Dumbledore is suspicious. Gryffindor is confused. Slytherin is amused and afraid. Harry's voice came out rough. Let them be afraid, he muttered. Daphne's eyes held his. Fear makes people stupid, she said. Stupid people do dangerous things. Harry stared at her. Daphne's voice softened just a fraction. And you are bleeding, she added, nodding at his hands. Harry looked down and realized he was still smearing dried blood across his fingers. He wiped his hands on his robes, then stopped because that was also disgusting. Daphne sighed like she was annoyed at him. She pulled a small vial from her pocket and held it out. Harry stared. What is that? He asked. Daphne's mouth tightened. Dittany, she said. Put it on your hands. Harry hesitated. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Do not make this difficult, she said. Harry took it, uncorked it, and dabbed it onto his knuckles. The sting hit first. Then warmth spread, the skin knitting slowly. Harry let out a small breath he did not mean to. Daphne watched his face like she was cataloging reactions. Harry's jaw clenched. Thanks, he muttered. Daphne nodded once like she accepted it. Harry handed the vial back. Daphne took it and tucked it away. The headmaster will call you, she said. Harry's stomach tightened. I know. Daphne's eyes flicked to his face. What will you do? She asked. Harry's voice was flat. Say no, he said. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Good, she said. Harry frowned. Why are you helping me? He asked, blunt. Daphne's eyes held his. Because you saved me, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. That was nothing, he said automatically. Daphne's voice went sharp. Stop saying that, she snapped, then caught herself, and her tone cooled again. It was not nothing. Harry stared at her. Daphne leaned back slightly. Also, she added quieter. Because I am tired of being used. Harry's chest tightened. He nodded once, slow. Okay, he said. Daphne's gaze stayed on him. You are not like them, she said. Harry's mouth tightened. You don't know me, he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I watched you, she said. At the lake. You asked permission. You checked the curse like it was a problem to solve, not an excuse to control me. You looked tired, and you still did it. Harry swallowed. Daphne's voice softened again. Reluctant. You are strong, she said. But you do not feel like a bully. Harry went still. He looked away, jaw clenched hard. Daphne did not push. The fire crackled. Students pretended not to listen. Then a voice cut through the room, loud and smug. Well, Draco drawled. Look at that. Greengrass is sitting with him. The freak finally found someone desperate. Pansy laughed. Sharp. Daphne's posture did not change. She did not even look at Draco. Harry's hands clenched. Daphne spoke calmly to Harry, not Draco. Ignore him, she said. Harry's jaw tightened. I am, he lied. Daphne's eyes flicked to his fists. You are not, she said. Harry swallowed hard. He forced himself to unclench his hands. Daphne's gaze stayed steady. If you hit him, she said quietly, he wins. He gets to be a victim. Dumbledore gets a reason. Harry's stomach turned. He hated that she was right. He let out a slow breath and stared at the floor until the urge passed. Daphne watched him like she was watching someone hold a door shut against a storm. Then she nodded once like approval. Harry looked at her, confused and annoyed. What? He muttered. Daphne's mouth twitched. Self-control, she said. Rare. Harry huffed a laugh, short and unwilling. Daphne's eyes softened a fraction. The room noise slowly returned, whispers rising again. A few minutes later, the common room entrance opened. A small owl swooped in, letter clutched in its talons. It landed on the table near Draco, then hopped, then fluttered toward Harry like it knew exactly where to go. Harry's stomach tightened. The owl dropped the letter in Harry's lap and pecked his hand once. Rude, then flew off. Harry stared at the seal. A wax stamp, a familiar symbol. Dumbledore. Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne leaned forward slightly, eyes sharp. Open it, she said. Harry tore it open. The parchment was short. Harry Potter, please come to my office at once. Albus Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped. Daphne's eyes flicked up to his face. At once, she repeated quietly. He is not asking. Harry's hands shook. He crushed the paper slightly, then forced himself to loosen his grip. He breathed in, slow, and tasted warm fire smoke and old stone. Gojo's voice echoed in his head again. Light. Be effective. Harry stood. The room went quiet again, eyes tracking him. Draco's mouth curled. Oh, Draco whispered loudly. Daddy Dumbledore wants a chat. Harry ignored him. Daphne stood too. Harry blinked at her. You don't have to, he said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Yes, I do, she said. Harry swallowed. He'll punish you, he muttered. Daphne's mouth tightened. He already uses me, she said. Punishment is just honesty. Harry stared at her for a beat, then nodded once. They walked out together. The corridor outside felt colder than the common room, like the castle was reminding Harry it could bite. They did not speak much. There was nothing to say that would not sound like fear. Halfway up the stairs, footsteps echoed from above. Harry looked up. Ron and Hermione stood there, blocking the path, faces tight. Behind them stood the other Harry, silent, eyes wide. Harry stopped. Daphne stopped beside him. Hermione's voice came out fast, tight. You cannot go to Dumbledore alone, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not alone, he said, nodding at Daphne. Ron's face tightened. Oh, brilliant, Ron snapped. Of course you've got a Slytherin escort. Daphne's eyes narrowed. And you are, she said calm, a loud obstacle. Ron flushed. Oi, he snapped. Hermione snapped. Ronald, focus. Ron glared. I am focusing, he hissed. I'm focusing on the fact that he's walking around with that man and weird magic, and now he's got green grass glued to him, and people are in beds because of curses and nobody is telling us anything. Harry's voice went flat. You want me to explain my life to you, he said. Hermione's eyes flashed. We want to stop people getting hurt, she snapped. And we want to know why there are two of you. The other Harry flinched. Harry's stomach twisted. Daphne's gaze flicked to the other Harry, then back to Harry, sharp. Ron's voice lowered, rough. Dumbledore says you're dangerous, Ron said, and the way he said it sounded like he hated repeating it. He says you might be linked to you-know-who. Harry's jaw clenched hard. I am, he said. Ron went pale. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry's voice stayed flat. There's a piece of him in my scar, he said. That's why the diary talked to me. That's why the curse recognized me. The other Harry's breath hitched like he might cry again. Hermione swallowed hard. That is, she started, then stopped, then forced it out. That is not possible without dark magic. Harry stared at her. Welcome to dark magic, he said. Ron's face twisted. So you are, Ron whispered, then shook his head hard. No, no, that's not fair. You didn't choose that. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne's eyes flicked to Ron, like she was surprised he had a brain. Hermione's voice went tight. Dumbledore wants to help you, she said. Harry's laugh was short and humorless. Help? He repeated. Hermione's eyes flashed. Yes, she snapped. Help. He is the headmaster. He has fought Voldemort. He has experience. Harry's jaw clenched. He also used you, he said, blunt. Hermione went still. Harry's voice stayed low. He told you a story, he said, nodding at the other Harry. He made him carry it. The other Harry flinched, eyes wet. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. That is, she started. Then her voice softened slightly. That is not proven. Harry stared at her. You know it's true, he said. Ron swallowed hard. So what? Ron muttered. What are you going to do? Just what? Go dark. Go all murder and scary. Harry's eyes narrowed. No, he said. Ron blinked. Then what? Ron demanded. Harry's voice went flat. Honest. I'm going to do what works, he said. I'm going to stop the curses. I'm going to stop Voldemort. And I'm not going to let Dumbledore put me in a cage while he calls it protection. Hermione's eyes widened. A cage, she repeated. Harry nodded once. He's already building it, he said. Daphne's voice cut in, calm. He is, she said. He will do it politely. That is what makes it worse. Ron's face tightened. So you're with her? He snapped at Harry. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm with me, he said. Hermione's voice went sharp. You cannot do this alone, she snapped. Harry stared at her. I'm not asking you to follow, he said. I'm asking you to stop blocking my path. Ron's voice cracked. You're making yourself the enemy, he blurted. Harry's voice went quiet, and it sounded tired. I didn't start this, he said. The other Harry stepped forward suddenly, shaking. I don't want to fight you, he whispered. Harry's chest tightened. He looked at him, really looked, and saw the fear and the hope mixed together, ugly and human. Harry swallowed hard. Then don't, Harry said. The other Harry's breath hitched. But they'll make me, he whispered. Harry's stomach turned. Daphne's eyes narrowed like she wanted to say something cruel, but she stayed quiet. Hermione's voice softened a fraction. Reluctant. We are not your enemies, she said. Harry stared at her. His voice came out flat. Then stop acting like Dumbledore's, he said. Ron flinched. Hermione's jaw clenched. We are trying to help, she repeated, stubborn. Harry nodded once. Help by telling him no, he said. Hermione froze. Harry's eyes narrowed. When he asks you to watch me, when he asks you to report, when he asks you to help bind me, Harry said, voice low. Tell him no. Ron's face went pale. Bind, Ron repeated. Daphne's mouth tightened. Hermione's breath caught. Harry looked at all of them, then spoke the truth he had been carrying since the hospital wing. If you can't tell him no, he said, then you're not helping. You're just part of the leash. Silence hit. Ron looked sick. Hermione looked furious and scared at the same time. The other Harry looked like he might fall apart. Harry's hands shook. He pushed past them anyway. Daphne moved with him, shoulder to shoulder. Steady. Behind them, Ron's voice cracked, softer. Harry, he called. Harry stopped for half a second, without turning. Ron swallowed hard. Just, Ron started, then his voice got rough. Just don't become like him. Please. Harry's throat tightened. He did not answer. He walked on. The corridor ahead led upward, toward the headmaster's office, toward the polite cage. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. His body ached. But his eyes were steady. And somewhere deep in the castle, something old and hungry shifted again, like it had heard the word bind and smiled. The floorboards creaked under Lucius Malfoy's shoes as he stepped over the broken glass. Wand up, breath sharp in his throat. The back room of Borgin and Burke smelled like old dust and burnt wax, and there was fresh blood on the counter, still wet, still dark. Behind him, Bellatrix Lestrange laughed like this was a game, like the man curled on the floor was just a bad prop. Don't touch anything you can't handle, Lucius snapped, but his voice shook anyway. Bellatrix leaned in, eyes bright, hair a mess around her face. Oh please, it's a shop. We're taking what belongs to him. Lucius forced himself closer, staring at the shelf that was half collapsed. Something on it was wrong. Not cursed like wizard curses. Not the clean bite of hexwork and wards. This was heavier, sticky. It clung to the air like smoke you could not see. His skin prickled beneath his robes, and his wand felt cold in his grip. A small wooden box sat at the back, plain and almost insulting in its simplicity. There was a mark on it that looked like a child had scratched it in with a nail. Lucius swallowed. That's it. Bellatrix's grin widened. The diary, not that one, Lucius hissed, and his eyes flicked to the corner where an old cabinet stood. Its doors cracked open. The shadows inside it did not sit right. The other, Bellatrix tilted her head, listening. You hear it too? Lucius hated that he did. A faint hum, almost a whisper, like something inside the box was trying to speak into his bones. He reached out, hand trembling, and the air got colder around his fingers. His nails went numb. For a second he could not feel his own skin, only that pressure, that wrongness, like being watched by something that did not blink. Bellatrix breathed out, almost reverent. Ancient power. Shut up, Lucius said, and grabbed the box. The hum surged. His stomach lurched like he had stepped off a staircase that was not there. For a heartbeat he saw nothing but a smear of dark shapes, like faces pressed into glass. His grip tightened until his knuckles hurt. Bellatrix laughed again, sharp and delighted. Oh, that's lovely. Lucius wanted to throw it. His hands would not. A noise behind the counter made him whirl, wand up, but it was only Borgin, half crawling, eyes wide and pleading. Please, he croaked. Please, I did what you asked. I kept it hidden. I kept it safe. Bellatrix walked over like she was about to pet a dog, then kicked him in the ribs hard enough that he wheezed. Lucius did not look away from the box. You told no one, Borgin coughed, blood at the corner of his mouth. No one, I swear. No one knows. No one but you. Bellatrix crouched, grabbed Borgin's hair, and yanked his head back so he was forced to look at her. Say his name. Borgin's eyes darted to Lucius, fear shaking his whole face. The Dark Lord. Bellatrix smiled. Good boy. She stood, wiping her hand on Borgin's sleeve like he was filth, then stepped back to Lucius. We should hurry. He hates waiting. Lucius nodded, throat tight. He tucked the box under his arm, wand still in his other hand, and forced himself to move. As they left the shop, the air outside felt too thin, like the world had less oxygen in it than it should. Lucius tried to breathe anyway, tried to tell himself this was just another cursed thing, another weapon, another problem. But the box pulsed under his arm like a heartbeat that was not his. And somewhere far away, in a house that did not belong on any map, someone was already smiling. Later that night, in the Riddle house, the fire hissed low and sickly green as it burned. The room smelled like damp stone and old rot. Wormtail knelt by the hearth, shoulders hunched, eyes flicking between the shadows and the chair at the center of the room. Nagini lay coiled at the foot of that chair, her scales catching the firelight. Her tongue tasted the air, slow and lazy. Lucius stepped forward, breath tight, and went down on one knee. Bellatrix dropped beside him like she could not wait to do it. My lord, Lucius said. A thin, high voice answered from the chair. You have it. Lucius held the box out with both hands, like offering it might keep his own fingers from falling off. The box vibrated, faint and steady. Pale hand reached down and took it. The moment those fingers touched the wood, the entire room shifted. The air went heavy. The fire flared, then shrank like it was afraid. Wormtail made a choking sound and pressed his forehead to the floor. Lucius froze, sweat breaking cold down his back. The Dark Lord lifted the box, turning it slowly. His red eyes gleamed as if he could see through the wood, through the lies, through the world. This, Voldemort murmured, almost pleased, is closer. Bellatrix shivered like she was being blessed. Lucius's mouth was dry. My lord, Borgin said it was. older than anything he's ever handled. It is not wizard work, Voldemort said, soft. Not the kind you hide behind wands and words. It is hunger. It is rot. It is human fear made into shape. He tilted the box again. The hum answered, louder now, and Lucius felt it crawl up his spine. Voldemort's lip curled. It will help. Wormtail looked up, eyes frantic. Help with what, my lord? Voldemort's gaze snapped to him, and Wormtail flinched like he was about to be struck. With the boy, Voldemort said. With the thing that stands between me and him. Lucius's grip tightened on his own knee to stop his hand from shaking. He thought of the rumors of Hogwarts, of the boy who lived walking through spells like mist. He thought of the way wands did nothing to him. He thought of the cold dread that had spread through the Death Eaters when they realized there was something in Britain that even Voldemort was watching carefully. Voldemort leaned forward slightly, voice low and sharp. He is not protected by love. He is protected by space itself. He is protected by something that does not belong to this world. Bellatrix's eyes shone. Then let me kill him, my lord. Let me tear him apart. I'll do it with my hands if I have to. Voldemort's hand tightened on the box, and the wood creaked. Not yet. He looked at Lucius again. You have told me there is another. Lucius swallowed. The headmaster is frightened, my lord. He is gathering people. He thinks he can control the boy. Voldemort smiled, thin and cruel. Good. He set the box on the arm of the chair like it was nothing, like it was a toy. Good men, he said, almost amused. Always so eager to do the ugly work if they can name it kindly. Wormtail's eyes darted. Should we strike Hogwarts, my lord? Not Hogwarts, Voldemort said. Not yet. Let them bind him. Let them try to make him smaller. Let them break his trust for me. He leaned back, fingers tapping the wood of the box, and the hum turned into a faint, eager purr. Then, Voldemort whispered, when he stands alone, we will show him what a real monster looks like. At Hogwarts, the morning air felt too clean, which was how Harry knew something was wrong. It was not the weather. The sky outside the windows was pale and calm, the lake flat as glass. Students moved through the corridors with the usual noise, the usual gossip, the usual complaints about homework and teachers. But Harry's eyes caught what nobody else could. A thin line of pressure ran through the castle like a vein, pulsing behind the stone. Old magic, ancient wards, layered on layered on layered. Hogwarts always had that, always felt like a living thing if you paid attention. Today it felt like the living thing was bracing for a punch. Harry sat at the library table with Daphne across from him, a book open between them that neither of them had actually been reading for the last 10 minutes. Daphne had a quill in her hand, tapping it once against the page, then stopping. Her eyes kept flicking up, tracking the room like she was waiting for someone to walk in with bad news. You've been staring at the ceiling, she said at last, voice low. Calm, controlled. Daphne always sounded controlled, even when she was tense. Harry did not look away from the air above the shelves. The castle's nervous. Daphne's mouth twitched. That's a strange thing to say. It's a strange place, Harry said. She leaned in a little, just enough to keep their words private. Is this about what happened last night? Harry's jaw tightened. He could still see it in his head. The flash of Ron's guilty face, Hermione's tight mouth trying to turn it into something logical. The way the lock on his trunk had been half cracked, the way Hermione's fingers had been on his things like she had the right. Friends do not go through your life because someone told them to. Friends ask. They weren't just curious, Harry said, voice flat. They were doing a job. Daphne's eyes cooled. On orders. Harry finally looked at her. His sunglasses hid most of it, but he knew she could still feel the weight in him, the quiet anger that had nowhere to go. You know who, he said. Daphne's quill stopped tapping. Yes, a laugh burst somewhere behind them, too loud for the library. Pansy Parkinson was leaning over a table with a group of Slytherins, whispering like she wanted everyone to hear. Blaise Zabini sat back in his chair, watching the room with bored interest, like he was pretending he was not listening while listening to everything. Pansy's eyes flicked to Harry, then to Daphne, then away again. She muttered something, and one of her friends snickered. Daphne's shoulders stayed relaxed, but her fingers tightened on her quill. "They're already building a story," she murmured. "You and me. You and the headmaster. You and whatever that was in the dungeon." Harry's mouth curled. "Let them." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "That's not how this works here." Harry leaned back in his chair, letting his eyes drift through the library. He could see the residuals on people like faint smoke trails, stress and fear leaking off them. Students who had nightmares. Students who hated their classmates. Students who smiled while thinking cruel things. The castle fed on it. Or something in the castle did. He had ripped one curse apart with his hands and watched it dissolve like dirty water. That had been easy. People were harder. "You want me to care about gossip," Harry said. "I don't." "You should," Daphne replied, still quiet. "Not because it hurts you, because it tells you what they'll do when they're scared." Harry's fingers tapped the edge of the book. He hated that she was right. Daphne's eyes softened. Just a fraction. "You were right to cut them off," she said. "But you can't pretend it ends there." Harry looked down at the open page, but the words blurred under his gaze. "It won't," he admitted. Daphne shifted in her chair, knees brushing the underside of the table, posture straight. "If Dumbledore thinks you're slipping out of his control, he will act." "He already did," Harry said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "He watched you use power in his school that he can't measure. He watched you ignore his rules. He watched you refuse to fit into the story he built." Harry's fingers stopped tapping. He felt the pressure line in the castle pulse again, like a heartbeat. "He's doing something," Harry said. Daphne's quill lowered to the page again. "Then don't go alone." Before Harry could answer, a cold voice cut through the library like a knife. "Potter." Heads turned. Whispers rose and fell. Even Pansy went quiet, like she did not want to be seen enjoying this too openly. Professor Snape stood at the end of their table, black robes hanging straight, face pale and sharp. His eyes were fixed on Harry like Harry was a stain on the floor. Daphne's posture did not change, but her gaze flicked to Snape's hands, to the way his wand sat ready even though he was only summoning a student. Harry did not move. "What?" Snape's lip curled. "The headmaster wishes to see you." "Now." Daphne's quill paused again. "Is there a reason the headmaster cannot send a note, Professor?" Snape's eyes slid to her like she was dirt under his shoe. "Miss Greengrass, how nice to see you've decided to attach yourself to the latest dangerous thing in this castle." Daphne's smile was polite and empty. "I could say the same about you." Snape's nostrils flared. His eyes snapped back to Harry. "Get up." Harry could feel eyes on them from every direction. Students pretending to read, pretending to write, pretending not to watch. He could feel the castle's pressure line pulling toward the direction of the headmaster's office like a tide. He stood, chair scraping softly. Daphne stood too, calm as if she was simply leaving for class. "I'm coming." Snape's voice went colder. "No." Daphne's eyes hardened. "He's my housemate. If the headmaster has business with him, it's not unreasonable for a witness." Snape leaned closer, and the air around him smelled faintly of potions, bitter and sharp. "You don't get to make demands in my presence." Harry glanced at Daphne, then back to Snape. His voice stayed mild, which made it worse. "If you touch her, I'll break your arm." The library went silent. Snape's eyes widened just slightly, then narrowed again into fury. His wand hand twitched. Harry did not move. He did not reach for a wand. He did not need to. Snape swallowed whatever he was about to spit out and straightened, jaw tight. "Potter." "Now." Harry turned to Daphne. "Stay." Daphne's mouth tightened. "Harry, I'll be back," he said, and he hated that it sounded like a promise he was not sure he could keep. Daphne held his gaze for a second longer, then gave a short nod. "If you're not back in 10 minutes, I'm coming anyway." Harry's mouth twitched. "Fair." Snape swept out of the library, and Harry followed, hands in his pockets like he was walking to lunch instead of into a trap. The corridor outside was colder than it should have been. The stone under Harry's shoes felt damp. Students stepped aside as Snape moved, like they had learned over years that getting in his way was a bad idea. Harry walked a step behind him, close enough to hear Snape's breathing. "You're enjoying this," Harry said. Snape did not look back. Enjoying what? The part where you get to drag me somewhere like I'm a problem you can finally solve, Harry replied. Snape's shoulders went rigid. You are a problem. Harry laughed once, short. At least you're honest. Snape's voice dropped. You think you're untouchable. Harry's eyes caught the thin pressure line again. Stronger now. He could see it threading through the stones, leading upward. I am. Snape stopped so fast Harry almost walked into him. Snape turned, eyes blazing. No one is untouchable. Harry stared at him through the dark lenses, expression blank. That's what you tell yourself so you can sleep. Snape's breath hitched, and for a second Harry saw something ugly flare behind his eyes. Not just hate, not just anger, something like a wound that never healed. Then Snape turned away again, walking faster. Harry let him. He did not need to win this conversation. He just needed to stay aware. They reached the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office. Snape muttered the password, and the stone figure jumped aside. The staircase began to move, spiraling up. Harry stepped onto it, and the pressure hit him like a hand on his chest. Not enough to hurt, enough to warn. The air got thicker as he rose. The smell changed too. Less castle, more old incense, more parchment, more something metallic and sharp like iron. Harry's fingers curled once inside his pocket, then relaxed. He did not need to fight, but he was ready anyway. When the staircase stopped, Snape stalked forward and rapped on the door. A warm voice called, "Enter." Snape shoved the door open and stepped aside, like he was presenting Harry as an offering. Harry walked in. Dumbledore's office was exactly how Harry remembered it, and also completely different. The desk was in the same place. The shelves were packed with books and strange instruments. Fawkes sat on his perch, feathers bright, eyes calm. But the air was wrong. There was a circle on the floor in front of the desk, faintly glowing. Not chalk, not paint. It looked like runes cut into the stone itself, fresh and bright like they had been carved recently. A thin shimmer rose from it like heat haze. People were standing around it. Not professors. Not just staff. Order members. Harry's eyes tracked them automatically. Moody by the window, one hand near his wand, his magical eye whirring. Kingsley Shacklebolt near the bookshelf, tall and steady, face unreadable. Tonks closer to the door, hair a muted brown today, shoulders tense. Lupin by the wall, expression tight, hands held still like he did not trust them not to shake. McGonagall stood beside Dumbledore's desk, jaw clenched, looking like she wanted to be anywhere else. Snape stepped into the room behind Harry, and the door clicked shut. Harry's head turned slowly. Ron and Hermione stood near the fireplace. Ron looked pale. Hermione looked like she was trying to breathe through a panic attack without letting anyone see. Harry stared at them until Ron's eyes dropped to the floor. Dumbledore's hands were folded on his desk, posture calm. He looked older today, lines deeper around his eyes. His expression held sadness like he thought it made what he was doing acceptable. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "thank you for coming." Harry's voice was quiet. "You set a trap in your office." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the circle, then back to Harry. "We have concerns." Harry nodded once, as if that explained everything. "Of course you do." Moody's voice cut in rough. "You don't get to act like this is beneath you, boy. People are ending up in comas. Dark energy in Hogwarts. And you're right in the middle of it." Harry looked at Moody. "People were ending up in comas because a curse was feeding on them. I killed it." Kingsley's tone stayed calm. "That's what worries us." Harry's mouth twitched. "That I solved your problem." Tonks shifted her weight, eyes flicking to the circle again. "Harry, nobody's saying you did anything wrong. We just need to understand what you are." Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm a student." Snape made a sharp sound, like a laugh that died in his throat. "Don't insult us with that." Harry ignored him. His gaze went back to Dumbledore. "Why are Ron and Hermione here?" Hermione flinched. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. "They care about you." Harry stared at Hermione. "Do you?" Hermione's throat worked. "Harry, Ron's voice cracked. "We were trying to help." Harry's expression did not change. By going through my things. Ron's ears went red. We thought there might be something. Dark stuff. The headmaster said. Hermione's eyes flashed. He didn't order US, Harry. He asked. He said he was worried. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. So you used them. Dumbledore did not deny it. That was the worst part. We are trying to prevent tragedy, Dumbledore said. Harry's shoulders lifted in a slow breath. The air around him trembled, faintly, like space itself was reacting to his restraint. You're trying to prevent me, Harry said. McGonagall's voice snapped, sharper than anyone else in the room. Harry, enough. You don't know what you're dealing with. Harry looked at her, and his voice softened just a fraction. Professor, I know exactly what I'm dealing with. He turned slightly, taking in the room again, tracking positions. Dumbledore behind the desk. McGonagall beside him. Snape near the door behind Harry. Tonks near the door as well, but angled like she could move fast if she had to. Moody by the window. Kingsley near the shelves. Lupin by the wall. Ron and Hermione near the fireplace. 8 wands and 1 phoenix watching like a judge. Harry's stomach tightened. Not with fear, but with something worse. Disappointment. It sat heavy in his chest, like a stone he could not spit out. Dumbledore's eyes held his. Step forward, Harry. Harry glanced down at the circle. The shimmer rising from it was not wizard magic. Not clean. Not structured. It was trying to grab. He could see the intention in it like a hand reaching for his core, for the part of him that made space bend. He could see it was meant to clamp down, to hold, to limit, to make him smaller. Harry laughed once. Quiet. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Harry, you're doing it anyway, Harry said. Even if I say no. Dumbledore's voice stayed sorrowful. It is for your own safety. Harry's head tilted. That's not what you mean, Moody growled. Step into the circle. Harry looked at him. Or what? Moody's magical eye spun. Or we make you. Harry's lips parted slightly, like he was about to say something cruel. Then he closed his mouth again. He exhaled through his nose. Fine, Harry said. Ron's head snapped up. Harry, don't. Harry walked forward, slow, hands still in his pockets, and stepped into the circle. The moment his foot crossed the line, the shimmer slammed into him. Pressure hit his ribs like a vice. His skin prickled. The air tasted like copper. His heart beat once, hard, and he felt heat crawl up his neck under his collar. The runes flared brighter. Harry did not move. Dumbledore lifted his wand, voice firm now, no longer gentle. Hold. The circle tightened. Harry felt it try to bite into him, try to latch onto his cursed energy like hooks. Infinity answered. It did not explode. It did not roar. It simply existed. Space between Harry and the binding wards stretched. The shimmer that had been reaching for him slowed, then slowed more, then stalled like it had hit invisible glass. The runes flickered, confused. Moody swore. Tonks sucked in a breath. Lupin's eyes widened. Snape's face went white. Dumbledore's wand hand trembled, just slightly. Harry looked up at him, voice quiet. Your spells can't touch me. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Harry, please, you must understand why we're doing this. Harry's laugh was cold. Because you're scared. Kingsley's voice stayed even. We are responsible for protecting people. Harry's gaze snapped to him. Then protect them from Voldemort. A hush fell. Ron flinched like the name burned. Hermione's lips parted, then closed. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You know he is returning. Harry shrugged. He never left. Snape spat. Don't act like you can see the future. Harry turned his head slowly towards Snape, and even behind the sunglasses, the room felt like it got colder. I can see what you hide, Harry said. I can see the way your grief spikes every time her name crosses your mind. I can see your hate wrapped around it like bandages that never worked. Snape's wand twitched up. McGonagall snapped. Severus. Snape's eyes were wild. You arrogant little. Harry cut him off, voice flat. You want to talk about danger. Look at you. You stand in a room with a child you hate and pretend it's for the greater good. Snape's face twisted. Dumbledore's voice hardened. Harry, Enough. Harry looked back at Dumbledore. You taught him that phrase, didn't you? Greater good. Like it's a spell that makes anything clean. Dumbledore's eyes did not blink. I made mistakes when I was young. Harry's head tilted. And you never stopped loving the idea that you were right. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Something old and tired behind it. Harry inhaled slowly. The pressure of the circle still pushed, still tried to grab, but it was useless against infinity. The spells around him were like cobwebs caught on glass. He could have broken them with a thought. He did not. He stayed still because he wanted them to feel what it was like to choose violence and fail anyway. You invited me here to seal me, Harry said. To put a lock on me. To make me a weapon you can store safely. Dumbledore's voice softened again, like he thought kindness would still work. Harry, you are not a weapon. You are a young man with a great burden. Harry's fingers tightened inside his pockets. He felt his nails dig into his skin. Don't, Hermione whispered. Harry, please. Harry looked at her. You knew, he said, quieter. You knew this would happen. Hermione's eyes filled, but she held her chin up like she always did. We didn't know about the circle, she said quickly. We thought it was a talk. We thought he wanted to help you. Harry watched her for a second, seeing the fear in her aura, seeing the guilt, seeing the part of her that still wanted to be the good one. You're smart, Harry said. Don't insult me. Ron stepped forward, then stopped, like an invisible line held him back even though he could not see it. Mate, just listen to them. They're trying to keep you safe. Harry stared at Ron until Ron's face crumpled. Safe, Harry echoed, voice hollow. Dumbledore lifted his chin slightly. Harry, there is a prophecy. The room went still. Harry's laugh came out sharp. Of course there is. Dumbledore's eyes widened a fraction. You know, I knew the moment I learned you were lying to my face with a smile, Harry said. His voice did not rise. That was worse. I knew the moment I saw the way you look at me like I'm a plan. Moody growled. What are you on about? Harry turned his head slightly, tracking Moody's position by the window. You raised a pig for slaughter, Harry said, voice calm. Satoru raised a wolf. Ron made a choking sound. Hermione whispered, Harry. Dumbledore's face tightened, pain flashing. Harry, you must understand. The prophecy was not something I created. No, Harry said. You just decided to build your entire life around it and call that morality. Lupin's voice broke in, rough and careful. Harry, no one wants you dead. That's not. Harry cut his eyes to Lupin. You've been in his circle long enough to know how he thinks. Don't pretend you're shocked. Lupin's shoulders sagged, like the words hit somewhere tender. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. There is also something in you. Harry's stomach tightened, and for a second the air around him quivered, not from anger, but from the way his body reacted to being cornered. You mean the piece of Voldemort, Harry said. Silence. Even Snape looked startled. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Ron stared like he had forgotten how to breathe. Moody's wand lifted higher. Kingsley's expression sharpened. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Yes. Harry's laugh was almost tired. You've known for years. Dumbledore's eyes held sorrow. I suspected. You suspected, Harry repeated, and his voice sharpened. And instead of telling me, instead of letting me decide what to do with my own body, you watched and waited. Dumbledore's shoulders dropped slightly. I was trying to find a way to save you. Harry's jaw clenched. No. You were trying to find a way to use me without feeling guilty. Dumbledore flinched, just barely. Harry continued, voice steady. You sent Ron and Hermione to watch me. You let Snape try to crawl into my head. You set traps in your office. And you still want me to believe you care. Hermione's voice cracked. We didn't know about the Horcrux. Harry looked at her. You didn't ask, he said. You listened to him instead of me. Hermione's eyes spilled over. Ron's face twisted like he wanted to vomit. Harry felt something cold and tight inside his chest, like a door closing. Dumbledore's wand hand lowered a fraction. Harry, if you can see it, if you know it is there, then you must understand why we cannot allow you to walk unchecked. Harry's laugh was bitter. There it is. Dumbledore's gaze stayed firm. You are powerful. You are isolated. You are carrying something that belongs to the darkest wizard in history. You are also a child. Harry's voice went flat. I'm not a child. Dumbledore's tone softened again, but it did not remove the steel. You are 14. Harry stared at him, and for the first time in the room, his disappointment turned into something that had teeth. You're right, Harry said quietly. I'm 14, which means you think you can still shape me. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Harry, please. Harry's head tilted slightly. Tell me the truth. Is this about saving me, or is this about controlling me? Dumbledore's mouth tightened. He hesitated. That hesitation was the answer. Harry exhaled slowly. His chest felt tight. His skin was damp under his shirt. His heart beat hard once. Then again, like his body wanted to fight even if his mind was too tired to bother. He glanced down at the circle, then back up. You can't seal me, Harry said. You can't bind what you don't understand. Moody snapped. We can try. Harry's gaze cut to him. You can try, and you can fail, and then you can deal with what you just did. Kingsley's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. What do you mean? Harry looked at Dumbledore again. You're breaking trust you won't get back. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. Harry stepped forward. The circle flared like it was about to tighten again. The shimmer surged. Harry kept walking. It was like moving through cobwebs that could not stick. The runes hissed, light flickering as his infinity stretched space between him and the binding. The pressure on his ribs vanished. The air warmed again. The metallic taste faded. Harry walked right out of the circle, stopping in front of Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, and for a second he looked like an old man facing something he could not tame. Harry leaned forward, palms flat on the desk, close enough that Dumbledore could not pretend this was still gentle. You want to know what I am? Harry said, voice low. I'm the thing your world made when it decided some kids get to die for plans. Dumbledore's face tightened. That is not fair. Harry's laugh was sharp. Fair. That word doesn't live in your mouth. Snape moved. A step, wand lifting like he could not stop himself. Get away from him. Harry did not even look at Snape. Sit down. Snape froze. Not because of a spell, because the air between them felt wrong. Like Snape's wand arm had to cross an endless distance to reach Harry. Snape's breathing went shallow. McGonagall's voice shook. Harry, please. Harry straightened slowly, eyes tracking McGonagall's position by the desk. Professor, he said, and his tone softened again. You're not the one who decided to put chains on me. McGonagall's face tightened like she wanted to argue but could not. Dumbledore's voice went firm, finally dropping the softness. Harry, you cannot simply walk away from this. There is a war coming. Harry's mouth curled. I know. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Then help us. Harry stared at him. Help you, he repeated. While you try to seal me. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. We must ensure you do not become what you fight. Harry's laugh was cold. You mean you're scared I'll become a Dark Lord? Moody's voice was blunt. Yes. Harry looked at Moody. At least you admit it. Tonks's voice cracked slightly. Harry, you're not alone. We can work with you. Harry's head tilted. You tried to trap me. That's not working with me. Hermione stepped forward a half step, hands shaking. Harry, please. Just talk. Just don't do something you can't take back. Harry looked at her. His disappointment sharpened again. You already did, he said. Hermione flinched like he had slapped her. Ron's voice came out rough. Mate. Harry's gaze went to Ron, and his voice went quiet. Don't call me that. Ron's face crumpled. The room felt like it was holding its breath. Then the air cracked. Not thunder. Not magic. Space itself snapping like a thin piece of glass. The door behind Harry blew inward. Wood splintered. The portrait next to it yelped and swung out of the way, shouting insults. A tall figure stepped through the broken doorway like it was nothing, one hand holding a bag of sweets. Satoru Gojo smiled. It was not a friendly smile. Wow, Gojo said brightly, like he was walking into a party. This is a depressing little circle you've drawn. Is this a club meeting? Or are we doing hostage situations now? Every wand in the room snapped toward him. Moody's voice was a growl. You. Gojo's gaze drifted lazily over the wands, then back to Dumbledore. Hi, Santa. Miss me? Dumbledore's face went rigid. Mr. Gojo. Gojo clicked his tongue. That's not my name, but sure. Harry did not move, but the tightness in his chest eased in the smallest way, like his body recognized a threat bigger than this room and decided it did not have to carry everything alone. Gojo stepped into the office, boots crunching on splintered wood. He stopped beside Harry like it was automatic, like he belonged there. You look annoyed, Gojo said to Harry, voice light. Harry's mouth twitched. They tried to bind me. Gojo's smile widened. It did not reach his eyes. Oh! He turned his head slowly, gaze sliding across the order members like they were insects pinned under glass. Who had that genius idea? Gojo asked, still friendly. No one answered. Gojo's voice stayed sweet. No, really. I want to know who looked at my kid and thought, yeah, let's put a leash on him. That feels like a safe choice. Moody's wand stayed steady. Lower your wand. Gojo blinked. I don't have one. Moody's magical eye word. Don't play games with me. Gojo sighed dramatically. You guys are so tense. It's like you've never met someone stronger than you. Dumbledore's voice was controlled, but it carried strain. Mr. Gojo, this is an internal matter. Gojo looked at him. You mean you were trying to do something to my kid without me? He said, still calm. That's not internal. That's stupid. Tonks's voice was tight. Harry is dangerous. Gojo's gaze snapped to her, and the air changed. Not dramatic, just heavier, like the room had less space in it. Say that again, Gojo said softly. Tonks swallowed. I didn't mean, he's powerful. He's young. Gojo nodded like he was listening. So your solution is to betray him. Dumbledore lifted his chin. We were trying to protect him. Gojo laughed once. Sharp. You were trying to protect yourselves from him. Harry watched the room, tracking positions again. Gojo was beside him. Dumbledore behind the desk. McGonagall frozen. Snape near the door, face pale with rage. Moody by the window, wand aimed. Kingsley still by the shelves, steady. Lupin by the wall, jaw tight. Tonks near the door, shoulders tense. Ron and Hermione near the fireplace, both looking like they might break apart. Gojo's hand moved casually, and Harry felt the shift in space, subtle and precise. The wands aimed at Gojo stopped moving, not because anyone lowered them, because the distance between wand tips and Gojo became endless. Moody's jaw clenched. He tried to step forward, boots scraping the floor, but it was like his body could not close the gap. Gojo smiled at him. Yeah, he said lightly. That thing. That's called not touching me. Moody snarled. You think that makes you invincible? Gojo's smile widened. It does. Dumbledore's voice went sharp. Enough. Gojo looked back at Dumbledore. You invited my kid into your office and tried to bind his core, Gojo said, voice still calm. I'm being polite. Snape snapped. This isn't your world. Gojo's gaze slid to Snape, amused. And you must be the bitter one. Cute. Snape's face went red with fury. You will not speak to me like. Gojo cut him off, voice suddenly flat. You tried to read his mind. Snape froze. Harry's stomach tightened. He had not told Gojo that. Not directly. Gojo's smile returned, lazy and cruel. You're not subtle. Your energy reeks. All that obsession. All that hate. You wear it like perfume and then act offended when someone notices. Snape's wand hand shook. McGonagall's voice cracked. Mr. Gojo, please. This is not helping. Gojo looked at her, and his tone softened, just slightly. You're the cat lady, right? You seem fine. You should pick better friends. McGonagall's mouth tightened like she wanted to slap him and also wanted to cry. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Harry, tell me what you want. Harry stared at him, then laughed, short and bitter. Now you ask. Dumbledore's eyes did not flinch. Yes. Harry's fingers curled once on the edge of the desk, then relaxed. He felt sweat under his collar, felt his heart still beating hard, felt the hollow weight in his chest that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with betrayal. I want you to stop using people, Harry said. He glanced at Ron and Hermione without turning his head fully. I want you to stop pretending your plans are love. Dumbledore's face tightened. Harry's voice stayed cold. You don't get to say my name like that anymore. The silence that followed felt heavy. Gojo rested a hand lightly on Harry's shoulder, the touch easy and familiar, like a reminder that someone still chose him without conditions. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to that hand, then back to Harry. If you leave, he said carefully, you will be vulnerable. Voldemort is moving. Harry's mouth curled. I know. Dumbledore's voice tightened. Then stay. Work with us. We can fix this. Harry stared at him, and something in his face hardened into a decision. No, Harry said. Hermione made a small sound, like a sob swallowed. Ron whispered, Harry, please. Harry did not look at him. You chose already. Ron's face crumpled. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged slightly. Harry, Gojo's voice cut in, cheerful again. Okay, cool. We're done here. He turned slightly, looking at the broken door, then back at Dumbledore. Also, fix your door. It's embarrassing. Moody snarled, trying to force his way forward. You can't just take him. Gojo looked at him like Moody was a child throwing a tantrum. Watch me. Kingsley's voice was calm, but firm. Mr. Gojo, if you remove him from Hogwarts, you remove him from protections that even you may not understand. Gojo shrugged. Your protections tried to bind him. Not impressed. Lupin's voice broke, quiet and strained. Harry, don't do this alone. Harry finally looked at Lupin, and his voice softened a fraction. I'm not, he said. Gojo grinned. See. Family time. Dumbledore's voice went low. Satoru, if you care about him, you will not encourage him to isolate himself. Gojo's eyes sharpened, and the air dipped colder. Don't say you care about him, Gojo said softly. Not after what you just did. Dumbledore flinched. For a second, Harry saw it. The real emotion. Not a plan. Not a smile. An old man realizing he had pushed too hard and lost something he thought he owned. Harry felt nothing but tired. Gojo's hand tightened once on Harry's shoulder. Let's go, he said, voice lighter again, like he wanted to keep Harry from sinking into the ugly part of this. Harry nodded, then turned his head slightly, gaze flicking to Ron and Hermione one last time. Hermione's eyes were wet. Ron looked like he was about to throw up. Harry's voice was quiet. Don't follow me, Ron whispered. We didn't mean. Harry cut him off. Meaning doesn't fix it. Then Harry moved. Gojo moved with him. They walked toward the broken door, and nobody could stop them. Not because they did not want to, because the space between intent and action was a gulf they could not cross. Harry stepped into the corridor outside, and the castle's pressure line hit him again, but now it felt like anger. Like Hogwarts itself was reacting to what had just happened in its heart. Gojo looked around the corridor, then sighed. This place is still kind of cool, he said, like he had not just walked into a political mess and ripped it open. Too many stairs, though. Harry's mouth twitched. You always complain about stairs. Gojo's grin returned, softer. Stairs are oppression. Harry let out a breath that almost sounded like a laugh, then stopped when he felt the burn behind his eyes. He hated that he even had to fight that reaction. He hated that disappointment could hurt more than curses. Gojo bumped his shoulder lightly. You okay? Harry stared ahead. No. Gojo nodded like that was fine. Good. Being okay would be weird after that. Harry's chest tightened, then eased a fraction. They did not go back to the library. They did not go back to the Great Hall. Harry walked without rushing because rushing would mean panic, and he refused to give them that. By the time they reached the corridor near the Slytherin entrance, Daphne was already there, leaning against the stone like she had been waiting for hours. Her posture was casual. Her eyes were not. The moment she saw Harry, her face shifted. Relief first, then anger, then focus. What happened? She asked, voice low. Harry stopped in front of her. Gojo stood half a step behind him, hands in his pockets, sunglasses pushed up so his eyes were visible, bright and cold. Harry's throat felt tight. He forced the words out anyway. He tried to bind me. Daphne's face went still. Dumbledore. Harry nodded. Daphne's jaw clenched. And the order. Harry nodded again. Daphne breathed out slowly, and her eyes flicked over Harry's face, like she was checking for blood, for bruises, for signs that something inside him had cracked. "You're leaving," she said. It was not a question. Harry stared at her. "Yes." Daphne's eyes flicked to Gojo, then back. "Where?" Gojo brightened. "Secret base. Underground. Dramatic. You'll love it." Daphne did not react to the joke. "You're serious?" Harry's voice was quiet. "I can't stay here with him watching me like a trap." Daphne's mouth tightened. "If you leave Hogwarts, you leave the narrative he controls," she said. "You also leave the place where you can watch the enemy." Harry's gaze sharpened. "I can still watch." Daphne nodded slightly, like she accepted that. "Then you'll need a partner," she said. Harry's chest tightened again, different this time. Gojo leaned in slightly, grin teasing. "Oh, this is the part where she confesses her undying love, right? I should take pictures." Daphne's eyes flicked to him. "If you take pictures, I will hex you." Gojo gasped, delighted. "She threatened me. I like her." Harry's mouth twitched. Then he looked back at Daphne. "You don't have to come." Daphne's expression went flat. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Harry blinked. "What?" Daphne stepped closer, voice low enough that the corridor swallowed it. "If you leave alone, they will label you a threat. If you leave with someone at your side, they will label you a faction. A choice. A political problem." Harry stared at her. "You want to be labeled?" Daphne's gaze held his, steady and cold and honest. "I already am," she said. "I'm a Greengrass. I'm a Slytherin. People label me before I open my mouth." Harry's throat went tight. "Your family." Daphne's jaw clenched. "My family would rather I stand still and survive. That's what neutrality is. Standing still while people die, then acting shocked." Harry watched her face, watched the tension in her shoulders, watched the way her fingers curled slightly like she was holding herself together. "You don't owe me anything," Harry said quietly. Daphne's eyes softened, just a fraction. "I'm not doing this because I owe you," she said. "I'm doing this because I chose you." Harry's breath caught, sharp. Gojo made a pleased sound behind him. "Ah." Daphne ignored him, gaze locked on Harry. "I saw what you did in that dungeon," she said. "I saw what you are. You're not a monster. You're not a saint. You're a boy who refuses to be controlled." Harry's mouth twisted. "That's not a compliment." Daphne's lips curved slightly. "It is from me." Harry stared at her for a second longer, then nodded once, like he accepted the weight of it. "Okay," Harry said. Daphne stepped even closer, and for a heartbeat Harry thought she was going to reach for his hand. Instead she leaned in and pressed her mouth to his, quick and firm, like sealing a contract. Harry froze for half a second, then his fingers caught her wrist gently, like he needed something solid. His chest eased in a way that scared him. His heart beat hard, then steadied. Daphne pulled back, eyes still steady. "Now they can't pretend." Harry swallowed. "You didn't have to do that here." Daphne's mouth twitched. "Yes, I did." Gojo clapped once, too loud. "I knew it. I'm a genius." Daphne's eyes cut to him. "You're annoying." Gojo grinned. "Thank you." Harry exhaled. And for the first time since stepping into Dumbledore's office, the tightness in his chest loosened enough that he could breathe properly. "Where's your stuff?" Gojo asked Daphne. Daphne's mouth twitched. "I already packed." Gojo's grin widened. "Of course you did. Love that." Harry blinked at her. "You planned this." Daphne's gaze stayed calm. "I planned for you not coming back," she said. "That's not the same as planning for this." Harry looked at her like he did not know what to do with that kind of care. Gojo leaned in, voice conspiratorial. "She's smart. Keep her." Harry shot him a look. "Shut up." Gojo laughed. They moved fast now because the longer they stood in a corridor, the more likely someone would come looking. Gojo did not bother with staircases this time. He touched Harry's shoulder, then Daphne's, and space folded. The castle disappeared. Cold stone replaced it. Harry's shoes hit ground that felt damp and old. The air smelled like water and something ancient that had never seen sunlight. They were in a massive chamber, pillars rising into darkness, the floor slick with moisture. An enormous statue loomed ahead, half in shadow, half in faint torchlight that should not have existed but did. because Hogwarts had secrets that did not care about logic. The Chamber of Secrets. Daphne's eyes widened, but she did not flinch. So this is where they like to hide their sins, she murmured. Gojo looked around, impressed. Okay, this is cool, he admitted. Big snake vibes. I respect it. Harry's chest tightened again, not from fear, but from the weight of the place. He could feel echoes of old hate here, old fear, old whispers that had become stone. He also felt something else. Freedom. Gojo stretched his arms like he was settling into a new apartment. All right, he said cheerfully. New home. Temporary. Probably. Daphne looked at Harry. They won't find us easily. Harry nodded, eyes scanning the space, tracking the entrances, the shadows, the way sound carried. No, he said. And if they do, they'll regret it. Daphne's gaze held his. What now? Harry's throat felt tight again. He did not want to say it. Saying it made it real. We stop pretending they're on our side, Harry said quietly. Daphne nodded once. No hesitation. Fine. Gojo's smile softened. Just a touch. That's my kid, he said, and his voice was still light, but the anger under it had not vanished. It was waiting. Harry's fingers clenched once, then relaxed. He looked around the chamber again, grounding himself with physical details, with space and stone and sound. He was not going to fall apart in front of them. Not here. A faint sound echoed through the chamber, wings beating fast. An owl. Harry turned his head as the bird swooped down from the darkness, landing hard on a broken bit of stone like it had flown through a storm. Its feathers were ruffled. Its eyes were wide. There was a note tied to its leg. Daphne moved first, careful hands untangling it. She read the first line, and her face went still. Harry's stomach dropped. What? He said. Daphne's voice was quiet. Hogsmeade, she said. There's smoke. There are masked men. People are screaming. Gojo's smile vanished. Harry's heart slammed once, hard enough to hurt. Daphne lifted her eyes to Harry, and the calm in her face was gone, replaced by something sharp and real. They're making their move, she said. Harry stared at the note, then at the owl, then at the darkness of the chamber like he could see through stone and distance. His disappointment burned into something else, something cold, something ready. Good, Harry said softly. Gojo's hand landed on his shoulder again, grip firm. You sure? Gojo asked, voice low. Harry's mouth curled, and there was no humor in it. They wanted a monster, he said. Let's show them what that actually looks like. Not warm heat, not a fireplace heat. This was fire eating wood and flesh and breath, and it hit the back of his throat like he had swallowed ash. They came out of the dark of the chamber and into Hogsmeade like someone had ripped a curtain open. 1 second there was damp stone and echoes. Next second there was a street full of smoke and screaming. Gojo's hand came off Harry's shoulder. Daphne's boots skidded on cobblestone. An explosion boomed somewhere ahead, close enough that the air slapped them. Harry's ears rang. He looked up and saw the sky lit orange. A roof was on fire, flames licking up like they were trying to climb out of the town. Spells streaked across the street in ugly colors, smashing windows, ripping signs off walls. People ran with their hands over their heads. Someone tripped and went down hard, then crawled because standing up would have been slower. Death Eaters, masks, black robes. They moved like they owned the place, like this was what they had been waiting for. A woman screamed right in front of Harry, high and cracked, and it punched right through him because it was not far away. It was right there. Gojo's voice cut in, light like he was commenting on the weather. Okay, that's a lot. Harry did not answer. He could not yet. His lungs felt too tight. Daphne's fingers grabbed his sleeve. Harry, her face was pale in the firelight, eyes locked on him like she was checking that he was still there, still steady, still himself. Harry nodded once. His jaw clenched. He forced air into his lungs. Smoke scraped the inside of his throat. His heart was banging like it wanted out. Stay close, Harry said. Daphne's mouth tightened. I am. Another blast went off. The ground trembled. A chunk of brick flew across the street and shattered against a lamp post. Harry's eyes snapped toward the source. The 3 broomsticks, or what was left of it. The front windows were blown out. The sign was hanging by one chain and swinging. Inside, shadows moved. Bodies moved. Some running. Some falling. A Death Eater stood on a table inside the wrecked pub, wand raised, laughing while he fired into the crowd like it was sport. Harry's stomach turned. Gojo took 1 step forward, casual, hands in his pockets. "Hey!" he called loud, bright. "You guys really picked a cute little village for this." The Death Eater's head whipped toward them. So did 3 more. For wands lifted at once. Spells shot out. Harry did not even flinch. Infinity caught them. The spells slowed like they were pushing through thick syrup, then slowed more, then hung there, sparking and crackling in the air, harmless. The Death Eaters froze. Harry felt his own anger settle into something cold and clean. His thoughts went sharp. Distance. Positions. Civilians. Cover. He stepped forward. The hanging spells stayed in the air, stuck. He walked past them like they were dead insects. One of the Death Eaters backed up. "What the hell is that?" Gojo hummed. "That's called you made a bad choice." Harry kept walking, straight toward the pub. A woman stumbled out of the shattered doorway, face streaked with soot, hair half burned. Her eyes went wide when she saw Harry and Daphne and Gojo standing in the street like they had walked out of a nightmare and brought the nightmare back with them. "Help!" she choked. Harry's gaze flicked over her, checking injuries fast. Burns. Shock. Breathing shallow but steady. "Get behind me," Harry said. She stared like she did not understand. Daphne grabbed her elbow and yanked her back without being gentle. "Move!" The woman stumbled, then ran. Harry stepped up to the doorway of the 3 broomsticks. Inside it was chaos. Tables flipped. Butterbeer spilled. Glass everywhere. Smoke rolling along the ceiling. People crouched behind benches with their hands over their heads. A man was dragging someone by the arms, leaving a smear of blood. Madame Rosmerta was on her knees behind the bar, wand in her hand, shaking so badly she could barely hold it up. The Death Eater on the table saw Harry clearly now. His mask tilted. His wand snapped up again. Avada Kedavra. The green flash hit infinity and slowed. Harry watched it hang there, buzzing, still lethal, still hungry, but unable to reach him. Then Harry moved his hand. Not a wand, just his hand. He flicked his fingers like he was brushing dust away. The killing curse stretched, thinned, pulled apart. It unraveled into nothing. The Death Eater's laughter died. Harry stepped into the pub. The air inside was hotter. Smoke stung his eyes. His lungs burned. He could hear sobbing. He could hear someone whispering prayers. The Death Eater on the table shook his wand like it would fix reality. "What are you?" Harry's voice came out quiet. Too late. The Death Eater fired again. Red, purple, yellow, anything. Harry did not bother blocking each one separately. Infinity did it for him. The spells slowed and stalled in the air, piling up like a frozen storm. Harry walked closer, slow and steady, and the Death Eater's breathing turned into panic. He stepped back on the table, then slipped and spilled butterbeer and caught himself, scrambling like an idiot. Gojo's voice came from behind Harry. "Careful, buddy. Falling is embarrassing." The Death Eater snapped his wand at Gojo, and the spell stopped 2 inches from Gojo's face. Gojo leaned forward like he was peering at it. "Ah, that's adorable." Harry reached the table. He grabbed the Death Eater by the front of his robes and yanked him down hard. The man hit the floor with a crack. Wind knocked out of him, mask bouncing. Harry did not stop. He drove his knee into the man's stomach, once, controlled but brutal. The Death Eater gagged, eyes watering behind the mask. Harry crouched low, close enough that the Death Eater could see his sunglasses in the firelight, could see the calm in his posture and the violence in his hands. "Where's Bellatrix?" Harry asked. The Death Eater wheezed. "Go to hell." Harry nodded like that was fair. He twisted the man's wrist until bone popped. The Death Eater screamed. Someone in the pub screamed with him. Harry let go and stood. "Fine." He turned his head slightly. "Daphne, get everyone out." Daphne was already moving. She stepped around broken glass like she did not feel it. She yanked a bench upright, shoved it toward the back, making a path. Up! She snapped at a cluster of villagers. Move! Now! A man stared at her, frozen. Daphne leaned in. Her voice dropped low. If you stay here, you die. That worked. They moved. Rosmerta tried to stand and nearly collapsed. Daphne caught her by the arm and hauled her up. Rosmerta's eyes were wide and wet. Miss Greengrass, she whispered like she could not believe Daphne was real. Daphne did not soften. Keep your head down. Rosmerta nodded frantically. Harry stepped outside again. The street looked worse. More Death Eaters. More spells. More fire. A shop front exploded in a shower of splinters. Someone ran out with their clothes on fire, screaming, rolling on the ground. Harry felt his stomach flip hard. His hands clenched. He could hear his own heartbeat, loud in his ears, like his body wanted to sprint and tear everything apart. Gojo stepped beside him, eyes narrowed, smile gone. They're pushing for bodies, Gojo said. Harry's jaw tightened. They want me to see it. Gojo's voice stayed calm. Yeah, so don't give them what they want. Harry stared at the street, then exhaled slowly. His breath shook. Smoke clawed at his throat. I'm going to end this, Harry said. Gojo's gaze flicked to him. Without turning into them, Harry did not answer because he did not trust himself to answer that nicely. He moved. He walked down the middle of the street like he was walking to class. Spells came at him from both sides. Stunning spells. Cutting curses. Blasting curses. Green flashes. They all stopped. Slowed. Hung in the air. Failed. Death Eaters started shouting, voices sharp with confusion. What is that? Hit him again. Stop, stop. It's not working. Harry kept walking. His focus narrowed. A group of 5 Death Eaters stood ahead near Honeydukes, using the candy shop as cover while they fired into the street. A man lay in the doorway, not moving. Blood spread under him, dark against the stones. Harry's chest tightened. He stopped. He raised his hand. Curse technique lapse. Blue. The air ahead of him warped like a fist had grabbed space and clenched. The Death Eaters jerked forward, yanked off their feet. They slammed together in a messy pile, robes tangling, masks cracking. One of them screamed. Harry stepped forward again. His heart pounded harder now. Sweat dampened his back under his shirt. The heat was too much. The smoke was too much. He did not stop. He lifted his hand again. Curse technique reversal. Red. The pressure flipped. A violent force blasted outward from Harry's palm. The pile of Death Eaters launched backward like they had been hit by a carriage. They smashed into the front of Honeydukes, into the stone wall, into each other. Bones cracked. A mask shattered. Someone hit the ground and did not get up. Harry's breathing went rough. He heard Daphne behind him, shouting at someone, directing villagers into an alley. He heard Gojo laughing once, sharp and ugly. Okay, that's more like it. Harry did not look back. He moved again. The street opened into the main square, and that was where it got truly bad. Bodies, not just 1 or 2, several. Some covered in snow that had drifted from a shattered roof. Some face down. Some curled like they had tried to protect themselves and failed anyway. An Auror was on his knees near a fallen lamppost, wand shaking in his hand. His face was streaked with blood. He looked up at Harry like he was staring at a ghost. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood in front of him, broad shoulders squared, wand out, blocking a curse that would have taken the Auror's head off. Kingsley's eyes snapped to Harry. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then another curse flew at Kingsley's side. Harry's hand moved without thinking. Infinity stretched between the curse and Kingsley. The spell slowed, stalled, hung there buzzing. Kingsley's mouth opened slightly. Harry did not wait. He stepped into the square. Moody was there too, limping, coat torn, magical eye spinning wild. Tonks was behind a broken cart, firing back, hair now bright pink like she was too angry to keep control of it. Lupin dragged a terrified teenager by the collar behind cover, pushing him down. Stay down, Lupin snapped. His voice cracked with stress. Hermione was there. Harry saw her and his stomach tightened hard. She was crouched beside a woman with a shattered leg, hands covered in blood, trying to stop the bleeding with shaking fingers. Her face was white. Her eyes flicked up and locked on Harry. She looked like she had been slapped. Ron stood a few feet behind her, wand up, hands shaking. He looked at Harry like he wanted to run forward and also wanted to disappear. Harry felt something in his chest go cold again. Gojo stepped forward into the square, like he belonged. Moody snarled. "You!" Gojo glanced at Moody. "Hi." Still grumpy, Moody lifted his wand. "Get out of here. This is order business." Gojo tilted his head. "You're losing." Moody's jaw clenched. Kingsley's voice cut in, low and controlled. "We can argue later." Gojo's gaze flicked across the square, taking in the dead, the injured, the fire. His expression hardened. "Yeah," Gojo said quietly. "We can." Bellatrix Lestrange's laugh rang out from the roof of a nearby building. Harry's eyes snapped up. She stood on the edge of the roof like she was about to dance off it, hair wild, eyes glittering. Her wand pointed down at the people in the square like she was choosing what to break next. "There he is," Bellatrix sang. "There's the little freak." Daphne's shoulders stiffened behind Harry. Bellatrix's head tilted. "Oh, and you brought your little girlfriend." Daphne's jaw clenched. Harry's voice came out flat. "Bellatrix." Bellatrix threw her head back and laughed. "Say my name again. Go on. Like you have any right." She flicked her wand. A curse shot down at Hermione's position. Hermione screamed and threw herself sideways, dragging the injured woman with her. The curse hit the ground where she had been, blasting stone into shards. Harry's body went cold. His hand lifted. The space around Bellatrix's feet warped. Blue grabbed her. Bellatrix jerked forward, surprised, robes snapping in the wind. She dug her heels in, laughing even as the pull tried to drag her off the roof. "Ooh," she cooed. "That's new." Harry's fingers tightened. Bellatrix slid closer to the edge. Then she snapped her wand down, blasting the roof itself. Stone cracked. The pull faltered for half a second. Bellatrix used that half second to fling herself backward, rolling, catching herself, still laughing. "Not that easy," she called. Harry's breath came out rough. Sweat dripped down his temple. His heart pounded so hard it made his ribs ache. He could do this. He could erase her. But he could also erase half the building and everyone inside it if he was careless. Daphne stepped forward, voice sharp. "Harry, let me." Harry's head turned slightly. "No." Daphne's eyes flashed. "She's targeting everyone around you. She's doing it on purpose." Harry's jaw clenched. "Stay behind me." Daphne's voice dropped, cold. "Stop treating me like glass." Harry's chest tightened. He hated that. He hated that he wanted to argue and did not have time. Gojo leaned in slightly, voice casual. "Let her fight," Gojo said. "If you keep trying to carry everyone, you'll crack." Harry did not look at Gojo. "If she gets hurt," Gojo cut him off. "Then you save her. But you don't cage her." Daphne's gaze locked on Harry. "Harry," his throat tightened. Then he nodded once. "Fine," Harry said. "But I'm watching." Daphne's mouth twitched, like that was the closest thing to a smile she could manage right now. "Good." She moved, not reckless, not charging. She slid sideways, using the broken cart as cover, then darted into an alley, moving fast, head low, wand ready. Bellatrix's head snapped, tracking her. "Oh," Bellatrix purred. "You want to play." Harry's attention split in two, half on the battlefield, half on Daphne's path. Kingsley stepped closer to Harry, voice low. "Potter." Harry did not look at him. "Shacklebolt." Kingsley's breath hitched slightly at the way Harry said it. "We need to end this before it spreads." Harry's voice stayed flat. "I'm trying." Kingsley's gaze flicked toward Gojo, then back. "Your guardian is a problem." Gojo waved cheerfully. "Hi." "Still here." Kingsley ignored him. "Dumbledore." Harry's chest tightened. "Don't." Kingsley's jaw clenched. "He's on his way." Harry's stomach turned. He did not want Dumbledore here. Not after the office. Not after the circle. Not after the betrayal. Hermione's voice broke in, shaky. "Harry." Harry's head turned. Hermione stood now, hands dripping with blood, eyes wide. "Please," she whispered. We didn't know this would happen. Harry stared at her, and anger wanted to rise, hot and messy. He forced it down. Move people out, Harry said, voice flat. Stop talking to me. Hermione flinched like he had hit her. Ron swallowed hard. Mate, we can help. Harry's eyes cut to him. Then help. Ron nodded fast, relief and guilt mixing in his face. He turned and started shouting at villagers, trying to direct them toward cover. Harry turned away. He could not afford to feel this right now. Not with bodies on the ground. Not with spells flying. A scream echoed from the alley. Harry's head snapped. Daphne. He moved, not running like a normal person, just stepping and letting space do what it did for him. Distance folded. The square blurred. The alley hit his vision like a punch. Daphne was pressed against the wall, eyes wide, wand up. Bellatrix stood a few steps away, grin sharp, wand aimed straight at Daphne's chest. Daphne's breathing was fast. Sweat shone on her forehead. Her left sleeve was torn. Blood seeped through fabric near her upper arm. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to Harry. Her grin widened. There you are. Harry's voice came out low. Step away. Bellatrix's laugh was delighted. Or what? You'll erase me. Go on. Do it. Show your little girl what you really are. Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry. Her jaw clenched. Harry, don't. Bellatrix snapped her wand toward Daphne. Crucio. Harry moved. Not with a spell. With control. Cursed energy snapped out from him. Invisible but crushing. It hit Bellatrix's wand arm like a vice. Bellatrix's wrist twisted the wrong way. Bone cracked. Bellatrix screamed. Not pretty, not theatrical. Real pain ripped through her voice. Her wand clattered to the ground. Daphne lunged forward, grabbed the wand with her free hand, and kicked it away down the alley. Bellatrix's face twisted with fury, tears of pain in her eyes, hair stuck to her cheeks. You filthy! Harry stepped closer. His heartbeat was loud. His breath was harsh. His hands were shaking, and he hated that they were shaking because it meant he was scared. Not of Bellatrix, of what he would do next. Bellatrix's good hand clawed at her broken wrist, trying to hold it together. She glared at Harry like she wanted to bite his throat out. Kill me, she spat. Do it. Be the monster. Harry stared at her, and his voice came out quiet. You're not worth it. Bellatrix's eyes widened like that insult hit harder than pain. Harry's gaze snapped to Daphne's arm. Blood. Are you hit? Harry asked. The words came out rough, too fast. Daphne's breath shook. She tried to look calm. She failed. It's not deep. Harry stepped closer and gently caught her wrist, turning her arm to look. The cut was ugly. Not fatal. But it was real, and it made something in his chest twist hard. His fingers tightened, then loosened like he realized he was gripping too hard. Daphne swallowed. Harry, his voice dropped. I told you to stay close. Daphne's eyes flashed. Even now. I did. Harry stared at her, then exhaled hard. His breath shook. Smoke and adrenaline and anger were turning his stomach. Can you move? He asked. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Harry's gaze flicked back to Bellatrix. Bellatrix was still glaring, panting, wrist bent wrong, eyes wild. Harry stepped in front of Daphne without thinking. He did not touch Bellatrix. He did not need to. He let infinity sit between them like a wall. Bellatrix laughed again, breathless. You care about her. That's sweet. Harry's jaw clenched. Bellatrix's grin sharpened. I'm going to break her for you. Harry's voice went flat. Try. Bellatrix's eyes glittered with hate. I will. A blast shook the alley mouth. The sound was deeper than a normal curse. The air itself seemed to wobble. Harry's head snapped toward the square. Gojo's voice echoed faintly, loud and bright. Okay, yeah, now that's creepy. Harry felt it too. Something had arrived. Not just another Death Eater. Not just another wizard. Something heavy. Something wrong. Harry's stomach turned. He stepped out of the alley, Daphne right behind him, moving fast despite her injury. The square was chaos. More Death Eaters had poured in. The order was pushed back behind broken stalls and smashed carts. Flames crawled along the street. Someone was screaming near the fountain, and nobody could get to them. Gojo stood in the open like he did not care, his presence calm and terrifying. Spells hit his infinity and stopped. He looked annoyed, like they were buzzing flies. Moody stumbled backward, eyes wide. Kingsley's posture stiffened. Then the crowd of Death Eaters parted. Voldemort walked into the square like he was stepping onto a stage. Harry's breath caught. Voldemort looked wrong. Not just pale. Not just snake-like. There was something crawling under his skin, like shadows moving under paper. His eyes were red and bright. His smile was thin, and in his hand he held a plain wooden box. The same shape Lucius had handed him. The same wrong hum Harry could feel even from here. The air around Voldemort rippled. Harry felt it press against infinity. Not breaking it. Not bypassing it. Testing it. Like fingers probing a lock. Gojo's smile vanished completely. "Oh," Gojo said quietly. "So you're the idiot behind this." Voldemort's gaze slid to Gojo, slow and curious. "Satoru Gojo," Voldemort said, voice soft. "So the rumors were true." Gojo tilted his head. "You know my name." "Cute." Voldemort's eyes moved to Harry. Harry felt his skin crawl. Not fear. Disgust. Voldemort's smile widened. "Harry Potter." Harry's voice came out cold. "Tom Riddle." Voldemort's expression twitched. "You dare." Harry took a step forward. The screams in the background kept going, but Harry's focus narrowed until it felt like the whole world was just the square, just Voldemort, just the pressure between them. Voldemort's eyes flicked to Daphne behind Harry, then back. His smile sharpened like he had found something to poke. "She chose you," Voldemort murmured. "How sweet." Daphne's jaw clenched. Her wand lifted slightly. Harry's voice went flat. "Don't look at her." Voldemort laughed, soft, protective. Gojo's voice cut in bright and vicious. "Hey, Snakeface, if you say one more word about his girlfriend, I'm going to start removing pieces of you." Kingsley snapped. "Gojo." Gojo did not look at him. "I'm busy." Voldemort's gaze lingered on Gojo. "You are not of this world," Voldemort said. "And yet you interfere." Gojo's smile was sharp. "I'm not interfering. I'm supervising." Voldemort's eyes slid back to Harry. "You broke my curse," Voldemort said softly. "You killed what I planted in your school." Harry's jaw tightened. "It was pathetic." Voldemort's smile thinned. "And now you stand here, acting like a savior." Harry's voice came out low. "I'm not a savior." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "No," he whispered. "You're a weapon." Harry felt something in his chest twist. He glanced once at the bodies in the square, at the blood, at the smoke, at the terrified faces peeking from cover. Then he looked back at Voldemort. "You call yourself a lord," Harry said, voice flat. "You're just a curse in human skin." The square went quiet for a heartbeat, like even the fire paused to listen. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Then he lifted his wand. The box in his other hand hummed louder. Voldemort flicked his wand, and the air between him and Harry rippled. Not like a spell, not like magic through a wand, like something had grabbed space and twisted it. Harry's stomach dropped. Infinity reacted. The distance between them stretched as it always did, but the ripple kept pressing, not breaking it, bending it. Harry's breath hitched. Gojo's voice went sharp. "Harry." Harry did not look away from Voldemort. "I feel it," he said. Voldemort's smile returned, slow and cruel. "Do you?" he murmured. "This is not your kind of power, but it learns." Harry's hands clenched. The air tasted metallic again. His heart slammed once, hard. Sweat slid down his spine. He could not let Voldemort keep testing, keep learning. He needed to end the crowd first. He needed to clear the battlefield so civilians could run. He needed space. Harry took a breath. Then he raised his hand. Blue. The air behind a cluster of Death Eaters warped. They jerked backward, yanked off their feet, dragged toward a point in space like gravity had gone insane. They screamed, robes flapping, wands slipping from fingers. Harry's eyes narrowed. Then he flipped it, red. The repulsive force blasted outward. Death Eaters flew. Some slammed into walls. Some hit the ground and slid, leaving blood streaks. A few kept moving anyway. Harry's breathing went harsh. His stomach turned. His throat burned from smoke and effort. Daphne's voice came from behind him. Tight. Harry, you're shaking. Harry did not answer. He did not want to admit it. He kept his eyes on Voldemort. Voldemort watched, amused. So much power, he murmured. And still you are a boy. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. Gojo stepped closer, voice low. You want me to take him? Harry's voice snapped out, harsh. No. Gojo's gaze flicked to him. Harry. Harry's breath shook. This is mine. Gojo stared at him for a second, then nodded once. Fine. Voldemort's gaze sharpened at that. How touching, he whispered. Then Voldemort moved. Not fast like a normal wizard. Not a sprint. Not apparition. The air rippled and he was closer. Harry felt his stomach drop again. Infinity stretched. Voldemort stopped just outside it, smiling like he could feel the barrier against his skin. He lifted the wooden box slightly. The hum surged. Harry felt something press against infinity harder, like nails scraping glass. His breath hitched. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Let us see, he whispered. Harry's hand snapped up. Red. The force blasted outward. It hit infinity first, then the space beyond it, shoving. Voldemort slid backward a step, robes snapping, eyes narrowing. He laughed, soft. Good. Harry's throat tightened. This was not like fighting Death Eaters. This was different. Voldemort was not just throwing curses. He was probing, learning. Harry's hands shook harder now. He hated it. He took another breath, deeper. He needed something bigger, something final. His mind flashed to Gojo's voice. Years ago, lazy and smug, talking like it was nothing while Harry lay bruised on the floor, panting, hands trembling. If you can control blue and you can control red, you can make the one thing nobody wants to see. Harry swallowed. He could feel the technique like a shape in his bones. His heart pounded. Sweat dripped into his collar. His stomach lurched with nausea. Gojo's voice came quiet, close. Hey, don't rush it. If you mess it up, you'll erase a lot more than you want. Harry's jaw clenched. I know. Daphne's hand brushed his arm. Quick. Grounding. Harry, she whispered. Look at me. Harry's head turned slightly. Daphne's eyes were steady, even with pain in her face, even with blood on her sleeve. Do it, she said. But do it clean. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Then he lifted both hands. He shaped blue with one. He shaped red with the other. The air around his fingers warped. The pressure built, tight and sharp. His skin prickled. His vision swam for a second. He heard screams in the background. He heard fire crackling. He heard Ron shouting at someone to move. 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 Harry forced his focus narrower. Blue pulled. Red pushed. They circled each other in front of him. Invisible forces grinding the air until it screamed. The space between them started to glow. Not red. Not blue. Something deeper. Violet. Harry's breath hitched. His body shook. His stomach lurched hard. For a second he thought he was going to throw up right there. He swallowed it down. Harry, Gojo said, voice tight now. Not joking. You're good. You're good. Keep it stable. Harry's voice came out rough. I am. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly. For the first time, his smile faltered. He could feel it too. The Death Eaters around him hesitated, some stepping back without understanding why. Voldemort lifted his wand. Kill him, he hissed. Spells flew at Harry from the sides. Infinity caught them. They slowed and hung, buzzing like trapped insects, useless. Harry did not look away from Voldemort. Hollow purple. He did not shout it. He did not announce it. He just released it. The violet mass shot forward. It did not explode like a bomb. It erased. It tore through the line of Death Eaters like they were made of paper, through stone like it was air, through the edge of the square, carving a clean, brutal path straight out of Hogsmeade. Everything it touched vanished. No blood spray, no fragments, just gone. The force kicked up wine so hard it ripped smoke apart and slammed it against walls. Harry's knees buckled. His breath ripped out of him. His vision went gray at the edges. His stomach flipped and he gagged. Daphne grabbed his arm, keeping him upright. Gojo's hand hit his shoulder hard, steadying him. "Breathe," Gojo snapped. "Harry, breathe." Harry sucked in air. It burned. He coughed, harsh, then coughed again. His whole body trembled. The square was silent for a beat. Then screams started again, from further away, as people realized what had just happened. The Death Eaters that were left stared at the empty path carved through the town, robes fluttering in the wind. Some of them started backing away. Bellatrix's laughter was gone now. She stood near the edge of the square, clutching her broken wrist, face twisted with hate and fear. Voldemort stood perfectly still. He stared down the erased path, then back at Harry. For the first time, Voldemort looked like he did not have a plan. Harry's breath came out shaking. His voice was raw. "Leave." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. The wooden box in his hand hummed louder, almost angry. Voldemort lifted it slightly, like he was considering using it again. Gojo stepped forward, voice flat and dangerous. "Try," Gojo said. Voldemort's gaze flicked to Gojo, then back to Harry. His smile returned, thin. "You think you have won," Voldemort whispered. Harry's hands clenched. His arms ached. His head throbbed behind his eyes. His stomach still wanted to vomit. He forced his voice steady. "You came here to make a point." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Yes." Harry stared at him. "Point made. Now go." Voldemort's smile sharpened. "This is not over," he murmured. "That little trick of yours." He tilted the box. The air rippled again. Harry felt Infinity Flex not breaking but straining. His breath hitched. Gojo's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. "Okay," Gojo said softly. "That's enough." "He's poking it again." Harry forced air into his lungs. "I can hold it." Gojo's voice stayed quiet. "You can. But you don't have to prove it." Harry's jaw clenched. Voldemort watched them, amused again, like he loved the tension between protection and pride. Then Voldemort's gaze slid past Harry to Daphne. Daphne's body stiffened. Voldemort smiled, slow. "Miss Greengrass," he said softly. "What a brave choice." Harry's voice snapped, sharp. "Don't." Voldemort's eyes glittered. "I will remember you," he whispered to Daphne. "You will be useful." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Get lost." Voldemort's smile widened like that amused him. Such spirit. Harry's anger surged again, hot and ugly. He took one step forward. Infinity stretched. Voldemort did not move. He just watched. Then he raised his wand and flicked it. A wave of smoke surged up from the ground, thick and black, swallowing the Death Eaters like a tide. The remaining masks vanished into it. Bellatrix's eyes locked on Harry for one last second, hate burning bright. Then she was gone too, pulled back into the smoke. The square filled with choking darkness, then cleared slowly, like the town was exhaling after being held underwater. Voldemort was gone. The wooden box hum stopped. Harry stood in the middle of the ruined square, breathing hard, hands shaking, sweat dripping, stomach twisting. He stared at the empty space where Voldemort had been. His throat tightened. He wanted to chase. He wanted to finish it. Gojo's voice cut in firm. "No." Harry did not look at him. "He's learning." Gojo's jaw tightened. "I know." Daphne's hand slid into Harry's, fingers cold, grip tight. Harry's fingers closed around hers like he needed it. He turned his head slightly, looking at her injury again. "You're bleeding," he said. Daphne's lips were pale. "You're swaying." Harry blinked. "I'm fine." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Liar." Gojo snorted once. "Both of you are terrible at this." Harry's chest tightened, and suddenly the exhaustion hit harder, like his body had been holding it back until the threat left. His knees trembled. He swallowed hard. The smell of blood and smoke made him gag again. Daphne shifted closer, shoulder against his arm, steadying him without making it a big deal. Harry breathed through it, rough. A sob broke out nearby. Harry turned his head. Hermione was sitting on the ground now, hands still bloody, staring at the empty path Hollow Purple had carved through the town. Her face looked cracked, like her brain could not make sense of what she had just seen. Ron stood beside her, shaking, wand still up like he had forgotten to lower it. Kingsley moved through the square, shouting orders, directing orders and order members to the injured. Moody limped after him, swearing under his breath. Lupin crouched beside a body, closing the person's eyes with shaking fingers. Tonks stood with her back against a wall, breathing hard, face streaked with soot. She stared at Harry like she did not know whether to thank him or fear him. Harry felt the weight of all those eyes. He hated it. He hated that saving people looked like this. He looked down again at the blood on the cobblestones, at the burnt wood, at the shattered glass. He swallowed hard. His voice came out low. "We need to move." Gojo's gaze flicked over him. "You're running on fumes." Harry's jaw clenched. "I can still move." Gojo's voice went softer, but still firm. "You're going to collapse if you keep pushing." Harry did not answer because he could feel it. The shake in his legs, the ache in his arms, the nausea that would not go away. Daphne squeezed his hand. "Harry," she said quietly, "we can leave. We can come back if needed." Harry stared at the ruined square. He wanted to stay. He wanted to prove something. Then he saw a child, maybe 10, sitting in the doorway of a half-burned shop, staring at the bodies with empty eyes. Harry's stomach turned harder. He could not stay here and watch more of this. He nodded once, sharp. "Fine." Gojo stepped closer, hand touching Harry's shoulder. His voice dropped low only for Harry. "You did good," Gojo said. Harry's throat tightened. "I erased people." Gojo's jaw tightened. "They came here to erase everyone else." Harry's breath shook. Gojo's grip tightened once, grounding. "You kept it controlled. You aimed it away from the crowd. You did not lose it." Harry swallowed hard. Daphne's voice cut in, quiet. "He saw you," she said. "Voldemort. He saw that he can't bully you." Harry's jaw clenched. "He's not scared enough." Gojo's smile was thin. "He will be." A soft crack sounded behind them. Harry's whole body tensed. Dumbledore appeared at the edge of the square. His robes were dusty. His eyes were wide. His face looked older than it had this morning. He took in the ruined town, the dead, the injured, the smoke. Then his gaze landed on the erased path carved through Hogsmeade. Then on Harry. Harry felt something inside him go cold again. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly. His voice came out hoarse. "Harry." Harry did not answer. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Daphne's bleeding arm, then to Gojo, then back to Harry. His expression tightened like he was trying to find words that would not make this worse. He failed. "That power," Dumbledore whispered. "What have you done?" Harry's laugh came out sharp and ugly. "Are you serious?" Dumbledore flinched. Harry took a step forward, shaking with exhaustion and anger. "You tried to bind me," Harry said, voice rough. "Then Voldemort attacks a village full of people. And now you show up and ask what I've done." Dumbledore's face tightened. "Harry, Harry cut him off. "Stop." Gojo stepped forward, voice flat. "Don't talk to him," Gojo said. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Gojo. "Satoru, please." Gojo's smile was cold. "No." Dumbledore swallowed. His eyes went back to Harry. "You saved lives," he said quietly. "But," Harry's voice snapped. "But you're scared of me." Dumbledore's shoulders sagged slightly. He did not deny it. That was the answer. Harry's stomach turned. He gagged again, sharp, then swallowed it down, breathing hard through his nose. Daphne's hand tightened on his. "Harry," she murmured. Harry blinked, vision swimming for a second. He hated that he felt like this in front of Dumbledore. Weak, shaking, human. He forced his voice steady. "Voldemort has something," Harry said. "A cursed object. He's using it to push on infinity." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "What?" Harry's jaw clenched. "He's learning." Dumbledore's face went pale. Gojo's voice cut in sharp. "And you made it easier by betraying him," Gojo said. "Good job." Dumbledore flinched like that hit deep. Harry stared at Dumbledore for a beat. Then he made his choice. He turned away. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. "Harry, please. We need you." Harry did not stop walking. His voice came out low. "You had me," he said. "You threw it away." Daphne walked with him, shoulder close, steady. Gojo stayed at Harry's other side like a wall. Behind them, the square filled with noise again. Orders. Crying. Pain. Dumbledore did not follow. Or maybe he could not. Harry did not look back to check. Gojo's hand touched Harry's shoulder again. Space folded. The smoke and fire vanished. The damp cold of the Chamber of Secrets hit Harry like a wave. His knees buckled the second the pressure of the outside world left him. Daphne caught him. Gojo caught him too, both of them hauling him down gently, so he did not smash his head on stone. Harry's breath came out in a ragged gasp. His stomach flipped. He turned his head and vomited onto the stone, harsh and ugly, shaking. Daphne's hand stayed on his back. Steady, no judgment. "Breathe," she murmured. Harry coughed, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, sweat dripping down his face. His sunglasses were crooked. Gojo crouched in front of him, eyes bright and serious. "Hey," Gojo said. "Look at me." Harry forced his eyes up. Gojo nodded once. "There you go. You're here. You're safe." Harry's voice came out rough. "He can touch it." Gojo's jaw tightened. "Not yet. He can push." Harry swallowed hard. His throat burned. "He'll figure it out." Gojo's smile was thin. "Then we figure it out faster." Daphne shifted, sitting beside Harry, her own breathing finally slowing. She looked down at her arm like she was only now letting herself feel it. Her face tightened. Harry's hand reached out without thinking, catching her wrist gently. "Let me see," he said. Daphne hesitated, then nodded. Harry peeled back the torn fabric carefully. The cut was worse than he wanted it to be, but it was clean. Dark blood seeped out slow. His stomach clenched again, but he forced himself to focus. "We need to clean it," Harry said. Gojo waved a hand. "I've got bandages in my pocket." "Don't ask why." Harry glanced up, exhausted. "Why?" Gojo grinned, tired humor flickering. "Because I know you. You collect injuries like stickers." Daphne snorted, then winced. "Ow!" Harry's mouth twitched. Then he focused again, wrapping the bandage around her arm with careful hands. His fingers shook. He hated that. Daphne watched him. Her voice went quiet. "You saved me." Harry's throat tightened. "I almost didn't," he admitted. Daphne's eyes softened slightly. "But you did." Harry finished tying it off and leaned back, breathing hard. His head throbbed. His arms ached like he had been carrying stone. Daphne shifted closer, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his. Her voice dropped low. "You're not a monster," she said. Harry let out a rough laugh. "Did you see what I did?" Daphne did not flinch. "I saw you aim it away from civilians," she said. "I saw you stop when you could have kept going. I saw you vomit after. Monsters don't do that." Harry's throat tightened hard. He looked away because if he looked at her too long, something in him might crack. Gojo's voice cut in, lighter but edged. "She's right," he said. "Also, if you're a monster, you're the worst monster I've ever trained. Too much guilt. Needs work." Harry let out a short breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Then his face tightened again. "Voldemort wanted this," Harry said, voice low. "He wanted me to use it." Gojo's eyes narrowed. "He wanted you to show everyone." Daphne's jaw clenched. "So they fear you more than they fear him." Harry nodded once. His stomach turned again, but he swallowed it down. He stared into the dark of the chamber, listening to distant drips of water, distant echoes. His voice came out quiet, rough. "He's going to do it again." Gojo's smile was thin. "Yeah." Daphne's hand found Harry's again, fingers sliding into his like it was simple, like it was obvious. Harry's fingers tightened around hers. He stared into the dark and forced himself to breathe. Somewhere above them, Britain was burning, and Voldemort had just learned that the wall between them could bend. Harry closed his eyes for a second, then opened them again. His voice was a whisper. "Next time, I'm not waiting for him to come to me." Something hit the castle like a fist. Not a spell, not a blast, just pressure. A slow, heavy shove that made the stone under Harry's palm vibrate. He was still on the chamber floor, knees bent, one hand braced against the damp wall. Daphne was a step to his right, shoulder tight against his, her bandaged arm held close to her ribs. Gojo was crouched in front of them, one elbow on his knee, sweets packet crinkling in his hand like it was the only thing keeping the world together. The rumble deepened. Dust fell from the ceiling in thin threads. Daphne's eyes snapped up. That is not Hogwarts. Harry's stomach turned. The air tasted like copper again. Same as when Voldemort pushed on infinity. Only this time it was bigger. Wider. Like the whole country had taken a breath and held it. Gojo went still. No grin. No joke. Yeah, Gojo said quietly. That's him. Harry swallowed. His throat burned from smoke that was not even here anymore. His hands were still shaking a little from hollow purple. His stomach was still angry. He forced air into his lungs. What did he do? Daphne asked, voice low. Harry closed his eyes for half a second, letting the six eyes do what they did. The world above was a mess of lines and flow and noise. Magic like a net stretched too tight. But threaded through it was something else. Cursed energy. Thick. Rotten. Built from fear and hate and obsession. Stacked on itself until it felt like it had weight. Horcruxes. Not one. Not two. All of them pulled together like a fist closing. Harry's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He made a body. Gojo's gaze flicked to him. You sure? Harry opened his eyes. I can feel it. It's not just him. It's every piece. Daphne's breath hitched. A construct. Harry nodded once. Gojo stood. The air around him shifted. Not power flaring. Just control. Like he had decided to stop being casual. Okay, Gojo said. Stage time. Harry pushed himself upright, legs unsteady. He hated that he felt weak right now of all times. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then looked at Daphne. Can you move? He asked. Daphne's eyes narrowed like she wanted to bite him for asking. Then she nodded. Yes. Harry exhaled. Sharp. Stay close. Daphne's mouth twitched. Not a smile, but something warmer than anger. I am. Gojo pointed upward with a lazy flick. Let's go say hi. Harry reached out, touched Daphne's hand, and the space around them folded. Cold stone vanished. They landed on snow. Wind slapped Harry's face hard enough to sting. The sky above Hogwarts was wrong. Clouds churned like bruises. The air smelled like ozone and smoke and something sour under it like rotting fruit. The roof tiles under Harry's boots were slick with frost. He steadied Daphne automatically, keeping a hand on her elbow until she found her balance. Gojo didn't even wobble. He just stood there, coat fluttering, staring at the horizon like he was watching fireworks. Harry followed his gaze. Britain was glowing, not in a pretty way, in a burning way. Far off, beyond the trees, beyond the hills, the sky was lit with an ugly red flicker. A shape rose out of the distance, massive and slow, like a nightmare dragging itself upright. Harry's breath caught. The construct looked like it had been stitched together from everything Voldemort had ever made wrong. A giant hunched thing, half serpent, half skeleton, with too many arms, too many faces pressed into its chest like they were trying to claw out. Its surface moved like it was alive. The air around it warped, thick with cursed energy. And at its core, a point of cold focus. Voldemort. Harry could not see the details from here, but he could feel him like a splinter under the skin. The castle behind them exploded with noise. Footsteps. Shouts. Doors slamming open. Brooms launching. McGonagall came onto the roof like a storm. Robes snapping, hair wild from wind. Kingsley was with her. Wand up, eyes narrowed. Moody limped out behind them. Magical eye spinning so fast it looked like it might pop out of his skull. Hermione and Ron followed, both pale, both moving like they were afraid the ground might vanish under them. McGonagall's eyes locked on Gojo first. You, she snapped. Gojo lifted the sweets packet like he was waving hello. Professor. McGonagall's gaze cut to Harry, then to Daphne, then back to the horizon where the construct rose higher, the sky around it bending like it was too heavy for reality. What is that? McGonagall demanded, voice tight. Harry stared at the distant thing. His heart was already speeding up again. Sweat dampened his back despite the cold. Voldemort, Harry said. Moody spat. That is not a man. Harry's voice stayed flat. It's his soul, glued together with cursed energy. Hermione made a small sound like she was going to be sick. Ron swore under his breath, eyes wide. Kingsley's jaw clenched. We need to evacuate. Already doing it? McGonagall snapped, but her eyes were still on the horizon, like she did not believe evacuation could outrun that. A scream echoed from below, distant, a crackle of fire. The castle wards thrummed like they were struggling to breathe. Gojo leaned back against a chimney like he had all the time in the world. Relax. Hogwarts is cute. It'll hold for a minute. McGonagall rounded on him. Do not relax. Do something. Gojo's smile flickered, then died. No. McGonagall went still. Excuse me. Gojo's voice stayed calm. This is his stage. Harry's stomach twisted. McGonagall's face tightened like she was forcing herself not to hex Gojo off the roof. People are dying. Gojo's eyes didn't leave the distant construct. I know. Then help, she snapped. Gojo's voice went colder. If I fix everything, he learns nothing. If I step in now, he stays a kid who hides behind me. Harry felt Daphne's fingers tighten around his. Gojo finally looked at McGonagall. His gaze was sharp in a way Harry had not seen much here. He has to choose what kind of strongest he is, Gojo said. He has to do it with witnesses. Or he'll do it alone later, and it'll be worse. McGonagall swallowed. Harry saw her hands tremble for half a second. Then steady. Kingsley stepped forward, voice controlled. Then what do we do? Gojo nodded at Harry. You watch him not lose himself. Harry's jaw clenched. He hated that sentence. He hated that it made sense. A deep boom rolled over the countryside. The construct moved. It lifted one massive arm and swung it, slow, like it was testing the air. A shockwave rolled out across the land. Trees bent. Snow blew off rooftops in sheets. Hogwarts wards flared bright blue for a heartbeat, then dimmed again, humming harder. Ron stumbled, grabbing the chimney to steady himself. Bloody hell. Hermione's eyes were wide. It's coming here. Harry could feel it too. The construct was drawn toward Hogwarts like a compass needle. Toward him. Toward the thing inside him that Voldemort had always wanted, even when he did not understand why. Voldemort wanted Harry to answer, to show what he was. Harry's hands clenched. His fingers shook. He hated that his body was reacting before his brain caught up. Daphne stepped closer, voice low so only he could hear. Harry. He turned his head slightly. Daphne's eyes were steady, even with fear in them. You don't have to prove anything, she said. Harry swallowed. He'll kill everyone if I hesitate. Daphne's jaw tightened. Then don't hesitate. Just don't turn into him. Gojo's voice cut in, light, but his eyes were serious. No pressure. Harry shot him a look. Shut up. Gojo grinned. There he is. Harry exhaled hard. He stepped to the edge of the roof and looked down. The grounds were chaos. Students were being herded inside, professors shouting, cloaks flying. Hagrid was dragging someone twice his size toward the doors. Aurors were popping in and out in flashes. The air smelled like fear. Harry's stomach turned again. He could blast the construct. He could throw hollow purple across the countryside and erase it. But it would not just erase the construct. It would erase the hill it stood on, the houses under it, the roads, the people still fleeing. Harry clenched his jaw until his teeth hurt. He needed a different answer. He needed to take Voldemort out of it without tearing the whole world apart. His eyes narrowed. The core. Voldemort was inside. Not hidden by wards. Hidden by mass, by cursed energy, by sheer scale. Like a heart buried inside a giant body. A voice behind him, soft and hoarse. Harry. Dumbledore stepped onto the roof. He looked like he had aged 10 years since Hogsmeade. His beard was singed at the ends. His eyes were bloodshot. His hands were still steady on his wand, but his shoulders sagged like the weight of this war had finally landed on him properly. Harry did not turn fully. He just said, "Don't." Dumbledore stopped. His voice cracked slightly anyway. "I never wanted this." Harry laughed once, sharp and ugly. "Then you shouldn't have tried to cage me." Dumbledore flinched. McGonagall's gaze flicked between them, tense, like she wanted to stop this conversation but knew she could not. Dumbledore's eyes slid to Daphne. "Miss Greengrass, are you injured?" Daphne's chin lifted. "I am fine." Dumbledore looked back to Harry. That thing, he whispered. That is beyond anything we have faced. Harry stared at the horizon. The construct was moving closer now, each step slow but covering distance like it did not care about scale. The ground under it shook. Snow slid off hillsides. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yeah. Dumbledore swallowed. Can you stop it? Harry did not answer right away. His throat was tight. His hands were shaking harder now. He thought of the square. The bodies. The child staring at death with empty eyes. He thought of the way Voldemort had looked at Daphne, like she was a tool. Harry's voice came out low. I'm going to end him. Gojo leaned forward slightly, like he was listening to a punchline. Good. Kingsley stepped closer to Harry. Potter, we will clear the grounds. If you need space, say it now. Harry nodded once. He did not look away from the construct. Get them inside. Now. Kingsley turned and barked orders. Orders moved instantly, voices sharp, wands out, guiding students into the castle. Hermione stared at Harry, face pale. Harry, what are you going to do? Harry's gaze flicked to her for a heartbeat. He saw fear, guilt, and something like hope mixed together. He looked away again. I don't know, Harry said honestly, but I'm not letting him keep breathing. Ron swallowed hard. Mate, if you need us, Harry cut him off. Stay alive. Ron flinched, then nodded, jaw tight. Right. Yeah. Brilliant plan. Gojo snorted. See, team bonding. McGonagall shot him a look that could have killed a man. The construct lifted its head. The air around it shimmered. A mouth opened in its chest, too wide, filled with shadows. A sound rolled out low and thick, like a roar trying to become a scream. Students below screamed anyway. The castle wards flared again. Harry's heart slammed once, hard. His breath caught. The pressure hit his skin like a hand pressing down. Voldemort was pushing, not at infinity now, at everything. Harry stepped off the roof. He did not fall. Space held him, the air turning solid under his feet. He walked down the open sky like it was stairs, heading toward the grounds, toward the line of trees, toward the thing that was coming. Wind whipped his hair. Cold burned his face. His lungs hurt. Daphne landed beside him a second later, held by his space like he had pulled her with him. Her boots found solid air without panic. She looked at him like she was daring him to tell her to go back. Harry did not. Gojo followed last, hands in his pockets, coat fluttering. He looked almost bored again, but his eyes were sharp, tracking every shift in the cursed energy like a predator watching another predator. They hit the ground near the edge of the forest. Snow crunched under their boots. The air smelled like pine and smoke. The roar of the construct vibrated through Harry's ribs. He could feel the cursed energy like heat under his skin, like the world had been infected. Harry took a breath. He shook. Daphne's voice was low. What's the plan? Harry stared at the approaching thing. I need Voldemort, Harry said. Not the body. Him. Gojo tilted his head. Domain. Harry's jaw tightened. Yeah. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Can you pull him out? Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. If I get close enough. The construct stepped again. The ground trembled. Snow jumped on the surface like it had been slapped. Trees swayed. A flock of birds exploded out of the forest, screaming. Harry's stomach flipped. He moved. He warped forward in hard steps, not a smooth glide. Space folded and snapped like paper. Each jump landed him closer, the cold air turning harsher, the pressure heavier. The construct loomed now, blocking the sky. Up close, it was worse. The faces in its chest were not just decoration. They were half-formed memories, twisted. A boy's grin, a woman's eyes, a snake mouth, a ring, a diary page, a locket, a cup, Horcruxes. Harry felt sick. Daphne appeared beside him again, breath fast, eyes wide. She looked tiny next to it. He hated that thought. Gojo appeared behind them, calm as ever. The construct's head lowered. Something inside it moved. A thin voice echoed out of it, amplified by cursed energy, sliding into Harry's ears like oil. Harry Potter. Harry's hands clenched. Come closer, Voldemort whispered. Show them what you are. Harry's mouth went dry. He could feel eyes on him from far behind. The Order. The teachers. students watching through windows, Dumbledore on the roof, McGonagall gripping the parapet hard enough to crack stone. Witnesses. Gojo had said it. Harry took one more step forward. The construct moved fast. A massive arm swung down, not like a spell but like a building collapsing. Snow and dirt flew. The air screamed. Harry threw his hand up. Infinity bloomed. The arm stopped. Not fully. It slowed, the pressure still pushing, the air bending under the weight. The arm hung inches from Harry's face, shadow swallowing him. Harry's legs trembled. His teeth clenched. He could hold it, but it was heavy. Not like holding spells. Like holding a mountain. Daphne's breath came out sharp beside him. Harry. Harry did not look away from the arm. He forced his voice steady. Back. Daphne's jaw tightened. No. Harry's voice snapped, sharper than he meant. Daphne, back. Daphne stared at him. Then her gaze flicked to the arm, to the strain in his posture, to his shaking hands. She stepped back one pace, just one, like it hurt her pride. Fine, she said through her teeth. One pace. Do not ask for more. Harry did not have time to answer. The construct pushed harder. Harry felt infinity flex, not breaking but bending like a wall under a flood. Voldemort laughed inside the construct, soft and pleased. You feel it, don't you? My learning. My growth. Harry's stomach turned. Gojo's voice came calm behind him. Okay, that's enough talking. Harry's jaw clenched. He needed Voldemort out of there. He needed the core. He took a breath, then shifted his hand. Blue. The space behind the construct's chest warped, not huge, not for bodies but for focus. A point of pull like a hook digging in. The construct jerked. Not the whole thing. Just the center. The cursed energy rippled like a disturbed lake. Voldemort's laugh stopped. Harry felt it. The core reacted. Voldemort was forced to notice. Harry pushed harder, sweat breaking out on his forehead despite the cold. His vision sharpened until he could see the cursed energy lines in the air like threads. He saw the core, a knot of cursed energy, tight and dense, with Voldemort's presence like a knife in the middle. Harry flipped the pull. Red. The repulsive force slammed into the knot. The construct convulsed. A shockwave rolled out. Trees snapped. Snow blasted outward in a ring. Harry stumbled, breath ripping out of him. Daphne grabbed his sleeve and yanked him steady, her grip strong. Gojo's hand touched Harry's shoulder for half a second, grounding him. Eyes up, Gojo murmured. You're close. Harry swallowed. The construct's arm finally broke away from infinity, not by bypassing it but by shifting, swinging wide, smashing into the ground instead. Dirt and snow exploded. A crater formed. The shock hit Harry's legs like a punch. Harry nearly went down. He caught himself. His lungs burned. Voldemort's voice came back, sharper now. Stop. Harry laughed once, breathless. No. He took a step closer. The cursed energy around him thickened. The air smelled worse, like old blood. He could feel the faces in the construct's chest watching him, mouths open in silent screams. His stomach lurched. He forced himself not to look away. He reached out with cursed energy like a hand. Not blue, not red, something finer. Soul. He felt a flicker inside the construct, a familiar wrongness. The fragment inside him, responding like a parasite sensing its nest. Harry's throat tightened. Voldemort had always been inside him in some way. Always. He hated that. Daphne's voice came low behind him. Harry, breathe. Harry forced air into his lungs. He held his hands up. Domain expansion was not a spell. It was a decision. A claim. Harry's fingers moved into a shape Gojo had drilled into him until his wrists ached and his brain screamed. The air around his hands trembled. The world went quiet for half a heartbeat. Then the construct roared, like it sensed what was coming. It lunged. The massive body leaned forward, trying to crush Harry under sheer size. Harry's breath hitched. His stomach flipped. He could not let it hit the ground near Hogwarts. The shock alone would kill people. He had one shot. He slammed his hands together. Domain expansion, Harry said, voice raw. Reality snapped. For an instant, everything turned white. Then it turned black. Not darkness like night. Darkness like space. like the absence of walls. Harry stood on nothing and did not fall. Around him, an endless void stretched in every direction. Stars did not twinkle. They just existed, cold and distant, like pinpricks in a curtain. And floating around him were shapes, thrones, not physical chairs, concepts, tall outlines, carved from light and shadow, hovering in a circle like judges waiting for a verdict. Between them drifted shards of familiar objects. A broken diary page, a ring, a locket chain, a cracked cup, a fragment of a mask. Horcruxes. Harry's stomach turned. His domain was not Gojo's infinite void. It was close, but it was his. Built from everything he had seen, everything he carried, everything Voldemort had tried to make him. A hollow pantheon. A court for kings who thought they could cheat death. Harry breathed hard. He could taste metal. His throat was dry. Sweat ran down his temples. And in front of him, Voldemort was on his knees. Not because he chose to kneel, because he could not stand. Voldemort's hands clawed at the empty air. His wand was gone. His robes were gone. He looked like what he was. A pale man with red eyes and a mouth twisted in rage and fear. He trembled. His eyes were wide, pupils tight. His lips moved, but no sound came out at first, like his brain could not decide which horror to name. Harry walked forward. Each step felt heavy, like he was walking through water. Not because the domain resisted him, but because his body was exhausted. He could feel it in his legs, in his arms, in the ache behind his eyes. He forced himself anyway. Voldemort's mouth finally worked. "What have you done?" Voldemort rasped. Harry's voice came out quiet. "I brought you somewhere you can't lie." Voldemort's eyes darted around. The thrones, the shards, the endless void pressing in. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed, voice shaking with anger he could not control. Harry stopped a few feet away. He stared down at him. "It's you," Harry said. Voldemort's lips curled. "No." Harry's jaw clenched. "Yes." Voldemort tried to move. His fingers twitched. His shoulders spasmed. He could not stand. Infinite information flooded him. Not pretty. Not poetic. Just too much. Every fear he had ever buried. Every death he had ever dodged. Every lie he had ever told himself. Shoved into his brain at once. Harry could see it in his face. The fear. Real fear. Voldemort swallowed, throat working hard. "You cannot kill me," he whispered, like he needed the sentence to stay true. Harry stared at him. "I can," Harry said. "I just didn't want to be you to do it." Voldemort's eyes narrowed, rage flickering through the fear. "You think you are better than me?" Harry's mouth twisted. "No, I think I'm luckier." Voldemort's breath hitched. "Luck?" Harry nodded once. "I had someone who dragged me out before I turned into a thing." Voldemort's eyes flashed. "You are a thing." Harry's voice went colder. "You made me into a container and you still lost." Voldemort's face twitched. His lips parted. He tried to laugh, but it came out thin and broken. "You are still afraid," Voldemort whispered. "I can smell it. Even here. You are afraid of what you are." Harry swallowed. It was true. His hands were still shaking. His stomach still wanted to vomit. He could feel the weight of every witness outside this domain, waiting to see what the strongest would do. Harry's voice came out raw. "I'm afraid I'll wake up one day and not care." Voldemort went still, eyes narrowing. Harry continued, words spilling out before he could stop them. "I'm afraid I'll look at people and only see how easy it is to break them. I'm afraid I'll start thinking like you." Voldemort's smile twitched at the edges, cruel even in fear. "Then you already understand me." Harry stared down at him. His throat tightened. "I understand you," Harry said. "That's why I'm ending you." Voldemort's eyes burned. "You need me," he hissed. "You are nothing without an enemy." Harry laughed, short and bitter. "You really believe that?" Voldemort's face twisted. "You would be alone." Harry's chest tightened. Alone. Gojo had said it once, half joking, half not. Strongest means lonely if you let it. Harry's gaze flicked to the thrones around them, silent, waiting. He thought of Daphne's hand in his. He thought of Gojo shoving sweets into his mouth after training, acting annoying because he refused to let silence win. He thought of Ron's stupid jokes even when terrified. Hermione trying to keep someone alive with shaking hands. McGonagall yelling at Gojo like she could force him to be a decent adult. Anchors. Harry's voice went quiet. I have people. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Like that insulted him. You don't, Voldemort whispered. They will fear you. They already do. Harry's jaw clenched. Outside this domain, that was true too. People had watched Hollow Purple carve a line through Hogsmeade. They had seen him stop a killing curse with his fingers. They had seen him bend the air like it was cloth. They were terrified. Harry hated that it mattered. Voldemort leaned forward as much as the domain allowed, voice slick. They will beg you to save them. Then they will call you a monster for the way you do it. They will try to chain you. They will try to control you. You will learn. You will come to me eventually. Everyone does. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Then he crouched down. Voldemort flinched, eyes flicking to Harry's hands like he expected a knife. Harry's voice was soft now, not kind, but not cruel either. You are terrified of dying, Harry said. Voldemort's lips curled. Of course I am not. Harry did not react. You built your whole life around it. Every murder, every Horcrux, every lie. You built a tower out of stolen time. Voldemort's eyes glittered. Death is for fools. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah. That's what you told yourself. Voldemort's face twitched. Harry's voice stayed steady. Do you know what's funny? If you just died like a normal monster, people would have forgotten you in a few generations. You would have been a story, a warning, a joke some student makes in a corridor. Voldemort's jaw clenched. But you clung, Harry continued. And now you're here on your knees, scared, and still pretending you're above it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed to slits. Enough. Harry leaned in slightly. Tell me what you see. Voldemort's breath hitched. The domain fed him everything. Every death he had caused. Every face. Every scream. Every moment he had told himself it was worth it. Voldemort's lips trembled. He tried to look away. He could not. The void did not let him hide. Harry watched him, chest tight. He did not feel triumph. He felt tired. Voldemort's voice came out cracked. Silence. Harry's jaw clenched. No. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Rage trying to drown the fear. You are playing at mercy. You are a child. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. Maybe, Harry said. But I'm not the one begging reality not to end. Voldemort's mouth opened. His breath came fast now, shallow. For the first time, Voldemort looked small. Harry's stomach turned again. Not pity for the man. Pity for the wasted life. The wasted power. The wasted chance to be anything other than a curse in a human shape. Harry's voice went quiet. Do you know what you could have been? Voldemort's eyes flicked up. Sharp. Suspicious. Harry shook his head slightly. Not good. I'm not pretending. But you could have been real. You could have been a human who made choices and lived with them. Voldemort's lips curled. I am real. Harry stared at him. No. You're a fear that learned to speak. Voldemort's face twisted. His eyes burned with hate. You dare. Harry stood. His legs trembled. His vision swam for half a second. He forced himself steady. He lifted his hand. Not to blast. To touch something deeper. Harry reached into the cursed energy, not that was Voldemort's soul. Felt the fragments layered like scabs. Horcrux anchors hooked into him like fishhooks. Harry's stomach lurched. He could feel each piece. Each stolen slice. Each act of violence turned into a coward's lock on the world. He breathed, shaking. Daphne's voice echoed in his memory, quiet and steady. Do it clean. Gojo's voice echoed too, rougher. Don't rush it. Harry's fingers tightened. He targeted the parasite inside himself first. The fragment that had been riding him since he was a baby. The thing that reacted to Voldemort like a dog hearing its master whistle. Harry grabbed it, screamed, not with a voice, with sensation, with pressure, with a sick tug in his chest that made him gag. Harry clenched his jaw and pulled. Pain ripped through him. His knees buckled for a second. Sweat dripped into his eyes. He blinked hard, breathing fast. Voldemort's head snapped up. His eyes went wide, not with rage, but panic. What are you doing? Voldemort rasped. Harry's voice came out rough. Taking back my body. He pulled harder. The fragment tore free. Harry felt it like ripping a thorn out of flesh. Only the thorn was made of hate and memory. He stumbled. One hand braced on his own knee, breathing hard, fighting nausea. The fragment writhed in his grasp like a living thing. Voldemort shook, eyes wide. No. Harry looked at him, breath shaking. You never owned me. Voldemort's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Harry turned the fragment in his hand like he was looking at a piece of trash. Then he exorcised it. He did not chant. He did not make it pretty. He poured cursed energy into it like sunlight into mold. The fragment burned. It screamed in Harry's head and then vanished. Harry's breath hitched. For half a second he felt lighter, empty. Then the relief hit like a wave and his stomach flipped again. He gagged, harsh, swallowing it down, eyes watering. Voldemort stared at him like he had just watched someone break the laws of his religion. You, Voldemort whispered, voice shaking. You were my anchor. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing hard. Not anymore. Voldemort's face twisted. You cannot take them. They are mine. Harry straightened, shaky. They were never yours. You stole them. Voldemort's eyes flashed red with rage. I earned them. Harry stared at him, exhausted and disgusted. You killed for them. Voldemort snarled. Yes, and I would do it again. Harry nodded once. Slow. That's why this ends, Harry said. He lifted his hand again. He reached into Voldemort, not into the body, into the soul. He felt the Horcrux fragments tethered to him like chains. Each one was a hook, a lock, a coward's promise. Harry grabbed them. Voldemort convulsed, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent scream. The domain fed Voldemort infinite information, but the most brutal part was simple. He could not escape what Harry was doing. He had to watch the locks break. Harry pulled. The first chain snapped. A shard of diary page dissolved into dust. Voldemort's eyes rolled back. His breath came out in a wet gasp. Harry pulled again. The second chain snapped. A ring fragment cracked and turned to ash. Voldemort jerked, face twisting, hands clawing uselessly at the void. Harry's hands shook harder. Sweat poured down his face. His arms ached like he was lifting something far heavier than a man. He kept pulling. Third chain. Fourth. Fifth. Each snap felt like breaking bone. Each one made Harry's stomach heave. Each one made Voldemort smaller. Voldemort's voice finally broke free. A scream ripped raw. Stop. 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 Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to stop because it was ugly. Because it was intimate in a way violence should not be. But Voldemort had made this. Voldemort had chosen this. Harry's voice came out low. No. He pulled the last chain. The final anchor snapped. For a heartbeat, Voldemort froze, eyes wide, mouth open, like his brain could not accept a world where death was real. Then his face crumpled, not into sorrow, into terror. He whispered, broken. I don't want to die. Harry's chest tightened hard. He stared at him, breath shaking. Voldemort looked up at Harry like a child, like a man stripped of every lie, every title, every mask. Harry swallowed. His voice came out quiet. You should have thought about that before you made everyone else die for you. Voldemort's lips trembled. Please. Harry did not answer. He lifted his hand one last time. He did not blast. He exorcised. Cursed energy flowed, clean and brutal, like a flood washing rot out of a wound. Voldemort's body dissolved into dust. Not slowly, not dramatically, just gone. The void stayed. The thrones hovered. Harry stood there, shaking, breathing hard, sweat dripping off his chin. His hands were empty. His chest felt hollow. His stomach flipped again and he bent over, gagging, but nothing came out this time. Just pain and breath and tremble. He forced himself upright. The domain around him wavered. It was too much, too heavy. His legs felt like they were going to fold. He released it. Reality snapped back. Cold wind hit his face. Snow, pine. The sound of distant screaming turning into shocked silence. The construct outside the domain froze mid-step. For a heartbeat, it hung there like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Then it started to crumble. Not explode. Not blast outward. collapsed inward, cursed energy unraveling like rotten cloth. Faces melted away, arms dissolved, the huge body sagged, then fell into itself, turning into ash that blew across the fields like gray snow. The pressure lifted. Hogwarts wards stopped screaming. The sky stayed bruised, but the sick hum was gone. Harry stood in the snow, shaking so badly his knees knocked. He blinked hard. His vision swam. He heard distant cheering start, then die as people realized what had happened and what it meant. He did not feel relief. He felt empty. Daphne grabbed him before he fell. Her good arm wrapped around his waist. Her injured arm stayed close, but she still pulled him against her like she did not care if it hurt. Harry's breath hitched. His hands fumbled, then grabbed her cloak, gripping it tight like it was the only real thing left. Daphne's voice was tight. Harry, Harry, stay with me. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. I'm here. Daphne's breath shook. You did it. Harry's mouth opened, but no words came out. His stomach lurched again. He swallowed it down, eyes watering. Gojo stepped closer, boots crunching in snow. He looked at the ash drifting on the wind, then at Harry, and for once his face was not smug. It was soft, almost careful. Good job, Gojo said quietly. That was clean. Harry's voice came out rough. It hurt. Gojo nodded like that was the point. Yeah. Harry stared at the empty horizon where the construct had been. It feels quiet, Harry whispered. Gojo's smile was thin. That's what happens when the loudest curse stops yelling. Behind them, footsteps crunched. McGonagall approached slowly, wand still raised like she did not trust the world yet. Kingsley was with her. Moody limped behind, face pale. Dumbledore was there too, moving like he was afraid to get too close. Students were gathering at the castle edge, peeking out, eyes wide. Whispers rolled over the snow like wind. McGonagall stopped a few steps away from Harry. Her face was strained. Her eyes were wet, but she held herself together like she always did. It's gone, she said, voice hoarse. Harry nodded once. Kingsley looked at Harry like he was trying to decide what category to put him in. Threat, ally, weapon, child. Voldemort is dead, Kingsley said, careful. Harry stared at him. Yes. Moody's magical eye spun, locking on Harry. How do we know? Moody rasped. Harry's jaw clenched. Because I tore his anchors out and burned them. Moody's mouth tightened. Hermione came forward slowly, stepping through snow like she was walking toward a wild animal. Harry saw her hands trembling. He saw the way she flinched when ash drifted past her face. Harry, Hermione whispered. Harry did not answer. Ron stood behind her, face pale, eyes huge. He looked like he wanted to say something and could not find the words. Daphne's grip on Harry tightened slightly, like she was reminding him he was not alone. Hermione swallowed hard. Are you okay? Harry laughed once, breathless. Not kind. No. Hermione flinched. Harry stared at the ash in the air. His voice went flat. But he's gone. Hermione nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. Thank you. Harry did not respond. Dumbledore stepped forward, stopping at a respectful distance, like he had learned that pushing closer would get him erased. His voice was quiet. Harry. Harry's jaw tightened. He could feel everyone watching. The Order, the teachers, the students, the whole world holding its breath now that Voldemort was gone. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes were full of regret. His shoulders sagged. He looked old, suddenly, in a way that made Harry feel nothing but tired. I am sorry, Dumbledore said, for what I tried to do, for believing control was kinder than trust. Harry stared at him. He wanted to scream. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to tell him that apologies did not unbreak a betrayal. Instead, Harry just said, you were afraid. Dumbledore's throat worked. Yes. Harry nodded slowly. So was I. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, hopeful. Like that meant there was a bridge back. Harry's voice went colder. The difference is I didn't try to chain you. Dumbledore flinched like he'd been slapped. Harry turned away. McGonagall's breath hitched. Kingsley looked like he wanted to step in. Hermione's lips parted. Ron swallowed hard. Daphne stepped closer to Harry's side, her fingers sliding into his, steady and warm despite the cold. Harry's fingers tightened around hers like it was instinct. Gojo clapped his hands once. Sharp. Okay. Post-war awkwardness is boring. Let's go. McGonagall snapped. Gojo. Gojo looked at her. His grin flashed for half a second, then softened. You did good, Professor. Keeping them alive until he finished. McGonagall's eyes narrowed, but her voice cracked anyway. You could have helped. Gojo shrugged. I did. I raised him. McGonagall stared at him, furious and exhausted. And for a second her expression shifted into something like grief. He is a child, she whispered. Gojo's smile faded. Yeah. Harry's throat tightened. He looked down at Daphne. Her face was pale. Blood had seeped through the bandage again, staining it dark. She was still standing like she refused to let pain win. Harry's voice went quiet. You're hurt. Daphne's mouth twitched. You are swaying. Harry let out a rough breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Gojo leaned in, voice low. Take her. Go somewhere quiet. Before they start putting crowns on your head. Harry's jaw clenched. I don't want a crown. Gojo nodded. Good. Then don't let them hand you one. Kingsley stepped forward, voice controlled. Potter, the ministry will want statements. There will be questions. Harry looked at him. His voice came out flat. No. Kingsley blinked. No. Harry shook his head once. I'm done being interviewed like a criminal and treated like a weapon. Kingsley's jaw tightened. You cannot simply leave. Harry stared at him. The silence stretched. Kingsley swallowed and looked away first. Right, Kingsley said quietly. Of course. Moody muttered something vicious under his breath. But he did not step closer. Hermione whispered, Harry, please, we can talk. Harry's chest tightened. He looked at her. Really looked. He saw her shaking. He saw fear and guilt and love tangled together in a mess. Harry's voice softened. Just a fraction. Not now. Hermione nodded. Tears falling again. Okay. Ron swallowed hard. You coming back? Harry looked at him. Ron tried to grin. Came out shaky. For a butterbeer. Or, I don't know. Something normal. Harry's throat tightened. He gave Ron a small nod. Not a promise. Not a rejection. Just acknowledgement. Ron breathed out like he had been holding air for an hour. Daphne's fingers squeezed Harry's. Harry, go. Harry nodded once. He turned his head toward Gojo. Take us. Gojo grinned. Gladly. Dumbledore's voice cracked behind them. Harry, please. Do not vanish from the world. Harry did not look back. His voice came out low. You taught me the world would always try to own me, Harry said. So I'm not letting it. Gojo snapped his fingers. Space folded. Snow vanished. The cold turned into city heat. Noise hit Harry like a wave. Tokyo. They landed on a rooftop under a bright sky. The air smelling like concrete and food and exhaust. The sun was warm on Harry's face. The wind was lighter here. Harry's legs buckled the second they arrived. Daphne caught him again, but she stumbled too, pain finally catching up. Harry grabbed her, holding her steady, breath coming fast. Gojo swore softly. Okay. Inside. He guided them toward a rooftop access door. Harry's vision swam. His heart was still racing, but now exhaustion was catching him like a hand around the throat. They got inside a small apartment. It was a mess. Clothes on a chair. Books stacked in uneven piles. A half-eaten snack on the counter. It smelled like sugar and detergent. Gojo kicked the door shut with his heel and pointed at the couch. Sit. Both of you. Daphne lowered herself carefully, wincing. Harry sat beside her, breathing hard, hands shaking. Gojo rummaged through a cabinet like he had done this 1,000 times. He tossed a med kit onto the table. Daphne stared. You keep that there. Gojo smiled. I told you. He collects injuries. Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees, head down. His stomach flipped again. He swallowed hard. His hands shook in his lap. Daphne's voice came quiet. Harry. Harry looked up. Daphne's eyes were on him, steady. You're here, she said. Harry swallowed. I killed him. Daphne's jaw tightened. You ended him. Harry's throat tightened. I watched him beg. Daphne's gaze did not flinch. And you still did it. Harry swallowed. His eyes burned. I didn't feel anything. Harry whispered. Not at the end. Just empty. Daphne shifted closer, shoulder touching his. That is shock, she said. Not evil. Harry laughed once, brittle. You say that like you're sure. Daphne's mouth twitched. I am not stupid enough to be sure. I'm just here anyway. Harry stared at her. His chest tightened hard. He leaned in, slow, like he was afraid she would vanish if he moved too fast. Daphne tilted her face up slightly, watching him. Harry's breath shook. He kissed her. It was not dramatic. It was not polished. It was a tired, desperate press of lips that said, I am still human. Right, tell me I am still human. Daphne kissed him back, steady and firm, fingers curling in his shirt like she was anchoring him to the couch, to the apartment, to the world. Harry pulled back, breathing hard, forehead resting against hers. Daphne's voice was low. You are not alone. Harry closed his eyes for a second. Gojo made a loud gagging sound from the kitchen. "AW, get a room." Daphne did not look away. "We are in a room." Gojo laughed. "Fair." Harry's mouth twitched. The smallest thing. Then his face tightened again. "My head hurts," Harry admitted. Gojo tossed him a bottle of water. "Drink. Then sleep. Then we talk." Harry caught it, fingers clumsy. Daphne leaned back, breathing shallow. "My arm is still bleeding." Gojo sighed like he was the most put-upon adult in the world. He came over, crouched in front of her, and started unwrapping the bandage with careful hands that did not match his mouth at all. "You're a pain," Gojo muttered. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "So are you." Gojo grinned. "Yeah, but I'm charming." Harry watched them, breath slowly easing, the apartment noise replacing the war sounds in his head. Little by little, his hands still shook. But Daphne was here. Gojo was here. The world outside could rage all it wanted. Harry took a shaky breath and drank. Tasted like water. Normal. Boring. He almost cried. Gojo finished cleaning Daphne's cut, muttering under his breath, then wrapped it properly. "There," Gojo said. "Try not to get stabbed again for at least a week." Daphne stared at him. "No promises." Gojo laughed. Then his expression softened. He looked at Harry. "You did good," Gojo said again, quieter. Harry swallowed. "They will fear me." Gojo shrugged. "Let them." Daphne's voice cut in, calm. "They will fear you because they do not understand you. That is not your job to fix." Harry looked at her. Daphne's eyes were steady. "Your job is to stay you." Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Gojo stretched like a cat. "Cool. Now sleep. Both of you. I will order food. And no, I am not cooking." Daphne's mouth twitched. "Thank Merlin." Gojo's grin returned. "I don't know that guy. But sure." Harry let his head fall back against the couch. The exhaustion hit properly now, heavy and final. His eyelids drooped. Daphne shifted closer, tucking herself against his side like it was the most natural thing in the world. Harry's arm lifted around her without thinking, careful of her injury. He breathed in. She smelled like cold air and smoke and something clean under it. His chest loosened a fraction. Outside the window, Tokyo traffic hummed. Inside, Gojo cursed at his phone because he had clicked the wrong food option. Harry's mouth twitched again. Then his eyes closed. Epilogue. A few years later, Harry stood in a narrow alley in Osaka, hands in his pockets, sunglasses on even though it was cloudy. A cursed spirit crawled out of a dumpster like a bad joke, all teeth and hunger, drawn to a cluster of people who had been arguing in a bar down the street. It stank of resentment. It moved wrong, like it was made of broken feelings. Harry sighed. Seriously, he muttered. The spirit lunged. Harry lifted one hand. It stopped. Not because it was frozen in time, because the space between it and Harry became an endless stretch it could never cross. The spirit snapped its jaws, furious. Harry stepped forward and punched it in the face. Cursed energy cracked through it like a clean break. The spirit dissolved into ash, gone before it hit the ground. Harry exhaled, breath steady, not shaking. He turned and walked out of the alley. Daphne was waiting on the sidewalk, leaning against a lamppost, hair pulled back, expression bored like she had been doing this all day. She looked up at him. "Done." Harry nodded. "Done." Daphne's eyes flicked over him, checking for injuries out of habit. Any bites? Harry rolled his shoulders. No. Daphne's mouth twitched. Good. I did not bring bandages. Harry snorted. You are becoming Gojo. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Do not insult me. Harry's mouth twitched. He reached out and took her hand anyway. They started walking. The street smelled like rain and food and exhaust. People moved around them, unaware of what had almost been in that alley. Unaware that the strongest in a different world was just another person on a sidewalk, holding his girlfriend's hand and trying to feel normal. A voice shouted from across the street. Harry. Harry turned his head. Gojo stood outside a shop, holding 2 ice creams, wearing sunglasses like a menace. He waved one of the ice creams like it was a weapon. Guess what? Gojo yelled. Daphne sighed. Here we go. Harry's shoulders loosened. What? Gojo grinned. I found a place that sells those weird wizard sweets you like. They ship, which is insane. Also, I bought you both matching shirts. Daphne stopped walking. No. Gojo's grin widened. Yes. Harry sighed, but it came out softer than it used to. Gojo, I am not wearing a matching shirt. Gojo gasped like Harry had stabbed him. After everything I've done for you. Daphne muttered. I hate him. Harry glanced at her. You don't. Daphne looked at him, then rolled her eyes. Shut up. Harry squeezed her hand. Gojo jogged across the street like traffic laws were suggestions, shoving an ice cream into Harry's hand. Harry stared at it. I did not ask. Gojo shrugged. You looked sad for half a second. I fixed it. Harry blinked, then looked away, throat tight for reasons he refused to examine too hard. Daphne took her own ice cream with a resigned sigh. If these shirts are ugly, I will burn them. Gojo grinned. That's the spirit. Harry walked with them, ice cream melting down his fingers, city noise in his ears, Daphne's hand in his, Gojo's laughter too loud, too familiar. He did not feel empty. He felt tired sometimes. He felt angry sometimes. He felt afraid sometimes. But he was here, and when he looked at the world now, he did not only see how easy it would be to break it. He also saw the stupid little reasons to keep holding it together.